Chapter 1 Absurd Bet, Class Guides Resistance. Sakurajima, in front of the gate of the High School of High Education, the cherry blossoms are blowing, accompanied by the April breeze, sprinkled little by little, like a colorful rain, like a dream. Gongliang Che walked through the gate of the school and walked slowly under the sun spots among the shadows of the trees. It's really here, it's really the world of Shijiao. There was a sense of absurdity in Gongliang Che's heart. After all, walking here, the 16-year-old boy named Gongliang Che did not belong to this world. He is a traveler. He first traveled to this world and became a baby. He grew up on the great land across the sea from Sakurajima. He is the next generation of an ancient family. Gongliang, the source of this compound surname, can even be traced back to the distant spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It has been passed down from generation to this day. It is conceivable that the heritage of Gongliang's family is in line with the old saying, the dynasty of flowing water is made of iron. Family. Because of his outrageous talent that he can speak just 3 weeks after he was born, Gongliang Che received the best training from the Gongliang family. Originally, he thought that this was a parallel world. The young master of the big family has a good life. But things were not as simple as he thought. Last month, a big man from Sakurajima came for a friendly visit. At a cocktail party, the big man proudly said that he founded the Advanced Nurturing Academy, saying that it can provide Sakurajima with dozens of top talents in society every year. The old man of Gongliang's family was naturally unhappy when he heard it, and thought that the high-level education school was just like that. Yes, it is such a child's play gambling game, it sounds very unequal. How can a student defeat an academy? But the old man is full of confidence, and he trusts Gongliang Che's descendants' ability very much. The big man in Sakurajima is naturally willing to accept it. As a result, Gongliang Che was directly arranged as this highly bred freshman in high school and came to Sakurajima. Gongliang Che thought of opposing it at first, but when he heard Gao Yuchen's name, he suddenly realized that this was the main stage where the plot of real education he had seen in his previous life happened. The highly nurturing school is completely different from other academies. It pays attention to the supremacy of strength, controls the source of students on a fixed basis, and only recruits 160 students per session. Divide each class of students into 4 ABCD classes on average, with 40 students in each class, and only students who graduate from Class A can enjoy most of the social resources provided by the school. And the 4 classes need to compete with each other for 3 years in the school. The able ones will go up, the losers will go down, and strive to compete for the throne of Class A. Only then did Gongliang Che realize that he didn't come to some ordinary world, but to such an interesting world. That's why he was interested and agreed with the old man's gamble. Gongliang Che, who had never seen cherry blossoms before, could not help but stroll around twice. After admiring the big white legs under many Japanese-style white pleated skirts, he was satisfied to find the first-year teaching building and enter the first-year Class D. There is an unwritten rule in this school, that is, the ABCD students are divided into classes, which is judged according to the comprehensive ability of each person. Those who are good in everything will be divided into Class A with a high probability. Those who are excellent in academics but cannot cooperate with the group, or those who are good at sports but hate learning, such deficient students can easily be placed in Class D. As for Gongliang Che, he was supposed to be in Class A, but because of his arrogant words and deeds, he was specially assigned to Class D. At this moment, there are already quite a few students in Class D. They are divided into several small groups that have just become familiar with each other, and they are chatting with each other. The seating arrangement of each student is written on the blackboard, and the student nameplates are also written on the 40 desks. Gongliang Che was easy to find his seat. In the last row of the classroom, in the very middle, the adjacent table to the left was a beautiful girl with a cold face and a tall, straight black. The delicate and white jade face was surrounded by a cold aura that no strangers should approach. The nameplate on the desk reads the name of the lonely girl, Suzune Horikita. The same table on the right is empty, with only a solitary nameplate, Sakura Eri. Gong Liangche withdrew his gaze, with a faint smile on his face. He never imagined that the characters he had seen in books in previous lives could actually interact with them in this life. What a wonderful and novel experience! Hello, I'm Kyasuko Okiya. I used to study at the Matsuzaka Elementary School in Metropolis. As Gong Liangche looked around, a boy with short brown hair in the front row began to greet him warmly. Hello. Maybe because of the time travel, Gong Liangche in this life has unprecedented exaggeration in memory and learning ability. He has mastered many languages when he was a child, so communicating with people is naturally not a problem. Gong Liangche, he is an international student, he is it's happy to meet you. Hey, Gong Liang, classmate Gong Liang, are you also an international student? Okiya Kyasuk didn't answer. On his left, in front of Horikita Suzune, a cute girl with double ponytails looked at Gong Liangche in amazement. Gong Liangche first nodded in affirmation, and then handed over the easy-to-follow words, "Who are you?" The girl with two ponytails hurriedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I'm Wang Miu, and I'm also an international student, but I've been living here with my parents since elementary school. I didn't expect to see another international student in this student." Jingsuk Okagu turned his head left and right, and several question marks appeared on his forehead. It seemed that he was the first to say hello, right? Why do you feel now that he is almost like an outsider? Gong Liangche naturally does not make small mistakes in interpersonal communication, and chatted with Kong Gu for a few more words. The classroom was gradually filled, and only a beautiful woman dressed in black silk business attire and tied a capable single ponytail walked in from the door. Probably aware of the arrival of the head teacher, all the students became quiet, and Class D changed from noisy to quiet in an instant. "I'm your class guide, Chibashira Sae, Bishop Sakurajima Shi." For some reason, the class guide's voice was very cold, without any emotion, and it seemed that he didn't want to fight with the students he brought with him. Relation. It is precisely because of this tone of voice that many students who were still smiling subconsciously became stricter. However, in such an atmosphere, only Gong Liangche keenly noticed that the way the class guide looked at him was wrong. Chibashira Sae seems to be colder than the next table. Horikita Suzune, looking at all the students, seems to have no emotion, but when he looked at Gong Liangche, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes, and a hint of confusion. Into resistance. Interestingly, Gong Liangche subconsciously tapped the desk with his right index finger, making a faint sound that no one could hear. Why did the Class D instructor resist him so much? Now Gong Liangche wants to dig out this secret. Asterisk. Chapter 2: Pies Will Not Fall from the Sky. Chibashira Sae, who looked only about 27 years old, was similar to the students on the inside, wearing a white shirt with a base and a black business suit. Under the constraints of professional attire, the proud curve is more obvious. With black silk and high heels, it is not a little more charming than the slightly green female students around. And Gong Liangche knew part of the truth about the teacher of Sabasha Saji based on the original plot he had seen. Chibashira Sae was originally a student of the Advanced Nurturing Academy, and was even a member of Class D, but the difference between Class D where Chibashira was and Class A was less than 100. That is to say, if Class D worked harder, they could pull the upper Class A from the throne, but at that time, due to the innocence of Chibashira Sae, he made a big mistake, which caused the entire class to regret losing, and the highest the throne is missing. For this reason, Chibashira Sae has always felt remorse, that is, she hated herself, and she also developed a new obsession, that is, Class D must be successfully promoted to Class A, even if it was only Class D led by her as the class director. Hope to go up again. It's just that this academy is not simple. Not only the students in the 4 classes need to compete, but the classrooms also need to compete, So Sabashira Saika has an obsession with promotion, but it will not be easily exposed. Will show ambition. If she can't see the hope of promotion of this class of D class, it is estimated that she will always maintain this coldness, with an indifferent attitude, sit back and watch this class of D students fend for themselves. It's just that before Gong Liang Che crossed, the plot of real teaching was not complete. It was not clear what mistakes Sabashira Sae had made back then, but if he wanted to dig out the secret of Sabashira's resistance to him, he might have to do something else. Do something that Chabashira takes seriously. This school doesn't have classes, so I will take you with me for the next 3 years. You should have seen the special features of the school in the manual. Just as Gong Liang Che was distracted, Chabashira continued to explain the rules. Yes, the school is very special. All tuition, accommodation, and tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived. The only price is to let you live for 3 years, not to go out, and to prohibit communication with the outside world. Of course, the school is people-oriented. In order to prevent you from developing mental illnesses by living on campus for a long time, the school even built a large-scale shopping mall on the campus. There are not only a lot of clothing and sneaker stores, but also a variety of entertainment venues such as karaoke, cafes, movie theaters, etc., so you don't need to worry about the boring future. If you want to entertain in these places, you naturally need money, but the school will not use currency, but will use something called personal points. Having said this, Shasha took a breath, and then patted the wooden box that had already been placed on the podium, and took out one large-screen mobile phone after another. Now, the people who clicked on the name came up one by one to receive the student terminal and charger. This is your student ID card, and there are still personal points for each of you. You can use the scan code payment function in the school to make all payment behaviors. After distributing the mobile phones, when the students checked their mobile phones, Chabashira continued to explain, your student terminal can carry out all intra-campus communication, whether it is communication, chat, email or other. It's just that all off-campus communications will be intercepted, and if the school has an important notice, it will also be sent to everyone's terminals, so please always be careful not to let the terminal power off. At this time, a girl who was a little concerned about this aspect raised her hand, and after receiving permission from Chabashira, she asked, the teacher keeps telling me to count the points, how do we get the points? Is it exchanged with our own cash? This question undoubtedly attracted the attention of the whole class, and everyone wanted to know how to obtain points. Chabashira still had a cold expression on her face, but her answer surprised almost all the students in Class D. Take a good look, there are points on the terminal that you currently have, and 1 point is equivalent to 1 yen. In this academy, there is nothing that cannot be purchased with points. The school will automatically distribute points to each student's terminal on the 1st of each month. I have 100,000. After listening to Chabashira's explanation, a student immediately checked the deposit and exclaimed the amount he had. My side is also 100,000. So, the school will give us 100,000 yen every month. Oh my god! This school is too luxurious, isn't it? It's equivalent to 100,000 pocket money a month. Isn't that how you can buy whatever you want? Will there be a team shopping? Class D immediately fell into a frenzy atmosphere and swept away the tranquil atmosphere. This is not surprising. They are all students who have just entered the first year of high school. In the past, when they were in junior high school, it was estimated that they could have several thousand or 10,000 pocket money a month, which is already considered a big money, right? Now I suddenly learn that the pocket money is 100,000, who cannot fall into a huge ecstasy at once. At this moment, the desire to consume fills the hearts of the students. Hey! Seeing such a scene, Gong Liang Che couldn't help laughing out loud. He had only seen it in novels before, but now he has truly seen the scene of the dance of magic in Class D's skirts, which is really funny enough. Chazua seems to have been paying attention to Gong Liang Che, both openly and secretly, and after hearing the voice, he stared at him with a clear head. Gong Liang, what's so funny? Wang Miu, who had just met Kong Wu, also looked back at Gong Liang Che worriedly, as if worried that this little friend would be targeted by the teacher, which also attracted the attention of other students. Seeing this, Gong Liang Che realized that this was an opportunity, and with a little performance, he could better dig out the secret of Cha Pillar. I just think that in the country where I was born, there is a saying that is very correct: no pie will fall from the sky, that is, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Hearing this, the excitement in the hearts of most of the students could not help but cool down a little. There is a similar saying in Japanese: sand cake means that it is impossible for dessert to fall from the high shelf. The original intention is very similar, that is, to warn people that everything has a price. At this moment, Gong Liang Che seemed to be slowly grasping the rhythm of the classroom, leading the conversation. If you don't understand, I'll say something simpler. Teacher Chibashira originally said that the school will give out points on the first of each month, but she never said that the school will give out 100,000 points every month. As soon as these words came out, all the students jumped in their hearts, and immediately turned their heads anxiously. They turned their eyes from Gong Liang Che in the last row to Suzuki Chiba on the podium, expecting a negative response from the class teacher. Horikita Suzuan, who is located on the left of Gong Liang Che, was originally like the flower of the Tian Shan snow lotus and jailing. She didn't care about everything in the classroom, and was also attracted by Gong Liang Che's words. Adjacent table. We'll have to wait until next month to tell you. Chibashira defied the wishes of most of the students and replied with a cold expression, but looked into Gong Liang Che's amber eyes. In addition to the color of resistance, there is gradually more joy. Asterisk. Chapter 3 The Root of Resistance, Class D Forced to Enroll, 3/10. How could this be? Why wait until next month? Couldn't the teacher tell us in advance? Teacher, just tell us, this matter is really important, and it is related to our living expenses. Because of Chibashira's reply, many students began to talk about it. It is hoped that the collective pressure can make the class guide change his mind-blowing idea. After all, this is 100,000 yuan per person. If EU has such a huge sum of money, if you think about the 3 years of high school life, you can expect how nourishing it is. Moreover, this is a highly nurturing school. It claims that as long as they successfully graduate after 3 years, the school will provide huge social resources and fulfill each student's dream job. If you want to be a professional athlete, you can directly enter the national team. If you want to be an idol, you can directly make a big debut with huge sums of money. If you want to enter the political arena, you can also start as the governor of a small town below. No matter what, you have just graduated. The ultimate treatment for students. Thinking of such a bright future, every student thinks that they may have to study hard for 3 years, but it turns out that they can have huge monthly living expenses. Immediately, I was enthusiastic, hoping to find out more information from Chibashira, and I didn't want to miss this huge sum of money. Shasha glanced down coldly, didn't hold up the teaching ruler, and didn't yell loudly. Just like that, he asked the students to turn off the fire, and obediently closed their noisy mouths. This is also the school rules, don't think about asking anything else, and. First, he stated that the reason for not answering was related to the school rules, and then Chazua turned his attention to Gong Liang Che. Gong Liang, it's less than a morning. How much do you know about this school? It was done. Seeing that he had attracted Chibashira's interest, Gong Liang Che knew that his plan was successful, and he didn't mind responding, probably, it's a little bit more than what you think, Teacher Chibashira. Even Gong Liang Che vividly raised his right hand and brought his thumb and forefinger close, as a metaphor for that little degree. Chibashira didn't know what to think, and pointed to the wooden box that originally contained everyone's mobile phones. Since you are so good, Don't mind helping me move the box once. I'm happy. Gong Liangche got up immediately. How could he not hear it? This was Sabashira Sae's excuse for asking him to find another place to talk. After that, Chibashira left a sentence of free time. After the end of the official class tomorrow, he left the classroom with Gong Liangche. The back of the two of them leaving has more or less attracted the attention of all the students. This is only the first morning of school, and the boy named Gong Liangche has already left a deep impression in Class D. Gong Liangche came to the classroom office, put the wooden box in his hand, and looked around. This is the class director's office. There are only 4 large square offices in the room. The class directors of the other 3 classes in the first grade are probably working here. Var. And Chibashira Sae was the first to come back. It seems that she also expected such a convenient conversation situation. Tell me, what you know about this school. After the words fell, Sabashira Saika put both hands into his pockets very skillfully, took out a box of ladies' cigarettes and a lighter, and didn't mind the presence of minors lighting a cigarette, and began to puff. Gong Liangche was at ease, leaning against the wall casually. Teacher Chazu, can you tell me why you resist me so much? The lady's cigarette trembled faintly, and it seemed to have a tendency to fall. Shasha couldn't help raising his hand to hold it, and then he spit out a sweet white mist. Don't talk nonsense. As a teacher, how can you resist the students? Hat. Like in the classroom, Gong Liangche took the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation. Stop joking, the class instructor's office, but only teacher Chibashira, you come back first. If according to the school rules, each class guide can only reveal the same amount of information, then there should be 4 teachers now. But you lit the cigarette, which means that in a short time, no other teachers will come back. In other words, the teachers of the other 3 classes are trying their best to let the students understand the true meaning of this school. According to this inference, either you don't care about the life and death of Class D, and you just let it go, or you have great ambitions, make plans and then move, and don't want the rest of the class leaders to notice your purpose. In fact, this is not a reasoning. At most, Gong Liangche regressed the process from the answer based on the plot he knew in advance. Shasha was already a little unsteady with his cigarette, his long and pretty willow eyebrows were crowded together, and his amber eyes were full of surprise, looking at Gong Liangche completely speechless. Gong Liangche is like a demon who led people into hell in the Middle Ages, and continued to whisper, then, can you tell me the reason for resisting? If you don't say it, I'm not sure I will wait for the rest of the class to say no when they return. What to say? You. Shasha was like a cat being chased and intercepted, his whole body frizzed, and after a while, he took a hard puff of his cigarette, and then he was helplessly dissatisfied and told the reason. This Class D should not be like this. Bad. Although I don't know the specific reason, the fact is that the chairman not only specially recruited you, but also ordered you to enter Class D, and by the way, recruit more mediocre talents to enter Class D. This is something I can't accept. Chibashira Sae has always been obsessed with letting Class D be promoted to rank, but now Gong Liangche's existence has lowered the overall ability of Class D. How could she not resist Gong Liangche, the culprit? From this, Gong Liangche suddenly realized, no wonder, according to the comparison of Chibashira Sae's time, even the highest Class A and the lowest D class are only 100 points apart. But now his current D class, according to his understanding of the original plot, the comprehensive level can be said to be difficult to see, and there are many waste students, which completely does not meet the standards for recruiting students in the highly educated academy. It turned out to be because, in order to contain him, the school not only let him enter Class D, but also changed the enrollment rules abruptly, and attracted a lot of mediocrity. Hey! Gong Liangche is also convinced, isn't it just a gamble, is it necessary to use such a small trick? His old man is so hateful. On Chibashira Sae's side, it can be said that he was just an innocent person caught in the vortex of the two big men's gambling. When he thought of this, Gong Liangche had no interest in digging secrets for Chibashara. Leaving a word of comfort, he wanted to leave. It doesn't matter, Teacher Chibashara, you might as well think about it. The school can recruit so many mediocre students for me. How high should my ability be? Chibashara Sae was speechless, which was also a point of surprise to her. On the first day of admission, this student surprised her too much. The detailed understanding of the school's rules far exceeds that of any genius in the past. Students. Who is he? With Gong Liangche in Class D, maybe her dream of being promoted to Class D can become a reality, but what should she do to get Gong Liangche to help her achieve her dream? Looking at Gong Liangche's leaving figure, Chibashara wanted to keep it, but couldn't find an excuse. In the end, he could only subconsciously ask, why do the other students call me teacher, but you keep calling me teacher? Gong Liangche waved his hand without turning his head. It's nothing, I just simply think that female teachers are much better than female teachers. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Kuruzawa Megami. Gong Liangche returned to Class D's classroom. The classroom was empty. After all, the first day was free for activities, and classes were only required on the second day of school. Even if the students of Class D learn that the score will not necessarily be 100,000 next month, they should go to the campus to have fun and exchange feelings with their new friends now, right? Gong Liangche picked up his school bag and was about to leave, but he didn't think so sincerely. When he was going down the stairs, he accidentally found a blue-eyed girl with yellow and honey-colored hair walking up from the bottom of the stairs. The girl seems to be dressed in the style of some Japanese hot girls. When she enters school, each person wears a set of wine-red coats, which are simply knotted around her slender waist. The neckline of the white shirt is tied with a large aqua blue bow. Under the pleated skirt, white knee-high socks also modified the leg shape very well. In addition, a blue hair tie was used, and the honey-colored hair was tied in a simple single ponytail at the back of the head. It seems that this hot girl likes blue very much. In conclusion, she is a very cute woman. From memory, Gong Liangche recognized this fellow student, Megami Kuruzawa. Gong Liangche had read the Real Education novel before, and knew quite a bit about the girl's background. The hot girl's appearance is just an eggshell to protect herself, but inside is a very weak and real self. The girl named Kuruzawa Megami has an unknown and bullied past, and suffered from unimaginable and cruel school bullying. After entering high school, this girl made up her mind to do everything she could to get rid of her incomparably weak self in the past, even if she gave everything, or even became a parasite of the strong. She didn't want to be bullied again. Therefore, according to the plot of the original book, this girl should be planning to have a fake relationship with a popular boy in order to maintain her superior status within her class. But now Kuruzawa Megami has found herself? Gong Liangche certainly didn't think that the meeting on the stairs was a coincidence. In the 10 years of training in Gong Liang's family, he can indeed be said to be the most outstanding successor. As early as when he returned to the classroom, he found that there were secretly peeping eyes at the end of the corridor. At that time, Gong Liangche didn't care, just waiting for the other party to reveal his purpose. Unexpectedly, the other party, Megami Kuruzawa, would choose the strategy of meeting directly at the corner of the stairs. Kuruzawa looked at Gong Liangche at the top of the stairs. Her blue eyes were a little flustered and uneasy, but she forced herself to take a few steps forward to shorten the distance with Gong Liangche. "Student Gong Liang, haven't you gone back yet?" Even if Gong Liangche didn't introduce himself in the class, the seating chart on the blackboard in the classroom, or the line-up with Chibashara, must have made all the D-class students notice his surname. After helping teacher Chibashara, I took my school bag and prepared to go back. Gong Liangche lifted the school bag calmly, staring at Kuruzawa's blue eyes like a knife, trying to peep more emotions from it. This made Kuruzawa's pressure even stronger, and a cold sweat broke out on her beautiful and clean forehead. "Ha, ha, That's right. Just after Gong Liang went out with the class, there was a student Hirata who called on everyone to let's introduce ourselves together. At that time Gong Liang wasn't there, so I must not know me. I'm Kuruzawa Megami. I have something left in the classroom and I'm about to go back. Before Kuruzawa could finish speaking, Gong Liang cut him off. You seem to have a very bad past. How did he know? This was Kuruzawa Megami's first reaction. She clenched her teeth subconsciously, her feet began to tremble involuntarily, her eyes were full of panic and fear. Unable to restrain, he raised his right hand and clasped it tightly in front of his heart, and the whole person had a tendency to wince. Gong Liang didn't explain, but pointed to the top of his head. Hey, don't put on such a picture that I did some kind of bad thing. This school has cameras all over the place. I don't want to be expelled by the school on the charge of GHS. If you want to talk to me, come with me. Leaving such a sentence at Kuruzawa's choice, Gong Liang left on his own, as if he didn't care whether Kuruzawa would follow. But it seems that there is a choice, for this girl who wants to hide the past and completely cut herself off from the week before, there is no choice. Before Gong Liang visited the campus 2 more times, not only to see the legs, but also to find out the general terrain, and went straight back to the first-year apartment dormitory. Perhaps the first-year students were busy connecting with relationships and trying shopping. There were very few people in the dormitory, so Kuruzawa Megami, who was behind Gong Liang felt a lot less pressure, and went back to Gong Liang all the way. Dormitory. The first-year apartment is arranged so that the boys are below the 7th floor and the girls are above. Fortunately, no one has witnessed it. Otherwise, it would be a breaking news if they openly took the female students back to the dormitory on the first day of school. Gong Liang looked at the dormitory with satisfaction. It was a little too small. It could be used as a single dormitory, with bathroom and kitchen facilities. Break, disturb. Kuruzawa Megami walked into the door, still a little flustered, and after making an inexplicable greeting, he hesitated at the entrance, unable to advance or retreat. Gong Liang threw his school bag aside at will, and placed the 2 bottles of black tea he had just bought from the vending machine on the first floor on the coffee table. The reception is poor, come in. You can't blame him for being simple. You must know that as a freshman dormitory, there is nothing here. Even if he wants to receive tap water to entertain Kuruzawa, he doesn't have a cup for water. P.S. Sakurajima tap water can be drunk directly. Just keep everything simple. Kuruzawa crouched down, took off his shoes, walked tremblingly, or moved to the other side of the coffee table, sat down on his knees full of unease, and made a nervous swallowing motion. Gong Liang classmate. In the end, how did you know? Gong Liang unscrewed the cap of the bottle, took a sip, and then looked at Kuruzawa meaningfully. Did you know? People who have been bullied for a long time will be out of their own control, exuding a special aura. That sad aura will silently tell other people, look, no matter who they are, they can come and bully this person. Such straightforward words, like a sharp sword that can kill life, pierced Kuruzawa's heart, making his complexion instantly white, as pale as death. With a faint sigh, Gong Liang put back the tea, bypassed the coffee table, and approached Kuruzawa, but the girl who was hit hard was unaware of his approach. Wait for you. When Kuruzawa realized that, Gong Liang had already come to her side, and he didn't show any sympathy. He pulled up his shirt. Kuruzawa wanted to stop, it was too late. Sure enough, no wonder there is such a psychological trauma. The white shirt is lifted to a limited extent, and the top and circumference cannot be seen, but it can be clearly seen that there is an obvious scar left by some kind of sharp blade on the left abdomen of the girl. The hideous scar appeared here, and it jumped into view. At least a dozen stitches were sewed. No matter who it is, it can be seen from it that the cruel past this girl has encountered. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Do Things for Me. Kuruzawa Yuruo jumped up when he saw the little sparrow of the natural enemy, the eagle, subconsciously opened the distance from Gong Liangche, and stepped on the tatami with 2 bang-bang noises. Kuruzawa's expression instantly collapsed when he realized the fact that his scars, which he had been trying so hard to hide, had been completely spied upon. His complexion was far paler than when Gong Liangche exposed the bullying in the past, and even his beautiful blue pupils were slightly slackened. Kuruzawa only felt an unprecedented cold wrapping himself around him, first his fingertips, then his feet, and after his limbs, his heart. It was as if he was in the ice and snow without any measures to keep him warm. He was too stiff to move, almost numb. It was as if she had returned to the past. During her junior high school years, in winter, she was pulled into the women's toilet by the bad girls in her class, and buckets of ice water were poured down from scratch, and it was cold to the bone marrow. But she could only endure it silently. At that time, she knew very well that it was enough to endure it silently. Crying would only make the other party hurt her even more. But it was precisely because of her silence that she angered the other party, causing her left abdomen to be scratched by the knife that the other party took out when she was annoyed. At that time, Kuruzawa was so terrified. She thought that such a thing could be forgotten slowly, but it turns out that time can't wash away this scar, and every time she sees this wound, she will subconsciously have stomach cramps and nausea. So she tried her best to hide, she tried her best to crave to get rid of the past. But I didn't expect that on the first day of high school, I was coldly seen through everything. Although he knew something before, when he really saw the scars on Kuruzawa's body, Gong Liangche finally understood why the girl in front of him wanted to get rid of the past so much. If you don't get rid of the past, maybe at some time, somewhere, someone will use a sharp and cold knife to make another scar, right? A quiet atmosphere descended on this small single-person dormitory. Neither Gong Liangche nor Kuruzawa spoke. After a while, Kuruzawa said softly, have you seen it? In the voice, instead of the crisp and sweet sound at the beginning, it carried a trace of despair and twilight that was so deep that it was frowning. Hey! Gong Liangche first exhaled, intending to blow the dull air out of the room, then stood up as if indifferent, causing Kuruzawa to take 2 steps back in fright. Gong Liangche did not walk towards Kuruzawa, but brought up the school bag that he had thrown aside, took out an exquisite ceramic bottle, and said something completely unrelated, you know what? In the country where I was born, there is a mysterious medicine that has been handed down from ancient times and has yet to be fully understood, traditional Hyuxia medicine. For example, in the case of people with severe fractures, modern medicine will directly open the surgery, use a steel plate for internal fixation, and a steel plate is inserted into the body, which will feel unnatural and awkward, and it will take a long time to recover. But in traditional Hyuxia medicine, there is a kind of medicine called osteoarthritis. It only takes a month to apply it to restore the bones. Under normal circumstances, Kuruzawa might be amazed when he hears such content, thinking that it is very remarkable. But now Kuruzawa, his heart is ashes, he doesn't care about these things, he just stands on the verge of despair, his eyes are irrelevant, his pupils are not focused, and he silently listens to things that have nothing to do with her. For example, the scars from surgical sutures are almost impossible to remove. The scars can only be removed by the use of large-scale skin grafting of cloned skin tissue. However, there are also medicines for scar removal in traditional Hyuxia medicine. Kuruzawa's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Gong Liangche, or more precisely, at the ceramic bottle in Gong Liangche's hands. She opened her mouth, hesitating very much, as if she was afraid it was a joke. She searched very carefully, medicine for removing scars. If this magical medicine really exists, her scar? Can it be eliminated perfectly? Every day in the future, can I stop looking at this scar and fall into my inner fear and nausea? Apply it twice a day, and it will take about 2 months to fully recover. Gong Liangche, without joking, took 3 steps forward and placed the ceramic bottle in the girl's hand. The girl was like a dream, she couldn't believe it, but the right hand that she held tightly and was afraid of breaking it showed her inner confusion and excitement. Kuruzawa held the medicine bottle as if it were a treasure, and then turned his eyes uneasy, looking at the mysterious international student again. Then, I need to do something. There is no free lunch. This is the exhortation that Kuruzawa heard from the international student when he came to this school, and was happy when he heard that he had living expenses of 100,000 yen a month and planned how to spend it. Just because of Gong Liang Che's words, the students of Class D, who should have bought and spent wantonly, seem to have the mentality to use their personal points carefully. As for Kuruzawa, it is very clear that Gong Liang Che cannot give her such a precious medicine for no reason. If she wants to get it, she has to pay, that is, what does she have to do? Hearing Kuruzawa's question, Gong Liang Che smiled with satisfaction. He deserves to be Kuruzawa. Even if he is not superior in terms of academic and physical abilities, he is undoubtedly an outstanding talent with great future potential. In the original plot he learned in advance, the girl in front of him, who seemed to have nothing outstanding, had excellent on-the-spot reaction ability, and her comprehensive potential even surpassed most of the students in this school and reached the A-level judgment. This was the reason why he helped, and also the reason why he brought Gong Liang's special Hyuxia medicine before he came to Sakurajima. Even before he entered school, he took a fancy to Kuruzawa Megami as a good helper. It's not a simple idea, but he needs to use Kuruzawa for him. After all, his mission is to help the old man win the gambling game, that is, to defeat the high school. Such an exaggerated goal is somewhat limited by one person. If he can have a few capable and loyal helpers, then Gong Liang Che can release his fists and attack the school in the next time. It's simple. Gong Liang Che didn't say it all, I need a helper who can do something for me. Kuruzawa-san, if you don't mind, do things for me for the next 3 years. Gong Liang Che felt that there was no problem. It was a fair deal. He paid for the precious Hyuxia medicine for scar removal, while Kuruzawa worked for him. Kuruzawa couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing Gong Liang Che's request, and made a cute S sound, questioning whether there was something wrong with his ears, or whether he heard the request wrong. That's it. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Huey's Request, 6/10. That's it? Kuruzawa asked in surprise, a little unable to believe Gong Liang Che's request. Although she has a painful past, it is not without reason. The reason is also described in the previous article, that is, she is a very cute girl, and she lived a normal life before, but because her appearance was too pleasant, she was confessed by a boy from a foreign class who was secretly in love with a bad girl in this class. You will be jealous and bullied. In the face of such a young and beautiful girl, this mysterious foreign student in front of her, no matter how unreasonable she made a request from GHS, in order to get rid of her scars and get rid of the past, she would honestly agree. After all, Kuruzawa originally planned to give up everything to get rid of the weak self who was bullied by others in the past. But in the end, this man just offered to help him with things? What do you mean? Is she not cute enough or curvy enough? So there is an old saying that a woman's heart has needles at the bottom of the sea, she can't grasp it, she can't see it clearly, and the girl who was very uneasy a second ago, worried about what kind of sexual demands Gong Liang Che will have, has already raised a trace of dissatisfaction in her heart. What the hell? Does this mean she is unattractive? Gong Liang Che's face was a little unsightly. For the time being, please forgive this guy Kuruzawa. After all, this guy is from Sakurajima, so he probably didn't understand the word "that's it," and it had a sarcastic connotation in his place. Take a step back and see the sky, Gong Liang Che thought so in his heart, but his mouth was not forgiving. Oh, doing things for me is not just ordinary work. Sure enough, he didn't like to take a step back. Oh, Kuruzawa's face turned slightly red, and he was in a dilemma. After a while of boredom, he closed his eyes and shouted, Anyway, I agree to your conditions. But I also have a request on my side. I hope Gong Liang can keep it a secret for me and not tell other students about my past. Also, Gong Liang classmate, can you help me pretend to be in a relationship? No matter how embarrassed and unwilling he is, as long as he can completely cut off the past and stop being bullied, Kuruzawa has the determination to give everything. That's why she put forward a request to pretend to be in a relationship here. When it comes to ways to improve the status of the class, the girl can only come up with such a stupid way. Having seen Gong Liang Che's extraordinary eyesight today, and his ability to not be deceived by a huge amount of 100,000 points in the classroom, it all shows that this boy is bound to become a very high-ranking person in Class D in the future. So, as long as you become the girlfriend of this Gong Liang Che classmate, even if it's just a fake, then you can be promoted to someone with a higher status in the class, right? With this, you can no longer fall into the tragic situation of being bullied by others, right? This is her, Kuruzawa Megami's true thoughts. This is the choice she, Kuruzawa Megami, made to protect herself. After being slashed by someone with a knife to her lower abdomen, she has come to understand that the past cannot be changed, and no one can change it. The gods are cruel, the world is ruthless. Her personality was devastated after being scratched by a knife that day, losing her youth, friends and ego. It also gave Kuruzawa the determination to be superior to others. No matter how much he annoys others, no matter how much he is talked about, it is much better than being bullied again. She doesn't need any youth, let alone true love, the important thing is to protect herself, that's all. In order to protect herself, she will do anything necessary. She has an incomparably clear perception of herself. She is a parasite, a pitiful, weak creature who cannot survive alone and can only rely on the strong. Gong Liang Che was shocked by Kuruzawa's proposal, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Did this guy hit him with his idea? After thinking for a while, Gong Liang Che did not answer directly, but once again talked about an irrelevant topic. This school is very special. As soon as I entered the school, students misunderstood, thinking that there would be 100,000 points every month, but it is conceivable that there are 160 freshmen in one grade, and the school will spend 16 million every month. What about 3 years? Say there are senior students. Therefore, it is impossible for the school to have such a wealth of money to support students who cannot create value. Next month, the individual points of students in each class will fluctuate greatly. Perhaps Class A has the most and Class D has the least. Because I saw a lot of senior students on the way back. Among them, the students in senior Class A looked leisurely, and the seniors in senior Class D were frowning. This student is very unfriendly to students in Class D. Kuruzawa also remembered Gong Liang Che's theory in the classroom. Although he didn't understand why the boy changed the subject again, he still listened obediently. After Gong Liang Che had a general description, he raised his hand and took a sip of the black tea. Tell the girls about this information. In this way, your class status will be guaranteed. Kuruzawa didn't react for a while, and then he realized Gong Liang Che's intention. If he wanted to maintain a superior position in the class, he didn't need to be someone's girlfriend, he just needed to show his ability and value. And isn't this information the best value? If she said these discoveries in the class she just entered, she must have gained a group of fans in Class D, right? But Kuruzawa hesitated a little. Isn't this what Gong Liang's observation summed up? Let me tell, is it really okay? Gong Liang Che didn't care. The higher your class status, the better you can help me in the future. Kuruzawa didn't know how many times she complimented this young man of the same age. This mysterious international student had a far-reaching vision than she imagined. I see. I will publicize this matter well, and I will tell my classmates that I followed Gong Liang and heard the analysis and summary. Kuruzawa, who came up with such a policy, has unparalleled seriousness and dedication in his blue eyes. He must think that Gong Liangche needs to establish his prestige in the class, not just himself. Gong Liangche took another look at Kuruzawa. This girl really has a lot of potential, and she is very considerate of others. If it is possible, maybe in the not-too-distant future, he and this girl will develop a better relationship. Not necessarily how interesting things are. Asterisk. Chapter 7a Bland January, with a blank paper. The next day, Gong Liangche yawned, took a simple wash and had breakfast, and then carried his school bag to go to class. God knows how many years he has not experienced school life seriously. After chatting with Kuruzawa yesterday, I sent the girl away. He also went to the Kiyaki shopping center to buy daily necessities and some ingredients. The dormitory has a single-person kitchen, and the breakfast made by himself is more suitable for appetite. When he came to the classroom of Class D, unexpectedly, there were many girls looking at him more or less. Gong Liangche is a little puzzled. He has cleaned up his appearance before going out, and he is confident that there is absolutely no hair curling or other small problems. How can he attract so many girls' attention? But after taking 2 steps, Gong Liangche let go of his doubts. After all, in these eyes, there is only curiosity and exploration, not the meaning of watching a play. Maybe it's because he's a little handsome? It is not surprising that he is 185 in height, which is relatively rare in Sakurajima. Here Gong Liangche just sat down when he saw several girls gathered in front of the classroom, making noises and whispering something, and then pushing and shoving Kuruzawa out of the small group. Let Kuruzawa come over with a suspicious blushing face and stop in front of Gong Liangche's desk. What's the situation? Gong Liangche asked in a low voice. He couldn't understand Kuruzawa's expression. Kuruzawa also lowered his voice, trying not to let the people on the left and right hear. I asked them to go shopping together last night, during which I told Gong Liang what you found. I immediately made them suspicious and said why I stayed with you on the first day of school. I had to say something that I admired more about you to cover up. Gong Liangche understood. Kuruzawa thought that in order not to monopolize the benefits, it was estimated that Kuruzawa was hyping him up in front of the class girls, making the class girls suspicious. In order to cover up what happened in the dormitory yesterday, Kuruzawa chose to lie, probably saying something similar to having a crush on Gong Liangche. That's why these girls made such a fuss this morning and pushed Kuruzawa over. According to the thoughts of these adolescent female classmates, it is estimated that they want to make a good couple, right? After understanding the current situation, Gong Liangche stopped talking, put on a gentle face, and chatted casually with Kuruzawa, which was also to help Kuruzawa establish his class status. If Kuruzawa came over to talk to him with a blushing face, and let her go back without saying a word, the prestige of the class would be reduced to some extent. After chatting until the teacher entered and started the class, Kuruzawa returned to his seat, which attracted the girls in the area to start flying small notes, trying to get a little bit of gossip from Kuruzawa. The strange thing is that, unlike normal schools, even if the small pieces of paper are flying around, the teachers do not have any intention to stop them, so they leave the lectures on the podium to take care of themselves, and let the behavior of the students below. Seeing this scene, not only the girls, but also the boys began to take out their mobile phones under the desks, or covered them with books, and started playing single-player mobile games or chatting in skirt groups. Originally, the students of Class D thought it was just the geography teacher who didn't manage it strictly, but then they found out that, not to mention the other subject teachers, even Sabashira Sae, who was the class guide, didn't care about the future, and they completely let go. Openly playing with the mobile phone in the classroom, I don't even bother to cover it up. When I get tired of playing, I lie down and go to sleep. When I wake up, I continue to play. It's quite a taste of life. Gong Liangche, who was in the last row of seats, had a panoramic view of all this, with a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Should it be said that it was aimed at him? It's really hard for a high-level education school to recruit such a large number of mediocre talents who can't support the wall into Class D. Gong Liangche, who knew the original plot ahead of time, of course knew the behavior of the students in Class D, which would keep the class points of Class D deducted. Class points, as the name suggests, the points of a class, just started. The 4 ABCD classes will have 1000 points, the students of each class. The personal points that can be obtained at the beginning of each month are calculated by multiplying the class points by 100. But any classroom disciplinary behavior will deduct class points, in other words, it will affect the number of personal points in the next month. Gong Liangche thought for a while and decided to leave it alone for the time being. He felt that it was necessary to let the students of Class D suffer a miserable time according to the original trajectory. Humans, if they did not experience pain, they would never know how to reform. At that time, Class D, who has experienced hardships, will be more convenient for his integration, and will become a weapon for him to deal with this academy. Time passed so slowly, and soon the end of the month was approaching. Kuruzawa routinely came to talk to Gong Liangche before class started. With the daily chat during this period, because Gong Liangche can pick up any topic, Kuruzawa seems to slowly let go of his grievances, and the chat is quite lively, so that many girls in Class D think that the first couple in the class couples are coming. And just at this moment, Chibashira walked in with a test question. Everyone quietly returned to their seats and started the class quiz. The results of this quiz will not be stored in the library, which means that it will not cause any impact, just to test you. What you can learn in a month, you can master it. Immediately, a lot of opinions came from the students in Class D. They all thought that the school was a little broken and started to attack them. They didn't care about it this time. What? I thought this school was a happy school, but it's the same as other schools, specializing in this kind of sneak attack. That's right, I'm not prepared for the ride, I haven't reviewed it yet. Teacher, let's forget it this time. Anyway, if the results of the small test are not stored in the database, we will not take the test. It's a pity that Chibashira suppressed all the noisy remarks with his cold eyes. Kuruzawa was also going back to his seat, and just before he left, he heard Gong Liangche indifferently exhorting, for this small test, just hand in blank. Nothing. Kuruzawa's footsteps suddenly stopped. And he looked back at Gong Liangche in surprise, confirming. The rest of the classmates also looked at Gong Liangche more or less. In the past month, thanks to Kuruzawa, everyone in the class has heard many of Gong Liangche's discoveries. But very concerned about Gong Liangche's conclusion. Even Saji Sae, who was above the podium, stared at Gong Liangche with a smile on his face, like a general looking at a BMW, and a swordsman looking at a sword, as if he were looking at some rare treasure. This is a piece of advice to Kuruzawa. Gong Liangche vaguely remembers that this quiz in the first semester of practical teaching is not included in the transcript, but if the midterm exam is not higher than this quiz, it will be directly dropped out. In order to avoid Kuruzawa's risk of dropping out of school, it is better to simply get a blank score of 0. No matter what the midterm exam is, it must be higher than 0. Seeing Gong Liangche's serious expression, Kuruzawa no longer hesitated, and returned to his seat with the idea of trusting Gong Liangche, but Gong Liangche's remarks aroused the dissatisfaction of the girl at the next table. The beautiful black long straight girl named Horikita Suzuan, who had not had a conversation at the adjacent table for a month and was almost as cold as Chibashira, said dissatisfiedly, "Shiromon? Are you really a student for your behavior? I saw that you found a lot of information from the school before, and I thought you were very good. It seems that my eyes were wrong." Asterisk. Chapter 8 The Cruel Reality. 8/10. After Horikita left a few words coldly, he stopped looking at Gong Liangche, as if he didn't want to communicate with Gong Liangche at all, making Gong Liangche a little stunned. Then Gong Liangche rubbed his temples as if understanding. It is no wonder that in the original plot, the popularity of this Horikita is so low. It is not without reason. Just because of his initial arrogance, if it is not for the anime modification, it is estimated that there are few people like her. Ignore her for the time being. In the first semester of the first year, this Horikita Suzune can be said to have played no role at all. The small test paper had already been sent from the front. He thanked Gu Kongwu, and Gong Liangche took the test paper. He didn't even read the test paper, he wrote his name and put it aside. On the left front, Wang Miu looked back at Gong Liangche from time to time. Seeing that he was really planning to give a blank, she opened her mouth anxiously. She realized that she was taking an exam, so she closed her mouth in embarrassment and turned her head back frequently. Gong Liangche responded with a reassuring smile, indicating that this fellow don't need to think too much, he can just do his own thing with peace of mind. He is really worried, this fellow with a pure heart, don't think about any mess that will give him the answer bar. Seeing Gong Liangche's smile, Wang Miu nodded in response, and turned her head a little uneasy, and quietly observed the test questions. Not long after, the quiz was over, and Chazua took the test paper and left the classroom without saying anything. Only then did the students relax and continue chatting with each other. Looking at such an extremely relaxed scene, Gong Liangche couldn't help laughing secretly. By tomorrow, the beginning of May, they probably won't be able to laugh. It did not exceed Gong Liangche's expectations. On the first day of May, the students of Class D arrived in the classroom far earlier than usual. The students who used to be on time or even late were also uncharacteristically and took their seats early. Have you got your points? I haven't received any points from the school this month. Yet, haven't you received points either? What the hell is going on? Could it be something wrong with the school? Will it be the same as what Gong Liang said, the school can't give us 100,000 points every month? But even so, if you don't give 100,000, you should give 10,000 to 20,000 to live. According to Chibashira's class guide, the school will give out points in the early morning on the first day of every month. Even though Gong Liangche talked about this on the first day of school, they tried their best to save points and still have a deposit, but there is no credit in the new month, which still makes them panic. Gong Liangche, who was still on the verge of stepping into the classroom, saw such a panic-stricken scene. Many students were eyeing Gong Liangche and seemed to want to get some information from this boss. Student Gong Liang, do you know what's going on with this month's points? It was a girl who asked Kuruzawa's next table, Maya Sato, who was similar to Kuruzawa. A hot girl with a knot tied around her waist. Kuruzawa and the other girls who played well also looked over. Gong Liangche just wanted to explain. When he saw Suzuki Chibashira walking towards the end of the corridor with a roll of paper between his arms, he wanted to save some energy. Teacher Chibashira is here, she will explain everything. Just this sentence caught the eyes of the whole class, and they looked at Suzuki Chibashira who was behind. Suzuki Chibashira chuckled disdainfully, and let Gong Liangche return to his seat. He walked up to the podium on his own, and spread out the roll of white paper and stuck it on the blackboard. I saw 4 lines of data clearly written on the white paper. Class A, 960 points. Class B 650 points. Class C 490 points. Class D at midnight. Chibashira put on a rather unrestrained posture, with his left hand on his hips and his right hand on the class points list. You must have a lot of doubts right now, right? For example, I woke up today and found that my personal points have not increased at all. Chibashira's voice was still cold, and it seemed that after a month, a wider gap had opened up between him and the students of Class D, but there is no need to doubt, and there is no need for any peculiar idea of the school's problems. This is the fact that you can't deny. This month, the personal points you can get are 0 points. If you continue like this, let alone this month, even next month, or even the next 3 years, you can only 0 income. What? When the students of Class D heard such amazing news, they looked at each other. An elegant boy with short brown hair stood up and asked on behalf of the classmates, "Teacher, the personal points are 0, is it related to the points of this class?" He is Yasuke Hirata. He is gentle and eager to help his classmates. After this month, he is one of the very high-ranking people in Class D. That's right. Chibashira tapped the paper with his right hand. Both individual points and class points are calculated by the school's most outstanding system, the S system. The system itself can calculate the specific ability of students' comprehensive behavior judgment, and it can also measure the comprehensive level of each grade and each class. Class points are an expression of the overall level of the class. At first, the school will give each of the 4 classes 1,000 points, and at the beginning of each month, individual points will be awarded based on the class points multiplied by 100. Unfortunately, you have deducted too many points, and the class points are completely 0. Speaking of which, among the students over the years, you are also the most exaggerated class of poor students I have ever seen. In just 1 month, you will have a full 1,000 point class. The point deduction is really rare. Hirata learned the details of the school, and his gentle face also became a little unwilling. But Chibashira-sensei, why are we deducting 1,000 points? Is there any misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Chibashira couldn't hold back her coldness, and sneered, "A total of 98 times of being late and absent, and 391 times of private conversations or cell phone use in class. Deducting so much is nothing, right?" The rest of the students were even more irritable when they heard it, accusing it of concealment from the school. If the school had fulfilled the responsibility of informing in advance, would they be so unhappy and happy? Enough. Chibashira directly smashed his right hand this time and slapped it heavily on the podium. The huge metal sound suppressed the accusations of the students. Classroom discipline: when you get to high school, do you still need the school to inform you? This sentence alone blocked the unwillingness of all the students. Yes, such a simple and straightforward obligation has F***ed high school students. Do you still need people to remind me? Many students turned pale immediately. In this month of life, they all saw that the school cafeteria had a free set meal, which was the most reluctant combination meal of white rice and yam goods, but that's all. If there are no personal points in the next time, even if they listened to Gong Liang Che's words and saved some points, it is impossible for them to survive for 3 years, right? This school is completely different from what they thought. It is not a paradise for their students, but an extremely harsh devil's hell. At this moment, the students of Class D fully realized this extremely cruel reality. Asterisk. Chapter 9: The Horror of Everyone. No way. If you don't count in the future, you will have to eat that yam set meal for 3 years? I don't want it. Damn it, who wants to accept this fact? Even if each student recognizes the reality, they still spit out complaints to vent their dissatisfaction. If they keep silent in their hearts, it will probably detonate even greater resentment. Chibashira on the podium listened to these broken words. His eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. If you can't accept it, drop out of school. The school fully respects the personal wishes of students. As long as students submit their withdrawal applications voluntarily, the school will basically accept them. It just so happens that even if it is a free package, the money saved can be used for other meaningful things. Chibashira's words completely suppressed the students' complaints and dropped out. They were unwilling to accept this only. Sakurajima cares about a clean resume. Just like an office worker, if he is fired or resigned voluntarily, after having such a resume, it will be difficult to join a second company. Here, a lifetime employment system is emphasized. Not only for office workers, but also for students. If they need to transfer schools for family reasons or other reasons, it's okay to say, but once the resumes of dropping out are recorded on the file, will other schools accept them? Not to mention some students, they are still very concerned about the high treatment of the Advanced Nurturing Academy for free from all expenses for 3 years. Most importantly, this school has a commitment that as long as you graduate successfully, you will get a large amount of social resources to help you achieve your desired career dreams, ensure your future employment, and get a completely reliable and stable ideal future. As everyone knows, this last thought was also completely smashed by Saba Shirasagi mercilessly. By the way, don't think that you will survive for 3 years in such poverty, and everything will be fine. The promise of contracting future careers given by the school before admission is only valid for students in Class A. That is to say, even if the remaining 3 BCD classes graduate normally, if they fail to advance to Class A, they will not be able to enjoy any social resources from the school. The sudden explanation made most of the students in Class D stand up directly, and the scene was almost out of control, only valid for students in Class A. Why? Why is only Class A able to enjoy the school's social resources? Humph. Chibashira didn't care at all about the students standing up, eyes like hawks, forcibly suppressed all the turbulent voices. Don't you understand? This school pursues true power supremacy. After the school's evaluation, the top students with outstanding ability and outstanding people are gathered in Class A. Such a class is worthy of the school's investment of social resources to support. In other words, all of you gathered in Class D are just some defective products. How can you enjoy the resources of the school? This is also Chibashira's biggest dissatisfaction, right? Because of Gong Liangche alone, the school deliberately lowered the quality of students in this year's D class, in order to make it difficult for Gong Liangche to defeat the highly cultivated Bet. This indifferent tone with almost no emotion, like a huge hammer, slammed hard on the hearts of Class D students, as if to completely smash their hearts. At least in Gong Liangche's eyes, Chibashira's last statement ignited the anger of several students. One of them was his cold neighbor Horikita Suzuan, who looked at her frowning and clenching her fists. Very dissatisfied with the school putting her in Class D, right? Horikita sat steadily, but couldn't help but wanted to raise his hand to ask questions, but was preempted. The boy in the first row on the right closest to the classroom door slapped the table and yelled, "I will never accept it." Teacher. Did you make a mistake? There must be something wrong with the school, right? I don't think that I, with first-class grades, will be assigned to Class D. It was Terahiko Yukimura, a thin man with glasses. Gong Liangche only had a rough impression of him, so he could barely recognize him. Seeing this, Horikita stopped raising her hands and waited for Chibashira's approval to ask questions, and said, "Yes, there is a problem with the school's assignment. In yesterday's quiz, the first questions were simple questions at the middle school level, but the difficult questions at the back were far more difficult than first graders, but I was confident that I could answer them all correctly. Also, whether it was the written test or interview before admission, I'm confident that I'll be in the top 5. I shouldn't be in Class D." Whether it was the angry Yukimura, or the calm and confident Horikita, Chibashira didn't say anything, and only used the conclusion to repress the two. "Oh, this is the school's evaluation of you, there is absolutely no problem. It's like in the future, when you graduate and leave school and go to work hard in the society, what you do will naturally be evaluated by others, rather than sum up your own value by yourself. I don't need to say much about this, the results have been decided. By the way, let me tell you some bad news. As I said before, this school is the first in strength, and it is impossible for you to pass through it so safely. Students who fail a subject in the final exam will be dropped out immediately, and the midterm exam will be 3 weeks later." On the first day of early May, Chibashira calmly said one after another shocking message, as if to completely subvert these students. "By the way, this is the specific result of your quiz yesterday." Chibashira did not leave any room for students to react, and directly picked up another piece of white paper and pasted it on the blackboard. The passing line set by the school is the average grade of the class. Divide by 2. That is to say, if this quiz is true, all students with scores below 28 will drop out. While talking, Chebashira also used a red marker to draw a red line on the transcript. Below the red line, there were 9 students. Among them, the names of Gongliang Che and Kuruzawa K are naturally included. Because of the reason that the two of them handed a blank, their grades are all 0. Chebashira continued, in addition, the school also has a rule that even if you pass the average score in the midterm exam, if your score is lower than the quiz, you will be expelled. After saying this, Chebashira stared at Gongliang Che meaningfully, and by the way, glanced at Kuruzawa. Kuruzawa's small face was originally frightened by the successive explosions, but when she heard the last sentence, she slowly let out a sigh of turbidity. No matter what, she could not get a score lower than 0 in the midterm test. Thinking of this, Kuruzawa turned his head in horror and looked in the direction of Gongliang Che in the last row of the classroom. Gongliang classmate, he already knew this? That's why she told her to hand in a blank paper. Not only Kuruzawa, Wang Miu, Aji Yakyasuk, Hirata, even Horikita, all twisted their necks with disbelief, focusing on Gongliang Che. How far has this boy seen through this strength-only school that destroys the students' 3 views? Today, they first did not have personal points to be credited, and then, under the explanation of Chebashira class guide, they were probably forced to understand that this school has only scales and claws, but this person has already passed through. There are so many fogs, have you understood the truth? Asterisk. Chapter 10 Is the teacher free? Go for a coffee together? Okay, this is the end of the explanation, you should think about it carefully, how to pass this midterm exam. Chebashira focused on a few students, and left the classroom without thinking, leaving the D-class students to communicate on their own. Seeing the class leader leave, many students immediately exploded and scolded, some criticized the school, and some criticized the inexplicable dropout system. The tall red-haired boy in the last row near the back door of the classroom even got up and kicked his seat. What? Defective products gather? Not only will I not be able to get personal points in the future, but I will also be punished by other classes. Look down on UBD. Syudu. Gongliang Che, who hasn't spoken much, called out to the furious red-haired man. The red-haired man is named Ken Syudu. He is not good at studying, but has excellent physical ability. Basketball player. What? Syudu is a high school student anyway, not a silly elementary school student. Even if he has a bit of a temper, it doesn't mean he has no brains at all. From Gongliang Che's remarks earlier, this stubborn boy still felt that he should listen to the words of the mysterious international student, so he suppressed his anger and his tone was not so aggressive before asking. Gongliang Che was a little satisfied immediately. Although he said that this class of D class was a little weak, but fortunately, it was not hopeless. While planning a plan to subdue the class, he did not forget to answer, points will be deducted for being late or for deserting in class, and it is estimated that points will be deducted for damaging the class items. It's better not to kick the stool. Compared with this, it is better to discuss how to add points to the class and how to pass this midterm exam. Syudu and the rest of Gongliang Che's students who were silent as soon as he spoke were stunned for a moment, and then reacted in unison. Many people secretly aimed at the 2 cameras in the front and rear of the classroom. Syudu also hurriedly raised his chair, and wiped it with his cuff in a guilty conscience. Even if the flight points were 0 now, he didn't want to try to see if there was a possibility of being deducted as a negative score. The boy Hirata Yasuk, who was the first to ask Chebashira's question and had brown short hair and was very popular, took the initiative to come over. Gongliang-san, is there a way to pass the midterm exam? Interesting, Gongliang Che looked at Hirata and commented in his heart. There are 2 points he just said, one is to increase the class points, and the other is to pass the midterm exam. Compared with the class points, this person is more concerned about whether the midterm exam will cause the rest of the students to be dropped out of school. Gongliang Che thought about the boy's flaws. After all, other than him, the rest of the people who were assigned to Class D must have their reasons. In the original plot, Hirata Yasuke seems to exist as the leader of the class. He is recognized as a bad guy. No matter who is in trouble in the class, he will try his best to help. It's a pity that Gong Liang-che has crossed into this world without reading all the content. He only knows that Hirata is so enthusiastic to help others because of something in the past, but he doesn't know the specific event. I'll explore it later. For now, I'll continue with my plan. Hirata-san, don't worry, I went to chat with a few senior students a month ago. From this, I found a rule, that is, the first midterm exam in the first semester of each class of students after enrollment, the test paper will not change. That is to say, everyone in the class, who are not confident about passing the midterm exam, can make up the points and go to the senior students to buy previous year's exam papers. Of course, the price doesn't need to be too high. Looking for a second-year D-class student, you should be able to buy it at around 10,000 points. Of course, this is just a stopgap measure. You still need to work hard for the final exams in the future. Let Kuruzawa tell you. She and I are in contact with senior students. If you can't find anyone, she can help. Now I need to go to teacher Chibashira and ask about one thing. Waved his hand, leaving behind such a customs clearance strategy, Gong Liang-che left the classroom, which was also for Kuruzawa's consideration. Kuruzawa has said several times before that she is now barely the core of some girls in the office, but due to the existence of another popular girl, Kushida Kikyo, who claims to want to make friends with all graders, she is a little uneasy. Law to ensure status. So here, leave it to Kuruzawa. After such an incident, Kuruzawa can also be appreciated by others in the class, and it is logical to ascend to the top of the class. As for why he went to Chibashira, it was not for asking any questions, but for a person. Just when Sabashira Sae left and the class was in a panic, Gong Liang-che noticed that not only Horikita followed, but also Horikita's table next to the left, the person in the last row of the class who was closest to the corner, Ayanokaji Qinglong also followed. For Ayanokaji, a pivotal character in the original book, Gong Liang-che felt that he had to take a look at it, as a kind of check-in card, similar to the idea of a cruise. In the setting of the original book, Ayanokaji is in existence with a double ceiling of intelligence and force, but Gong Liang-che, who believes that he has accepted the baptism and inheritance of a 1,000-year-old family, can still suppress Ayanokaji, so that he can have such a relaxed mood. Go check it out. Along the corridor, when approaching the class guide's office, Gong Liang-che saw Sabashira Sae, who was smoking a lady's cigarette. Or looking at the speed at which the lady's cigarette was burning, Chibashira took the initiative to stop and wait for the person who came out of the classroom. As for Ayanokaji, he was standing beside him with an expressionless, dead fish face. I don't know what Horikita was asking, anyway. Chibashira, who was even colder than her, shook his head in disappointment and then turned to Ayanokaji and Gong Liang-che. Compared to these two talented people, Horikita, you are far worse. Chibashira greeted Ayanokaji while saying something to attract hatred. Come first, come later, Gong Liang, can you wait a little longer? No problem. Gong Liang-che didn't care about the order in which he asked for advice. After all, it wasn't his intention. I didn't have anything to ask, I just wanted to invite teacher Chibashira for a cup of coffee. Horikita, who was originally very unwilling, suddenly heard such a nonsensical invitation, and there were a few small question marks on his forehead. Such a drastic change has taken place. This boy, do you still want to drink coffee? Even though Ling Xiaolu's expression didn't change, he still looked like a dead fish. He still looked at Gong Liang-che more. He probably felt that his invitation was too weird to understand, right? Number. If Horikita was confused, Chibashira was a little angry, and a pound sign appeared on his forehead. It's only the first class, do you want to leave early? As a teacher, and even as a class leader, although he was very detached and laissez-faire before, disregarding the discipline of the students in his own class, Chibashara did not let Gongliang Che leave early in front of him. It doesn't matter. Gongliang Che didn't care about such details, anyway, it won't be deducted as a negative number after the class points drop to 0, so it's better to violate the school rules when there are no new class points coming in. Besides, Chibashara-sensei, aren't you all right today? Why don't you just relax and enjoy a morning latte? Asterisk. Chapter 11. Can you make a move on the score? As if he was defeated, Chibashara deeply inhaled all the ladies' cigarettes and spit it out, causing Horikita to take 2 steps back. Afterwards, Shasha took out a lipstick-style cigarette extinguisher from the pocket of his coat, and pressed the cigarette butt into it. Leaving early is only allowed this time. If you go to the coffee shop, you can't say anything interesting. I will make you realize what it means to be a student. Gongliang Che smiled without saying a word, completely ignoring Shasha's threat. Ayanokaji waited for a while before asking for one thing he wanted to confirm. Mr. Chibashara, apart from the midterm and final exams, is there any other reason for the school to drop out? Ayanakaji's voice was far more insipid than those from Chibashara and Horikita. If Chibashara and Horikita were just cold, then this man's voice was truly distant from the world and seemed to be ignorant of emotion. Gongliang Che really knows Ayanakaji's background. This crippled-faced teenager comes from an experimental facility called White Room in Sakurajima. The specific purpose of the organization is to manufacture talents with mass production and reliability, so as to supply outstanding people to the society. The reason why I understand it is not only that Gongliang Che has seen the original plot, but also that the talent cultivation techniques used in White Room come from all over the world, and even bought 1 or 2 ancient martial arts from Gongliang's family for a lot of money to cultivate talents. However, because the training in the White Room was too inhumane, and all the children involved in the training were children, very few children could survive one training after another, and most of the children fell into this facility. Ayanakaji is the only exception, and the only successful case among the 4th generation of the White Room. It's just that Ayanakaji didn't want to stay in the White Room, so he escaped to the high school. After all, this is the place of the big man of Sakurajima. Even if there is a behind-the-scenes existence in the White Room, he can't easily bring it back to Ayanakaji. After finally coming to this school, Ling Xiaolu naturally wanted to find out the rules for dropping out. He just wanted to stay here for 3 years, but he didn't want to be taken away by dropping out of school for no reason. Chibashara stared at Ayanakaji with interest. Ayanakaji, you are such an interesting student, you actually ask this, but unfortunately, due to school rules, I can't explain it. The facially paralyzed teenager who couldn't get an answer simply changed the point of chat. Compared to being interesting, classmate Gongliang is better. Chibashara ignored Ayanakaji's change of topic. I've seen your entrance exam scores: 50 points in Hyuxia, 50 points in mathematics, 50 points in English, 50 points in society, 50 points in nature. Incidentally, this is the second quiz is also 50 points. Ayanakaji, maybe your academic ability is higher than Horikita. Horikita only felt that within an hour of today, he had been hit more than the past year, and he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. No matter what, Horikita would not think that the fixed 50 points for each subject in each exam would be an accident. There is only one explanation, that is, this facially paralyzed teenager has high academic ability. So high that he can perfectly answer the entire test paper, so that he can accurately control the score at will. Before entering school, Horikita had always been extremely proud, but she never imagined that she would be hit by Chibashara one after another. Ling Xiaolu insisted on keeping a low profile, and did not waver in the line of avoiding the limelight. This is just an accident, right? It doesn't explain anything. In terms of academic ability, Gongliang-san is more likely to outperform Horikita, right? Accidental? Then consider it an accident. Chibashara skipped the topic with a half-smile. and didn't plan to ask Ayanokaji in the corridor. She had time to consider the details of this facially paralyzed student. On the contrary, it is Gong Liangche's side, who needs to pay attention as soon as possible. Let him help to intervene in the class promotion. Gong Liang, he is a special recruit of the chairman, and he was admitted to the school without any paper grades. In the case of the small test, I deliberately handed in a blank paper. If you want to compete in academic ability, you have to talk about this midterm test. Gong Liangche listened so cheerfully, without telling them that the midterm exam had already been taken care of. After Horikita and Ayanokaji left, Gong Liangche and Chibashira walked side by side to the Kiyaki Cafe. Most of the school's life, entertainment, and food venues are located in the Kiyaki shopping center. I ordered a thick latte by myself. After Shashu asked for a vanilla latte, the two sat opposite each other. Maybe they were in a hurry. Shashu's amazing heart swayed up and down for a while, making Gong Liangche feel earned this latte. Shashu seemed to be under a lot of pressure. She took out a cigarette case from her pocket as soon as she sat down, but she was in the store. Even though there were only her and Gong Liangche, the cafe was very empty. She just sighed and put it away. The cigarette case was put back. Speak. You specially invited me to the coffee shop. You must want to talk about something in detail, right? Gong Liangche didn't even think about trying to piss off the female teacher's appetite, and cut to the chase. Teacher's authority, how many personal points can be transferred to students at most? If I transfer enough points, maybe I can fulfill teacher Chibashira's wish and take Class D to Class A. Chibashira frowned. This student was too smart. She saw through her obsession on the first day of school, making it very difficult for her to cope. While it was difficult, Chibashira was also very happy, because the young man in front of him had noticed the most important basis for navigating this school: personal points. At the previous class meeting, Chibashira had clearly stated that within this school, personal points would replace cash, and at the same time, there was nothing that personal points could not buy. There are a lot of sayings here, not to mention buying the test papers of last year's senior students. Even if you directly buy the answers of this test, it is possible to achieve. Not to mention personal points, there are other more magical uses. Chibashira, with complicated emotions, for the sake of his obsession, still chose to explain within the scope of the school rules, the personal points owned by teachers cannot be transferred to students. The school's system will fully monitor this. Once it is found, it will be punished. And the points obtained by the students will also be recycled, and it will not be able to play the role of purchase. This is from the source, and Gong Liangche's plan to get points from the teacher has been cut off. That's really a pity. Gong Liangche took a sip of his coffee lightly. It doesn't matter if the teacher's points are successful or not. He has more important things and needs the help of this teacher, Teacher Chazu. I don't know, can the scores of this midterm exam be a little bit trickier? Maybe, this will be more conducive to the cohesion of Class D. Chapter 12 Kushida Bellflower. After the conspiracy with Chibashira ended, Gong Liangche returned to his dormitory. It was rare to be able to skip class openly. He wanted to take the opportunity to play games. The shopping mall here is really rich in materials. You can play with computers and large single machines directly. There is absolutely no need to save points. Gong Liangche naturally has a way to obtain a large number of personal points in the future. It's just that in the middle of the game, there was a knock on the door. Gong Liangche could only pause halfway, glance at the time, and unknowingly reached the lunch break. At this point, who will come to visit? With such doubts in mind, Gong Liangche opened the dormitory door and saw a delicate-looking brown-haired girl standing outside the door shyly, clasping her hands together before her pleated skirt, looking rather coy. The girl wears a pale white headband, flattening the bangs, and the left and right hair hangs down, and the purple eyes under the brown hair have a faint charm. The most amazing thing is that the girl's capital far exceeds the level of her peers, which makes it easy for people to fall into it at a glance. With her sweet voice and appearance, it is estimated that no one will feel bad about such a beautiful girl, right? But unfortunately, Gong Liangche knew the girl's heart in advance, and it was not so easy to be deceived by the sweetness on the surface. Kushida Kikyo is a very popular and beautiful girl in Class D. According to her own statement, she likes to make friends with people the most, and her dream is to become friends with all the classmates of the grade. Such a pure dream, coupled with that calamity-level figure, has already gained a large number of fans in Class D in just 1 week of school, and seems to be quite popular in other classes, even the seniors. Definitely the strongest diplomat in Class D. So recently, Kuruzawa has been complaining to Gong Liangche vaguely. With Kushida's existence, she is completely unable to integrate the girls in the class, and she can only reluctantly rely on the information given by Gong Liangche to communicate with Gong Liangche. The Kushida chamber just resisted. It's a pity that all this is just a beautiful appearance, like a graceful rose growing in the wild. This seemingly sweet girl has such a presence of poisonous thorns. Gong Liangche, who has seen the original plot, knows Kushida's dark past. Due to his own bad reasons, Kushida once caused an extremely exaggerated class suspension in junior high school. It may sound unbelievable, but it is the truth. With just one effort, an entire class in junior high school can be suspended from school. Gong Liangche, who knew this in advance, was inevitably wary of this sweet girl, Kushida. Is something wrong? Kushida's superficial acting skills can be said to be impeccable. First, he raised his head slightly timidly, glanced at Gong Liangche's eyes quickly, and then quickly lowered his small head, with a hint of blush on his face. Disturbed Gong Liang-kun. Already. Just to see that Gong Liang-kun didn't come to the classroom this morning, worried that you are sick? Do you need someone to take care of you? Kushida's voice became lower and lower, as if he was really shy. In the process of speaking, he also secretly raised his head twice, pretending to sneak a glance. If it wasn't for Kushida's acting skills, I'm afraid that even Gong Liangche would be deceived into thinking that she is so pure and straight, right? No. Gong Liangche first denied the possibility of his illness, and then tested Kushida's intention. Thank you for your concern, Kushida. You can go back first, and you have to go to class after lunch break. Bar. Kushida was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that the boy in front of him would be able to reply in such a bland state after such a superb and unparalleled girl Huaishun's acting skills. Is this Lord Gong Liang blind? Can't you see her blushing face caused by secretly holding her breath? Or is this guy actually not into girls? Kushida was a little suspicious of life, but he still tried his best to show himself, pretending to be ashamed. Actually, in fact, this time I came here, I do have another thing, and I want to tell Gong Liang-kun. That's. Mr. Gong Liang, can you be with me? The girl's coy tone, matched with the glowing expression on her cheeks, may be very easy for boys to misunderstand what the girl wants to say next. Bar. It's a pity that Gong Liangche completely ignored it and just stood in the door frame and watched Kushida so calmly. He almost wrote the words "I'll just watch you perform" quietly on his face. Gong Liang-kun, can you make friends with me? Kushida couldn't hold back, and finally spit out the words in his heart. It's shameful to say, I actually want to be friends with all my classmates in the same grade. Although a few friends often say that this is whimsical, but if you don't try it, you will still be unwilling. So, Gong Liang-kun, can you become friends with me? He raised his head and looked directly at Gong Liangche. In this way, I intend to convey my false feelings. Gong Liangche suddenly wanted to laugh, or to applaud, which is not surprising. It is human nature. When you know the truth in advance and watch the performance again, it is easy to have such a state of mind. It's just that Kushida is so desperate to perform. If he laughs here, isn't it too disrespectful? To take care of Kushida's face, or to satisfy Gong Liangche's own bad taste? His answer can be said to be intriguing. It's not impossible, it's just that your dream, Kushida, may be a little difficult. Let's not talk about becoming friends with all the classmates in the whole grade. You may not be able to take care of your own class, such as the cold-faced adjacent table on my left, Horikita Suzuan. Can Kushida-san have the confidence to become friends with such a cold girl? Kushida hurriedly lowered his head, posing as if he was thinking about Gong Liangche's words, but in fact, on his downcast face, there was an expression that was so ferocious that he was terrified. Horikita Suzuan is definitely a taboo word in Kushida's heart. There is no other reason, just because Horikita and Kushida both graduated from the same junior high school, but that's why Kushida rejects Horikita so much. Since they all graduated from the same junior high school, as a student from his alma mater in the same grade and different classes last year, Horikita must have known about Kushida's unbearable past that led to the suspension of the whole class, right? If Horikita told others about this, how could she continue to pretend to be a little angel, Kushida Kikyo? How can you continue to be a close friend of others and control their secrets? It was because of this that Gong Liangche deliberately proposed Horikita's name, and because of this, many doubts arose in Kushida's heart. Why did this Gong Liangche turn a blind eye to her sweetness? Why did you suddenly mention Horikita? Did Horikita tell Gong Liangche about her past? Thinking of this, Kushida couldn't calm down, and the flames in his heart were about to burn down everything. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Do you really dare to play with fingerprints? Horikita-san, although she looks indifferent on the surface, she definitely wants to make friends in her heart, right? I will try my best to be her friend. Kushida had a lot of thoughts in his heart, but his superficial skills were not leaking after all. Continue to put on that sweet mask and say kind words for yourself in front of Gong Liangche. It's just that the flame in her heart is still burning, and it is still igniting the girl's resentment, so she didn't wait for Gong Liangche to reply. She pretended to casually glance at her watch, indicating that the lunch break was almost over, and she needed to go back to the classroom and leave. Looking at Kushida's back leaving with a trace of resentment, Gong Liangche found it interesting, and followed him silently, but don't get me wrong, he wasn't trying to do anything bad, he was just hungry. Now, I just want to drop by and go downstairs for lunch. It's just that they were on the way back home. If Gong Liangche didn't want Kushida to find out, Kushida wouldn't be able to find Gong Liangche's stocking no matter what. Kushida, who left the first-year dormitory building, said that he was going to return to the classroom. Instead of going straight to the teaching building, he looked around and found that there were no students around, and then went straight to the small woods next to the dormitory building. And go. No one should wonder why there are groves next to the school dormitory, right? After Kushida entered the grove, he deliberately went deeper for a while, and then carefully closed his eyes and listened carefully. Except for the rustling of the wind blowing the leaves, there was no other movement. She slowly opened her eyes, and the inside of the purple-red eyes was no longer sweet and moving, but had a terrifying and violent color. Let her temperament change from a diplomatic little angel to an ugly punishment officer in hell, kicking angrily and directly on an innocent tree beside her. Shake off a piece of leftover leaves. Damn it! Damn it! Horikita? Horikita! Why are you in this school? If you're not here, I can. And Gong Liangche? Why did he mention Horikita? Did Horikita tell him something? So, Horikita, this BCH. Bitchy. One foot after another, Kushida recklessly vented his dark emotions in this unmanned place, and a small pit was kicked out of the thick tree stump. The sawdust flew and the leaves kept falling, showing how angry Kushida was at the existence of Horikita in his heart. Gong Liangche, who had a hidden breath behind him and witnessed this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help but pat his hands and marvel, what a big resentment. Who? Kushida, who was dedicated to kicking the tree stump, immediately turned back and glared at the sound of applause and comments. The bad emotions in his eyes, I am afraid that with just one glance, even a dumbfounded crying baby who doesn't understand anything will be so frightened by the current Kushida that he can't stop crying at a glance, right? Seeing Kushida's face again, it was completely different and ferocious from the pure and sweet before, making Gong Liangche unable to help but sigh. There are still such double-faced sweethearts and babies in the world. Before crossing, I only read the plot text. After crossing over, I saw the real person changing face, and then I can really appreciate what kind of impact it is. It is difficult to think that the same person will have such bizarre expressions. Gong Liangche. Kushida walked towards Gong Liangche step by step, his expression slowly returning from impatience to calm, but this calm contained more malice. Kushida slowly walked to Gong Liangche and stopped in front of him, without the slightest shyness before, his eyes fixed on Gong Liangche's eyes like sharp swords, as if to decide if this man was lying. Have you seen it all? That's right. Gong Liangche didn't hide anything. I didn't expect, Kushida, your true face is far more shocking than I thought, and I really saw a good performance. Kushida gritted his teeth angrily, and the appearance of his clenched fists could even clearly see the blue veins. What Horikita told you? She needs to make a final confirmation. Gong Liangche shook his head in denial, and took the initiative to take a step forward to get closer to Kushida. At such a distance, the tip of their noses seemed to be only less than 1 centimeter apart, and they could even smell the fragrance of some kind of flower on Kushida. However, neither of them had the slightest bit of charm in their hearts. Kushida's face was frosty, and Gong Liangche smiled. No, it's just that you came to the door to perform, and I saw through it. I was curious and followed. I didn't expect to be able to see such an amazing violent gesture. As for Horikita, I'm really unfamiliar. Since the beginning of the school year, I probably haven't exchanged more than 10 words, and I deliberately mentioned her in front of the dormitory, just because, Kushida, you have been paying attention to her secretly for the past month. When Gong Liangche finished speaking, Kushida moved, grabbed Gong Liangche's wrist with lightning speed, and brought it up. At such a close distance, ordinary people may not be able to react, but Gong Liangche absolutely can. But Gong Liangche did not resist, but let Kushida do it, because Kushida didn't do anything to hurt him, and he didn't want to use any joint skills. Instead, it was extremely outrageous, and he took the initiative to buckle Gong Liangche's hand on his own vital point. At the same time, they were caught dead to prevent Gong Liangche from breaking free. Afterwards, Kushida's face was cold, like a ruthless thorn. Your fingerprints are already left on your clothes. If you don't want to be forced to drop out of school, don't say anything that shouldn't be said, Gong Liangche. This is just a tactic to delay the fight. Kushida, who was told her secret, only intends to use such a threat to temporarily stabilize Gong Liangche and keep him secret. When she finds a suitable opportunity, Gong Liang and Horikita, who know her secret, will definitely order her. These two dropped out. Excuse me. Gong Liangche advanced instead of retreating. He really didn't expect that after he showed his tracking ability, Kushida would still dare to play the trick of pressing his fingerprints. He could see that Kushida had limitations. No matter how ruthless he behaved, it was only like this. At most, he used a little trick behind his back, and if he really confronted people, it was still too naive. As Gong Liangche stepped forward, Kushida, who was a little stunned for a while, was pushed directly to the trees behind him without the ability to resist. Kushida is really confused. Does this person understand threats? She already has exact fingerprint evidence. Doesn't this person know what it is to be afraid of? Gong Liangche had a calm smile on his face from beginning to end. Do you think you can threaten me like this? Kushida, you are so naive. Fingerprints? You chose this no man's land. If I take away your coat, don't you have no evidence? Even if it's even more extreme, I'm afraid no one will listen to you if you cry out for help. Are you there? After all, it's the start of the afternoon class. This place is your choice. Teach you one thing: in such a situation of being alone, never provoke someone you can't defeat, otherwise, the end will be miserable. You. Kushida's eyes stared at Gong Liangche, full of violent emotions, brewing in it, suffering from not practicing martial arts, karate, and other skills. All Kushida can do now is staring. Asterisk. Chapter 14: The Existence That Lives on the Trust of Others. Gong Liangche looked down at Kushida. Oh, although I don't know what festivals you have with Horikita, it should have something to do with your junior high school. After all, that guy Horikita is cold and cold, but he doesn't seem like a guy who can offend people indiscriminately. That is to say, Kushida, you are so hostile, it is probably just because Horikita knows about some black stuff in your junior high school days. Kushida was completely speechless at this moment, and the purplish-red eyes that were full of hostility also showed a wavering color. She only felt that the boy in front of her was completely unreasonable. How could someone deduce a fact so close to the truth based on such a little clue? How much do you know? Kushida couldn't accept it at all. His own dark history was just like being unguarded, and was pushed out by Gong Liangche's insight so easily. Gong Liangche had to hide the secret of time travel, so he deliberately explained it. As usual, he just reversed the process based on the answer he knew in advance. I don't know much. But based on the previous reasoning and what you've done in the past month, Kushida, it's easy to draw a conclusion, right? I want to be friends with my classmates in all grades, and I'm still the kind of true friend who is close to me, not an ordinary superficial friend. Then, you must know the innermost thoughts of many of your friends, right? It's not surprising to know the secrets in the hearts of so many other people, and how big troubles will arise. Perhaps, it was because you made a big mess in your past junior high school, and when you wanted to start over at this high school, you discovered Horikita, a former student from your alma mater, so you were so hostile to her, right? Forget it, it's troublesome to guess. Why don't you be more direct, Kushida? Tell me. I'm very curious about your past. Kushida was completely unable to refute. Gong Liangche's words approached the truth step by step, like the sharpest famous sword, severing all her defenses, pointing straight to her dark heart. Maybe it was because his heart was too shaken at the moment, maybe it was because he had accumulated too much inner pressure this month and was interrupted by Gong Liangche halfway through venting. Kushida said as if giving up on himself, "Hey, Lord Gong Liang. Do you have any personal advantages that can be maintained in the first place?" No. Gong Liangche answered this question honestly. When it comes to ancient martial arts, the old men in Gong Liang's family are more ruthless than each other, and when it comes to knowledge, those professional scientists are far better than him. Even if it is to cross this point, in the heavens and the world, I don't know how many seniors who are traversing exist. He really can't think of a place where he can always maintain the first position. Ha! Hearing this, Kushida laughed, very evil and arrogant. Reality is so cruel, Lord Gong Liang. I can't say that I'm mediocre, but I'm definitely not a genius. This self-knowledge, there are still. It was fine when I was a kid. As long as I finished my homework, I would be praised by my parents. If I got the first place in the exam, I would be praised by my teachers and classmates around me, and they would praise me as a genius, saying that I could be admitted to Dongda University in the future. I can still remember the mood at that time. I was so excited and happy. Since then, I have been striving for the first place, exercising, studying, even cleaning the classroom and feeding goldfish. First, because of this, you can be praised. But, everything changed after I entered junior high school. I met guys who could surpass me in every field. I definitely couldn't win. Those geniuses who have talent in unique fields. Such a helpless reality has accumulated in my mind. Has Gong Liang ever felt this way? As long as you are human, you will feel unwilling to lose to others, right? I've been confused and escaped, and finally, I found one thing that only I can do and be the first, and that is, more trusted than anyone else. With my good looks, I'm a well-deserved number one in this regard. Like helping the disgusting boy I don't want to see in my heart, and the ugly girl who offended me and made me angry, I also started trying to make friends. I suppressed my inner disgust and shared my hypocritical smile and hypocritical tenderness without hesitation. So I became a celebrity. No matter my classmates, seniors, juniors, teachers, guardians, or even walking around strangers, trust and love me. I have succeeded. I am more trusted than anyone else. I will definitely never lose to others. The only existence that is number one in this regard. The trust of others is the meaning of my existence. Whenever others trust me and tell me their inner secrets, I will tremble with joy, grasping the important information of the other party, the happiness of being in power, and that is how I live my life. What? Gong Liang Che listened with interest. Although these can be learned from the original plot, Kushida himself narrates it, which undoubtedly adds a persuasive and empathetic power, making it easier to immerse yourself in her past. However, Gong Liang Che couldn't help but interject when he heard half of it. You said it yourself. Hold back your disgust and help those you don't want to help. Stop your heart for a long time and force yourself to do things you don't like. After a long time, I'm afraid your mind will collapse, right? Kushida frowned in dissatisfaction, and the faster he spoke, which seemed to be more able to express his displeasure. Nonsense, I have long since collapsed. Those people are really endless. Treat me as a friend? Why not? You say it's a trash can. No matter what is disgusting or hateful, you have to complain to me. Listening to these words all day, I am really tired to the point of nausea. But I can't show disgust. My fake smile must be on my face at all times. Only when there is no one around, do I dare to vomit it out in my stomach, so as to vent my excess accumulation and hear from her. Dark. In the end, I couldn't help it and posted all the darkness on an anonymous online blog, which made me feel much more comfortable. I didn't expect that I would be seen by my classmates and found out that I had leaked their secrets, causing me to be isolated from the class. Oh, it's ridiculous. Since that's the case, I'll just break out all their interpersonal secrets, like whoever spoofed who robbed whoever liked the boy, who said something to despise who. The whole class is like this. A fight broke out. Most of the malice directed at me was directed to the people who were slanderous in interpersonal relationships. The boys started to fight each other, and the girls also pulled each other's hair and slapped each other. There was chaos in the classroom. It was really exaggerated at the time. For this reason, the school is very distressed. After all, I just told the truth and didn't do anything that violated the school rules. The whole class operation stopped suddenly, and all the students in the class were suspended and reviewed at home. It's really funny. Kushida recounted all this, with a wicked smile on his face. How about it, Mr. Gong Liang? Is it a very boring story? Asterisk. Chapter 15 Vent, Failed Dropouts. After quietly listening to Kushida's recollections, Gong Liang Che-ming realized a fact. In your situation, you must be unwilling to go to a psychiatrist, right? Rather than psychotherapy, you want to continue to gain the trust of others, right? Kushida didn't give an answer, but her sullen eyes were full of approval. She didn't think it was a mental illness, let alone a twisted mind, just the way she lived. Gong Liang Che has no idea of persuading her to see a doctor. If the client is unwilling to accept treatment, no matter how good a psychiatrist is, it will be useless. For such a person with a twisted mind, he has to find another way to treat him, so Gong Liang Che is malicious and aggravated his strength. Kushitian was in a trance for a while, and the peach blossoms on his face, the anger that had brought pressure on people's hearts, all subsided a lot. You? Gong Liang Che, what are you trying to do? Me? According to his own memory, Gong Liang Che used the blood smoothing and stasis removing technique he learned from a certain book in Gong Liang's house, I'm just helping you. How is it? Now I feel that my heart is much better. What a joke, how could this be good? Kushida Yunern fought back, but halfway through his words, he realized that the truth was as Gong Liang Che said, and his heart eased a lot. How can this be? Since I came to this school, in order to gain the trust of others, I tried my best to smirk, constantly showing false tenderness, and made many friends, but I also heard the ugliness in the hearts of many friends. Coupled with the stimulation from Horikita and Gong Liang Che, she couldn't hold back at once, so she ran here and kicked things to vent her displeasure. The pain in her heart didn't ease much, but Gong Liang Che just gave people a kind of feeling. The misunderstanding of the corpse being scattered, the dark emotions in the heart, unexpectedly relieved most of it. Seeing this, Gong Liang Che knew it was done, and took the initiative to distance himself, and prepared to leave without looking back. The way to vent your unhappiness is not just violence. When you're in a bad mood, you can eat, have fun, and sing, including this, you can vent. Next time, if you feel that your feet hurt and you can't kick the tree, you are welcome to come and find me. Leaving the last sentence, Gong Liang Che also took the initiative to raise his hand and grasp the empty space, and then he left completely, leaving Kushitian in the same place. Kushida stupidly leaned his back against the tree, looked at the deserted forest in front of him, and subconsciously retracted his heart. Actually, really not disgusting. How incredible is this for Kushida? You know, the trash talk confided by many new friends, and Kushida, who is afraid of disgust to contact them, how huge is the accumulation of darkness in his heart. Kushida often accumulates too much inner pressure or dark emotions, causing his own nausea and vomiting, which shows the difficulty of relieving. But now it seems that she has been attacked by Gong Liang Che. She is better for the most part? How outrageous is this? Kushida didn't believe it, and raised his hand with a hideous expression to try it himself, but found that it didn't work at all. Compared with Gong Liang Che just now, it was heaven and earth. Impossible, I won't go to him until I vomit to death. Aware of this helpless fact, Kushida left here gloomily with a gloomy and tender face. It's just that after walking out of the grove, that beautiful girl with a sweet, pure, and moving expression returned again, but unfortunately no one was around, and no one could appreciate such a change of face at the speed of light. As for Gong Liang Che, of course, he is going to have lunch. People are iron, rice or steel, and those who work for rice must have the mental awareness of those who work for rice. The rest of the time was uneventful. Kushida never went to find Gong Liang Che in private anymore. At most, it was in the classroom where he was in daily classes. When he saw Gong Liang Che's passing, Kushida would wave with a warm smile and say, "Good morning, Mr. Gong Liang." Kushida was like this to everyone and didn't attract anyone's attention. In the past 3 weeks, Kushida and Hirata Yasuke and others have also actively held study sessions to improve the academic ability of Class D students. Kuruzawa also brought in the midterm exam papers for the senior students, and asked the poor students to memorize the answers, but because there was no such convenient means for the final exam, she still followed many classmates and participated in the study meeting. In such an atmosphere that all the staff were either studying, or doing nothing but memorizing the answers, came the day of the midterm exam. The midterm exam was very tight, only 5 main subjects were tested in one day, and the test was over. However, everyone was full of confidence in this test. By the end of the last English test in the afternoon, the students of Class D were obviously relieved. Only Sudu in the last row looked a little ugly. It seemed that the answer to the English test was not memorized, and he was a little flustered. After the exam, the students of Class D naturally formed a team to have fun and relax. Because of Gong Liang Che's previous warning, they all saved a considerable amount of points. Even if the income in May was 0, it would not be too hard. This relaxed atmosphere was not broken until the next day, because on this day, Chibashira would announce the results of the midterm exam. Chibashira first stood on the podium, looked strangely at Gong Liang Che below, and then spread out the report card and posted it on the blackboard. Unfortunately, the average grade of this class is 68.8. The failing line is the average score divided by 2, which is 34.4, which is rounded up to 34 points. In this midterm exam, Seudu's English was only 32 points. In other words, the first dropout is finally here, Seudu. Chibashira's simple and indifferent remarks made all the students turn their heads in shock, focusing on Seudu in the back. Seudu couldn't hold back the tremendous pressure. He stood up with a bang and knocked down the chair. No, it's impossible, I clearly memorized part of this exam in advance. Teacher, is there something wrong with the revision of this exam paper? Seudu changed his tune halfway through. Instead of talking about the senior grade exam papers, he asked the question about marking the exam papers. When Chibashira heard Seudu's complaint, his facial expression twitched very subtly, almost unnoticed by anyone. Only Ayanokaji, who had been paying attention silently, noticed this fleeting detail. Chibashira looked at Gong Liang Che again, and then his face was frosty again. It's useless to talk too much, it's the truth. I've said many times that the school's results cannot be wrong. Seudu, pack up your books and go through the withdrawal procedures with me. Wait. The bad guy Hirata Yasuke couldn't see it anymore, and got up from the spot to blame Seudu. Chibashira-sensei, you just failed the midterm exam, and you are about to drop out? Is this going too far? On the other hand, in order to maintain his personality of valuing all his friends, Kushida also stood up without turning back. Chibashira-sensei, can't you give Seudu-san a chance? Chibashira wanted to laugh when he heard the words of the two popular people in Class D, free reading for 3 years, plus points for your entertainment every month. If you can't even pass the pass, why does the school keep it for free? Hey? Hirata, Kushida, if you have a reason to refute it, why don't you talk about it? Chibashira questioned and gave Gong Liang Che a wink, indicating that Gong Liang Che should be calm and let her observe the quality of Class D. Ayanokaji also glanced at Gong Liang Che curiously. Why Chibashira class director kept making eye contact with him? Seudu's dropout, maybe there was another hidden reason. Asterisk. Chapter 16, 1 Center and 100,000. Faced with Chibashira's question, neither Hirata nor Kushida could answer. After all, this truth couldn't be more correct. It is impossible for a high degree of education to raise such a sum of money to raise a student who can fail the exam, and it is the kind that will be raised for 3 years at a time. But Hirata was still begging for Seudu, saying something like giving him a chance, so Chibashira completely lost interest in paying attention to these two students, and there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Although Hirata and Kushida held most of the popularity of the students in the class, and were supported by some students of Class D, in the end, the morality was too low. Chibashira ignored Hirata, and instead asked Horikita, "Where's Horikita? Do you have any pleas to say?" Chibashira's words mobilized the eyes of the others, so that the eyes of the others fell from Seudu's side to the direction of the cold girl Horikita. Horikita did not expect that under such circumstances, she would be called by Chibashira. In her opinion, there was nothing to discuss about this matter. If she dropped out of school, she would drop out of school. So Horikita replied with a serious face, "I have nothing to say. I just want to be promoted to Class A and get a correct evaluation from the school. The existence of Seudu is undoubtedly a hindrance to the promotion of Class D. After all, this exam, there is." Horikita said here, turned her head to look at Gong Liang Che. She has now learned that Gong Liang Che had given the plan to buy exam papers from senior students. Forget it, anyway, this is if there is a problem in the exam, it is Seudu's own problem, and he should be held responsible. Horikita's indifferent words are indeed very reasonable. Even if Seudu is very upset, he can't refute it at all. After all, the complete answer has been issued in advance, and the test has not been passed, so what else can people say? Above the podium, Chibashira witnessed all the speeches by Horikita, and the disappointment in her ember eyes deepened. Horikita, this is the end. This evaluation made Horikita dissatisfied, and immediately wanted to say something, but Chibashira did not give her another chance. Chibashira turned to look at Ayanokaji next to Horikita. Ayanokaji avoided Chibashira's gaze deliberately, like a student who didn't want to answer the teacher's question at all during a desertion in class. The disappointment in Chibashira's eyes became more and more obvious, and he turned to Koenji. Koenji, a burly blonde man in the middle row of the classroom, has always been the master of his own way, extremely self-centered, and doesn't care about other things at all. Even when discussing such a serious issue of dropping out, Koenji was holding a small round mirror, looking at it casually, combing his blonde hair. Seeing this, the disappointment in Shasha's eyes almost overflowed. She shouldn't have expected these problems. In the end, she seemed to realize the reality, and she said helplessly, "Gongliang, you should have something to say." Gongliang Che pouted, and it would be over if it didn't happen. "I have to see if the rest of the class will contribute. This female teacher is really working hard. Yes, please make a price. How many points can I get for Sudo?" "Stay." Gongliang Che's words directly attracted the attention of all the students. "What's the situation? Make a bid? Let Sudo stay? Is it possible to bid for something like dropping out of school?" Afterwards, many smart students recalled Chibashira's explanation that in this special high school, personal points can buy everything, and this everything most likely includes avoiding dropping out. Immediately, Horikita looked at Gongliang Che's eyes, completely changed. Kuruzawa's mouth lifted up, as if sharing weal and woe. Kushita's eyes were inexplicable, containing complicated thoughts that could not be explained. Wang Miu, Kong Jingsuk, and others were all surprised. In their opinion, Gongliang Che was a lot beyond them. When they were still afraid of dropping out, Gongliang Che had already discovered that ways to drop out. This gap is really big enough. On the other hand, Suda didn't realize the magic of points, but it didn't prevent Suda from hearing Gongliang Che's words, and a faint hope rose in his heart, and his face turned from sadness to joy. But the next moment, his face turned bad again, because Horikita directly objected, "Even if the points can do this kind of thing, is it worth it? Yes, is it worth it? Spending an unknown amount of personal points, leaving a poor student like Sudu, is there any corresponding reward for Class D?" Gongliang Che leaned back against the chair, looking very leisurely. "Horikita, do you know why Teacher Chibashira said you stopped here? Up to now, you haven't discovered the difference between this school and all other high schools? If you only rely on your learning ability, you want to be promoted from Class D to Class A, is it possible? Don't forget, Class A is all top students, and Class B's comprehensive academic ability is also higher than that of Class CD. If it's just academic ability, does the school still need to recruit students from Class CD? This fully shows that in this strength-oriented school, academic ability is not the only factor to judge victory or defeat, so in addition to academic ability, the most reminiscent of sports ability cannot be ignored, right? If the lower class wants to be promoted, there will undoubtedly be special competition. At that time, you can increase a lot of class points in one go, so as to achieve the promotion of the class. If this kind of special competition has something to do with athletic ability, it would be a huge loss for us to let Sudo leave Class D now. Let's not mention anything else, even if the inference is wrong, the school is serious enough not to engage in any special competition, but the school is a school, and there should be a sports festival, right? When the sports festival comes, the class with the highest ranking may also be able to increase the class points. Woolen cloth. Horikita was completely immersed in Gongliang Che's remarks. Although the rest of the students didn't quite understand it, they also realized that this outrageous school would definitely not let them live a dull life. There will be many special competitions in the future. Then they can't just sit back and watch Suda drop out. Papa. Chibashira showed a rare smug smile, seeming to be particularly satisfied with Gong Liangche's inference. I didn't expect, Gong Liang, you have already observed this point. Then let me answer your question. If you want to buy points with your personal points, you need 100,000 points. If you want Suda's score to pass the passing line, you need 200,000 points. How about it, can you take it out? As soon as Chibashira asked for the price, he immediately set off a huge storm in Class D. The price was 100,000%. 100,000 Sakurajima yen is enough for them to enjoy freely for a month. 1 point? 100,000? Teacher, is this too expensive? Teacher, can't it be cheaper? Chibashira only seemed to smile at Gong Liangche, and his face turned cold when he heard the students' protests. This price is completely in line with the school rules. If you are not satisfied, you just don't have to pay. Gong Liangche didn't answer immediately, but gave Kuruzawa, who had been secretly paying attention to him, a look. Kuruzawa immediately stood up first. Although I don't have a lot of points, I can give 10,000 points. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Is everything his plan? When Kuruzawa stood up like this, the small groups of girls in Class D, headed by Kuruzawa, also responded one after another, saying that although they didn't save a lot of points, they could at least make 3,000 or 5,000 or something. This is also an arrangement from Gong Liangche. Only through such a stupid method can we continuously increase Kuruzawa's influence in Class D and gradually establish his status as the Empress. Hirata was also happy when he saw this, and stood up and called, "Everyone, follow Gong Liang's method and help Sudu. I can give 30,000 points here." When the boys saw the popular Hirata appeal, several of them immediately raised their hands and expressed their willingness to pay such a share. Among the 3 most popular students in Class D, 2 have already stood up. The last little angel of the class, Kushida, gave Gong Liangche a faint glance, and also got up. Now that she doesn't come out to appeal, she can't sit still as a little angel. Yet, I don't want to see Suda drop out like this. Let's help him together. I can also pay 20,000 here. As expected of Kushida. The woman who lived on the trust of others proposed at the beginning, and the rest of the class immediately responded, and each actively contributed money, and the crowdfunding kept Sudu. Horikita also realized that such a sportsman as Sudu could not be allowed to leave. No matter whether Gong Liangche's speculation was right or not, at least Gong Liangche could not be wrong. As a school, Gaoying is bound to hold sports events such as sports festivals. At that point, Sudu is an indispensable and important fighting force of Class D, so she also raised her hand alone. "I can pay 50,000 points on my behalf." Everyone. Sudu saw that the whole class was so enthusiastic in helping a violent person like him. No matter how bad-tempered he was, his heart was deeply moved. Of course he knew what kind of thing he was, and if he simply summed it up in one word, maybe he could be described as a bad guy. Sudu was born in a family of gangsters. His father was not even a professional gangster like Yakuza. The mother is a bad girl. She gets drunk every day before going home. Sudu has been beaten and scolded by these 2 people since she was a child. When he was a child, he thought that when he grows up, he must not be a person like his father and mother. Unfortunately, things backfired. Because of economic conditions, he could only go to a poor public school. Of course, needless to say, in that atmosphere, even if Sudu was unwilling, he had to learn to fight and master violence. Just like a philosophical saying in the West, a warrior who slays a dragon will eventually become an evil dragon by bathing in the blood of the dragon. People are always easy to grow into what they once hated the most. Sudu was no exception. He eventually became an existence similar to his father. Become irritable, easy to get angry, kick around objects at every turn, or treat people violently, and have no thoughts as a child at all. But even if he is like this, he can be accepted by everyone in Class D? Did they lend a helping hand to him? The red-haired man couldn't help blinking his eyes at this moment. To put it bluntly, no matter how violent the young man was, he was only a high school life after all. The little boy's moving was so straightforward and simple. Thank you everyone. Sudo directly bowed at a right angle of 90 degrees, showing his utmost sincerity. This point. I will silently memorize it all, and I will definitely pay it off later. It is absolutely impossible for me to default on my debt, really. Thank you for your help this time. Sudo's sincere thanks seem to have also reached the hearts of the classmates. Communication and understanding between people, the focus is not on what you say, but on the passionate feelings you carry when you speak. Many classmates realized Sudo's sincerity, and began to say something to comfort them. It's okay, Sudo, everyone is a classmate, how can you be left behind? Haha, Sudo, even if you want to repay the points, you have to take it easy, don't eat instant noodles next month, then our conscience will be difficult. My dear, since you have said so, in the future, if there is a special competition like Gong Liang said, and it is based on physical fitness, then you have to do your best. Sudo raised his head subconsciously and looked at the classmates in the class. Everyone was waiting with smiles, extremely sincere, showing the innocence of the student days, making Sudo's heart warm. Yes. I will definitely not disappoint everyone. The red-haired man named Sudo has grown up after going through such an incident. In fact, it's not just Sudo. After such a unity action, the relationship between the people of Class D seems to have taken a step further. Without the previous estrangement and alienation, several small groups separated from each other seem to have opened up communication channels and communication, making the entire D class more cohesive and more centripetal. Chazul looked at this scene, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but have a hint of excitement. It seems that this Class D is not as useless as she imagined. After thinking about it, Shasha finally turned his attention to Gong Liangche, who was smiling and comforting Sudo with Kong and Wang Miu. Maybe if he was there, if he had been burying his inner obsession with promotion, he would have the possibility of success, right? Kuruzawa also talked to good friends around him, but he did not relax his attention to Gong Liangche. He often peeked at him from time to time, then quickly retracted his gaze and continued the conversation with his friends. It's just that this time, I happened to find teacher Chibashira's strange eyes, and this girl suddenly became curious. How could she feel that the female class director of her class was smiling and staring at Gong Liang-kun and looked so sy? In a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere, the members of Class D crowd-funded 200,000 points and handed them over to Chibashira on the spot, leaving behind Sudo. Ayanokaji, who saw all this without any change in his expression, finally turned his attention to Gong Liangche. Ayanokaji, who was secretly observing this farce, keenly discovered the various interactions between Chibashira and Gong Liangche. Until now, he saw that the internal situation of the class has changed from the serious and cold dropout discussion to the current unity and thriving. Ayanokaji came to the answer in his heart. I am afraid that this time Sudo's English grade was secretly lowered by Chibashira-sensei. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain. Under the condition of getting the complete answer in advance, some people will only get 32 points in the test. The purpose is to create such a big interaction of unity and love, right? Let Class D, who was originally a mess, realize the importance of companions, from fighting each other in the past to fighting together in unity now. If the previous D class had no qualifications for promotion at all, then the changed D class now at least has the qualifications to participate in the competition. Obviously it's just everyone sharing a share of money. Can it play such an incredible role? Emotions are really amazing things. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Ichino's Hobamai. After the crowdfunding event, Sudo also behaved a lot. For the rest of the morning classes, even if he couldn't get up to it, he pretended to study hard and didn't want to drag the class down. When it was lunchtime, Sudo was also dragged to the cafeteria by Ike and Yamauchi, who were seated in front. It seemed that the relationship between everyone in Class D was gradually deepening. Gongliang Che also got up, thinking about the human philosophy of what to eat for lunch today, but was stopped by Horikita. Wait, go to the cafeteria. Together. Gongliang Che looked back at Horikita in surprise. This cold girl is sick today? Suddenly inviting yourself to lunch? Horikita didn't say much, but with Gongliang Che's crazy eyes, he kept pace with himself and left the classroom together. It's just that the scene of the two of them leaving together fell into the eyes of a caring person. A girl named Satsuki Shinohara anxiously came to the seat of her best friend Kuruzawa. May. It's not a good thing, that Horikita classmate invited Gongliang-kun to the cafeteria. Satsuki Shinohara is a member of the small group of girls in Kuruzawa. Beside him, Maya Sato and Chiaki Matsushita, who were preparing to go to dinner with Kuruzawa, also looked at Kuruzawa, waiting for the leader of the small group to speak. It's no surprise that there are already rumors that Kuruzawa is dating Gongliang Che in the class. After all, the two often act together, and they went to visit senior students together last month. Even the senior exam papers that allowed everyone in Class D to successfully pass the senior high school entrance examination were all the information that Gongliang Che brought Kuruzawa to ask, and Kuruzawa was behind the senior student who was in charge of contacting Gongliang Che. Such a unified action, it is easy to make adolescents' classmates think more. Kuruzawa blinked his blue eyes. Is that so? It's probably just that Horikita-san has something to do and wants to ask Gongliang-kun. Wei, you are too careless, you have to be a little vigilant. That's right. Such a good boy as Mr. Gongliang, if you don't hurry up, you'll be kidnapped easily. You can't be careless, Megami, let alone that cold Horikita-kun. Maybe Gongliang-kun is like kaolin's flower. Kuruzawa's best friend immediately reminded that you can't underestimate the enemy, and pull Kuruzawa to go there. Canteen. They decided to escort the love of their friends. Kuruzawa was pulled forward with a bewildered face. She and Gongliang Che are really not a couple, right? It's just that Gongliang Che protects her and she works for Gongliang Che. However, thinking of the last time in Gongliang Che's room, when he saw his scars and the scars that were gradually repaired by the scar removal medicine, Kuruzawa's thoughts became less firm again. In the cafeteria, Gongliang Che was completely unaware of the little farce behind him. He just looked at Horikita inexplicably. Horikita had already bought 2 luxurious set menus and placed them on the table, saying that he was invited to eat. This made Gongliang Che vigilant in his heart. I gave 50,000 yuan to help Sudu in the morning, and now I'm still buying a luxury package. Horikita-san really saved a lot of points last month. But there is no free lunch in the world. What do you want me to do? You invite me to this meal. Horikita's face froze. This feeling of being seen through is really bad. I just want to confirm, how much do you see through this school? Hearing just asking this, Gongliang Che relaxed his vigilance and started to enjoy the free meal. This, I can only answer, this summer vacation, the school will not let us have a good time. Horikita's expression became more serious, and he seemed to have used his brains to analyze what kind of storm the summer vacation would meet. Haha, as expected of classmate Gongliang, our class also deduces the same way. It was just that the two of them did not expect that in the cafeteria where people came and went, there would be a straightforward girl interrupting the conversation. Gongliang Che and Horikita turned their heads to look for the sound, and found a graceful, sunny, and beautiful girl, holding a dinner plate, smiling and beckoning to the two of them. The girl has beautiful pink gold gradient color and waist-length hair. The hair on the temples is like a light cloud covering the moon, swaying like the wind and snow, and the facial features under the bangs are even more delicate and elegant, giving people a dreamy elf beauty. The most important thing is that the girl's heart is different from ordinary people. She holds up the burgundy school uniform coat high, and then goes down, which is an extra slender waist and a pair of straight and slender legs. In ancient times, it was often said that the country, the city, the beauty, and the misfortune might refer to such a type of people, right? Gongliang Che looked at it again for a while and recognized this young girl. Isn't this Fat Bo? Fat Bo is a nickname, and the girl's full name is Ichino's Anabo. The reason why she was called Fat Bo by the majority of netizens before she crossed over is for no other reason. It's really just too big. Who are you? Unlike Gongliang Che, who had fallen into beauty, Horikita was very vigilant, and even secretly reflected that he should not discuss important topics with Gongliang Che in the cafeteria. Ah, I'm Ichino's Hobamai from Class B of the first year, may I sit at the same table with you? This morning all the students were discussing about Gongliang. I happened to see Gongliang here, so I came to see him. Look. Not minding Horikita's vigilant tone at all, Ichino's responded with Sunshine's straightforward smile, full of affinity, showing that she had no malice. Sorry, we're not used to being with strangers. Horikita's words of rejection were halfway through. He was interrupted mercilessly by Gongliang Che. Ichino-san, please take a seat. Horikita glared at Gongliang Che angrily, probably meaning, little brother, what's the matter with you? Lost your mind when you see beauty? Ichino's also seemed to sense Horikita's unwelcomeness, and asked again with a slightly embarrassed expression, but, can you really sit down? Hey! Gongliang Che sighed and motioned for Ichino's to sit down boldly. Anyway, you should sit down first, you're tired of carrying a plate all the time. Also, don't pay attention to what Horikita said, this guy who wants to be promoted to Class A is so talented that he doesn't even know the leader of Class B. If she knows your identity, she will definitely welcome you, and then she will try her best to get from you. You got the information. That's right, Hobamai Ichino's, this big, overly beautiful girl, is the leader of the first year B class. And is leading the first year B class to move forward in this school. Haida is talented. Leader. Horikita heard Gongliang Che's evaluation of her, and at first wanted to refute it angrily. After hearing that Ichino's was a student of Class B and a leader, she suddenly became curious and suppressed her anger. Meaning, is there a leader in the class? Seeing this, Ichino's smiled knowingly, feeling that Gongliang-san was right, this Horikita-san really cares about the promotion of the class. So he put down his plate and sat next to Gongliang Che without any hesitation. He humbly waved his hand to Horikita in denial. Actually, there is no such thing as a leader. It's just that thanks to everyone's trust in Class B, I was elected as the class leader. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Inner Judgment. Squad leader, is another term that he hadn't thought of. Horikita was very sure that class director Chibashira had never elected a class cadre once. Is this something that every class needs to set up? Ichino's didn't mind Horikita's almost rude inquiries at all, and still replied with a smile, no, it's just a spontaneous election of class leaders by our Class B students. There is no election for the ACD except us. So that's why he said that you are the leader of Class B. Hearing this, Horikita understood the meaning of the word leader, which is nothing more than the meaning of the leader of a certain class. The existence of class action. If you really want to compete in the class, the D class, who is now headless, is really not the opponent of the B class, right? Ichino seems to be really cheerful and sunny, and has more affinity for a little angel than Kushida, a double-faced person in Class D. No, I don't seem so outstanding compared to the leaders of the two AC classes. Hearing this information suddenly, Horikita was like a shark smelling blood in the sea, and became interested again. Leaders of Class A and C? Ichino-san, can you please let me know? Now, Horikita has started to compete in the class, so it is very necessary to find out the enemy's situation. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy can be safe in 100 battles. Horikita firmly believes in this famous saying from the Great East. Only after asking the question, Horikita glanced at Gongliang Che hesitantly. She remembered Gongliang Che's casual comment before, saying that she is ambitious and talented. Indeed, according to what it looks like now, she wants to make Class D promoted to Class A, but she has absolutely no understanding of the other three enemies, A, B, C. She doesn't even know who the competitors are and what abilities they have. On the contrary, Gongliang Che seemed to recognize Ichinos, the leader of Class B, at a glance, and once again felt the gap between the two, which made Horikita's unwillingness surge again. Ichinos didn't notice the change in Horikita's heart, and honestly told the information she knew in a clear and coherent manner: Class A is more complicated. Maybe it's because the students in Class A are too capable? They are divided into two factions. One is headed by Sakayanagi, planning to actively attack other classes and suppress all classes that are trying to be promoted. The other one is led by Katsuragi-san, focusing on defense, thinking that it is enough to firmly grasp the current advantages of Class A. As for Class C, I think Class C is the most dangerous class. The leader is a boy named Ryuuan. I heard that in order to achieve their goals, they will do whatever they can to achieve their goals, and even resort to violence to unite Class C. Violent unification. Horikita's head froze slightly when she heard Ichinos's description. She really did not expect that there would be such a practice as violent unification of the class. No wonder even the leader of Class B in front of him thought that Ryuuan was the most dangerous, and he couldn't be defined as an ordinary student at all. That's right, the violence is unified. I heard that Ryuuan also got the help of the class leader of Class C to make it so smooth, and he was not punished by the school. Ichinos revealed more details. Horikita's head can't turn around. A class guide helping students to violently integrate the class? The more she listened, the more outrageous this was, completely beyond her fixed three views. Perhaps seeing Horikita's thoughts, Ichinos explained with a smile, actually, this is quite normal. This school encourages competition, not only competition between students in the class, but also competition in each classroom. Our class leader in Class B often said that if we can be promoted to Class A and graduate in 3 years, she will hand out a large extra bonus, so I hope we can work harder. In such a comparison, the cool and laissez-faire attitude of Class D class director Chibashira suddenly made Horikita a little autistic. It seems that the class directors of other classes are carrying out various actions to assist in the promotion of the rank, and they ignore their own class director. Very well, Ichinos said, his tone changed suddenly, but that was just the previous judgment. After this morning, our class believes that Class D with Gongliang is even more important. This is not a strange thing. Although the 4 classes are in a competitive relationship, there is no shortage of cross-class friends who can spread information to each other. For example, Kushida said that he wanted to be friends with his classmates in all grades, so naturally, he met people from other classes. Not to mention there are club activities, first-year students who join major clubs, play well in clubs, and will communicate with each other. There was enough time for this group of people to talk about Gongliang Che in one morning, so Gongliang Che made a speech this morning and spread to the other 3 classes of the first grade. Me. When the 2 of them were talking, Gongliang Che had already dealt with the Aolong and was eating lobster slowly. After all, it was a luxurious set meal for others, so it would be a waste not to enjoy it. Here the conversation turned to himself before joining the conversation. Yes. Ichinos responded with a splendid smile. In half a semester, you can see so many rules of the school and understand the secrets that the 4 classes have not discovered. Gongliang's ability is amazing. Cough cough. Horikita coughed suddenly and strangely, motioning Gongliang Che not to say too much, so as not to reveal the information. Horikita is such an unreasonable character. As soon as he got a lot of information from Ichinos, he turned his head and started to stop Ichinos from asking about Gongliang Che. Fortunately, without waiting for Horikita to explain anything, a foreign aid force entered the bureau next to it. It was a small group of 4, Karuzawa Megami, Sato Maya, Matsushita Chiaki, and Shinohara Satsuki. In the name of having no place to sit and fight for a table, he entered the game strongly, and took the initiative to push Kuruzawa and sat on the other side of Gongliang-che. Kuruzawa blushed because of this, while the other three girls stared at Horikita and Ichinos vigilantly. Horikita's usual practice is to be cold and indifferent, while Ichinos covered her mouth and chuckled, "I feel like everyone in Class D is also very interesting. She is such an innocent and romantic character." Compared with Kushita's hypocritical tenderness, Ichinos can be regarded as a real innocent little angel, willing to treat everyone with tenderness and tolerance. Gongliang-che especially appreciates this. Horikita, on the other hand, disagreed. "But Ichinos-san, is it okay to sit with us like this? If you were seen by the members of your Class B, maybe there would be a misunderstanding." "It's okay." Ichinos didn't care, or believed in her class members. "Everyone understands me, I just hope everyone in the school can get along well. I also often help some students outside the class." Everyone in Class B is not surprised. "So that's the case, bad guy." Horikita commented on Ichinos after getting along for a while. But it was this evaluation that made Ichinos' originally genial face shake. It seemed that she was far from being able to bear such an evaluation, and her splendid peony-like smile seemed to fade a little at this moment. Gongliang-che retorted, "Don't judge her so easily, Horikita. How can good and bad be so easy to distinguish? Rather than these superficial words, I prefer to trust my inner judgment. No matter who Ichinos is or what she has experienced, I think she can be trusted. No matter what kind of person she is. Regardless of what happened." Hearing this, Ichinos' eyes widened, and she squinted at the boy beside her, "Gongliang, classmate." ***. Chapter 20 The Butterfly Effect? Tyrant's Challenge. "Hey? What?" Gongliang-che heard Ichinos' soft call and turned to ask. No, it's nothing." Ichinos seemed to wake up, no longer bothered about Horikita's comment, and hurriedly smiled at Gongliang-che, then lowered his head and started cooking. It's just that the moment he turned around and lowered his head, his hair fluttered, revealing a pretty ear under the blue silk, and the base of the ear was strangely red. This is not a normal behavior, but who made Hobamai Ichinos, such a sunny and pure angel, also have that dark past that no one knows about? Of course, this kind of deep stuff is not suitable to be explained here, so Gongliang-che didn't ask any further questions, just let Ichinos concentrate on eating. It's just that he was paying attention to Ichinos, which could easily arouse the dissatisfaction of some girls. "Tisk, Gongliang-kun, isn't that Hui also very trustworthy for you? Sato Maya is not happy. How can she watch her best friend's prospective boyfriend flirt with her sister in person? Besides, isn't this Ichinos from Class B much more capital than Megami, and her legs are much prettier than Megami? Is there anything better than Hui? No more." Maya Sato, Kuruzawa's next table, can be said to be the first friend Kuruzawa made after entering the school, and cherishes the friendship with Kuruzawa very much. "Of course, I trust you all very much." Gongliang-che was not ashamed when questioned, just like a sea king, he made a very impressive speech. Kuruzawa's complexion turned ruddy, and he became similar to Ichinos, and he concentrated on enjoying his lunch with his head down, without any intention of communicating. The rest of the girls also nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this Gongliang-kun was very good and worthy of being Megami's prospective boyfriend, and they all started together, but Horikita, who was cold, was a little out of tune with this youthful atmosphere. In such a bland and happy atmosphere, the lunch came to an end. Ichinos said goodbye to everyone and returned to Class B. Kuruzawa took a collective action and returned to the dormitory, saying that he planned to go back to brush his teeth and go to class. This is also the normal etiquette of Sakurajima. After lunch and dinner, you have to brush your teeth, almost 4 times a day. Even the supermarkets in the major shopping districts on Sakurajima will put toothpaste for convenience in the bathroom. Horikita was the first to leave the venue after eating. She really couldn't adapt to this too youthful atmosphere. Gongliang Che was left alone. He didn't have the habit of brushing his teeth after lunch, so he took a walk after dinner and went to the vending machine outside the cafeteria to buy a bottle of black tea to quench his thirst. The deluxe set menu is delicious, and after all, it is a bit too greasy. After taking a sip of black tea to relieve the thirst in his throat, he strolled around the campus slowly. After the lunch break was almost over, Gongliang Che was ready to return to the classroom of Class D. Now we can't leave early at will like before. In order not to have class points deducted from Class D, even if the class points are 0, everyone strictly abides by the rules and regulations, and everyone is like a good student. It is estimated that if there are any leaders like the Great East to inspect, they may be intimidated by such a mental outlook and mistakenly think that Class D is a highly bred elite class, right? Therefore, even Gongliang Che, in such an atmosphere, was embarrassed to leave early, destroying the cohesion of Class D that had finally arisen. But when they climbed the stairs and were about to reach Class D, there was a tall boy who greeted him and seemed to be planning to say something to Gongliang Che. The boys are of medium build, neither strong nor weak. The only feature can be said to be the long, slightly feminine hair. The long purple-black hair has spread to both sides of the chin, and a middle-parted bangs are specially combed. But even with such a bizarre hairstyle, it wouldn't make people think that he was really a BCH, just because that face had a vicious grin like a serpent. It seems that if you don't pay attention, you will be bitten to death by this poisonous snake. Raihuoyuangxiang, the name immediately appeared in Gongliang Che's heart. He was also in existence that Ichinos had been alerted to in every possible way. He was acquiesced and cooperated by the class leader, and used violence to forcibly unite the leader of Class C. Long Yuan grabbed the top of a can of coffee with one hand and 5 fingers, and put the other hand in his pocket in a very social way, putting on a good pose. Gongliang Che? Right? Did you find the wrong person? Gongliang Che was also a little puzzled. Anything with me? Of course. Long Yuan didn't mean to deny it at all, and even had the killer style of going straight to the ground. Looking at you who are not surprised, you should recognize me, right? That's fine, I'll omit self-introduction. This morning, you are very famous. I originally planned to play with Ichinos' Class B and Sakayanaga's Class A, but I didn't expect you to suddenly appear. Since that's the case, let's start with you first, how about it? After school this afternoon, on the 3rd floor of the special teaching building, do you want to come and play? Gongliang Che understands what the butterfly effect is. Because of his arrival, the story of real teaching has undergone a great change. According to the plot of the original work, Raihuoan wanted to suppress Class D, and at first he targeted Syudu. The reason is also very simple, because Syudu is simple-minded and very irritable, and he can provoke a conflict event by provoking it twice at will. In the original book, Long Yuan sent someone to find Syudu to make an appointment in the special teaching building. After a small game, Long Yuan used more severe means to seriously injure a few of his subordinates, so he asked his subordinates to lie and sue the school. It was said that Syudu from Class D used severe violence against them. Such a serious matter, once it is established, it is also a punishment for dropping out of school. If a student drops out, 100 class points will be deducted by the S system, which will completely suppress the D class. This is also the reason for the appointment of a special teaching building. The teaching buildings of grades 1, 2, and 3 of this school are equipped with cameras in every street. There is only the special teaching building, because it is not used often, let alone cameras, even if there is no air conditioner. At the end of May when summer gradually comes, no students will come to the hot batch. The almost empty teaching building has no cameras, so that Long Yuan's frame-up plan can be carried out smoothly. It's just the butterfly effect. This time, Long Yuan didn't find Syudu, but went directly to Gongliang Che. The method used is not a direct vulgar provocation, but a vague one-on-one call of play a game. Perhaps it was because Long Yuan felt that Gong Liang Che was too much of a threat and wanted to clear this enemy in advance. Now that he knows about Long Yuan's trap plan, Gong Liang Che is of course happy to teach the tyrant of Class C a little corresponding lesson, so that the tyrant can understand who can and who can't provoke. No problem, I hope you can feel it in Long Yuan when the time comes. Happy. It just so happened that Long Yuan came to the door, and on his own side, he could make arrangements in advance for the special exam in the summer vacation. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Want to save your life or continue to frame it? At the end of May, after school in the afternoon, on the third floor of the special teaching building of Gao Yuchen Academy, Gong Liang Che returned to the dormitory to put down his school bag and came here alone for the appointment to go to Long Yuan. There are already 3 bad-looking students here, pulling the neckline and fanning with their hands to dissipate the heat. After all, this special teaching building does not have air conditioning, which really makes them uncomfortable. Yo, it's finally here. I don't know if it was because they had seen the photo of Gong Liang Che in advance, but the 3 students over there saw Gong Liang Che and immediately surrounded him. The leader is a relatively sturdy boy, and the 2 followers behind him are relatively thin, but no matter how you look at it, they are all good fighters. After all, the 3 of them clenched their fists and their bones were somewhat calloused. Long Yuan didn't show up in person, but this was to be expected. Gong Liang Che was not too surprised. I haven't done it for a long time. You guys came here to be beaten. Did Long Yuan prepare for the medical expenses? Hey! What are you, arrogant kid? The boy in the lead was very dissatisfied. After all, Gong Liang Che's words were like unilaterally defining the 3 of them to be passively beaten, and no one would be happy when they heard it. Ishizaki, stop talking nonsense, just beat him up. The younger brother suggested to do it directly. Ishizaki didn't stop either. He quickly bullied his body and punched his face. From this, it can be seen that he had absolutely no foundation in martial arts or training in the field. It is completely based on the previous experience of wild fighting, summed up the wild fighting skills, simple and direct to kill. Don't underestimate this method. Combining the combat method that has been summed up from fighting experience for a long time, once it really works, it is basically no problem to beat a few karate students who only practice in the dojo. However, for Gong Liang Che, it was too slow. Without even thinking about it, he blocked Ishizaki's fist with his left hand, and pushed Ishizaki's head fiercely with his right hand, directly pressing Ishizaki's head on the wall. Abruptly, his side face collided with the wall, wiping out several obvious bloodstains. Such a violent blow also made Ishizaki's entire brain boom empty, and he completely lost his sense of parry. Hat. Gong Liang Che, like a cold-blooded robot, ignored Ishizaki's defense, continued to press Ishizaki's forehead, pulled back, and slammed forward again. Blast Ishizaki's head against the wall over and over again. Hey, you! The 2 younger brothers couldn't stand it anymore, because they were already a little scared when they saw Gong Liang Che's violent atrocities. Isn't this person afraid of killing Shizaki alive? After all, the wall here is not a hollow wall. When a person's head hits it, there will be no dong-dong sound, but the less the sound, the higher the damage to people. They couldn't bear it any longer. They were worried that they would lose the courage to shoot, and they looked at each other. The 2 rushed up from left to right, wanting to surround Wei and save Zhao. Gong Liang Che couldn't continue to bombard Ishizaki like this. Tisk. Gong Liang Che grabbed Ishizaki's hair tightly with one hand and tugged it violently. It was unbelievable that he threw out a boy with a strong physique like Ishizaki with one hand. The 2 younger brothers who slammed into them, smashed the 3-person floor gourd like a human bowling ball, and Ishizaki couldn't stand up. Instead, the 2 younger brothers barely stood up with their hands on the ground. It's just that when they saw Ishizaki's bruised, blood-stained cheeks, they felt chills in their hearts. Even in the street fights in the middle school period, they had never seen such a brutal picture. This Gong Liang Che from Class D, is he really not worried about causing death? Gong Liangche stood where he was, and even had time to yawn leisurely. What? Is this the end? Seemingly aware of the horrified eyes of the two Class C students, he had to add an additional sentence, "Don't look at me like that, I'm just helping this Ishizaki-kun. Anyway, Long Yuan must have planned it in advance, right? Even if I don't beat you hard, after you go back, you will be violently treated by Long Yuan, and finally go to the school to report me, saying that it was my evil hand. Since Long Yuan is so ready to play dirty, why should I save him some energy in advance? Just let him not thank me." Hearing Gong Liangche revealing Long Yuan's plans so casually, even Ishizaki, who was already dizzy and nauseous and his cheeks numb, barely stood up in shock and stared at Gong Liangche like a devil. How does this person feel more terrifying than the tyrant Ryuan who rules them? Gong Liangche stepped forward and approached the three of Class C. Isn't it strange? Why do I know about Long Yuan's plan, but I still act on you so bluntly? The reason is very simple, because I don't know much about Long Yuan. In just 2 sentences, Gong Liangche had walked up to Ishizaki and put a hand on his neck. "You? What are you going to do?" Ishizaki trembled in fear for a while before asking urgently. The next moment, Ishizaki felt some kind of inexplicable airflow, which penetrated into his neck and penetrated deep into the trachea and blood vessels, as if his throat was blocked by something, giving him the illusion of drowning. Gong Liangche then lowered his voice and explained the truth with a movement that only the 3 people in front of him could hear. "In the country where I was born, there are ancient martial arts with a long history, and there is inner strength among them. You can understand that internal force is the energy cultivated inside the human body. It can strengthen my strength, speed, etc., and can also penetrate the enemy's body and easily control the life and death of the other party. So, Ishizaki, honestly report all this to Long Yuan. If you don't want to die, tell Long Yuan whether you want to continue to frame me and lose the life of one of your men, or let him choose. Finally, if you die from internal force, you can never find out the cause of death with the help of doctors on Sakurajima." Gong Liangche seemed to explain in detail, but it was like a devil's whisper, which made Ishizaki's 3 fingers stiff, and they couldn't stop sweating, and they didn't dare to look at Gong Liangche again. After speaking, Gong Liangche casually patted Ishizaki's face twice, and then got up, bring him back to see Long Yuan. The 2 students in Class C did not dare to stay any longer. When they heard this, it was like the ancient Taekong had heard the emperor's decree. Seeing the backs of the 3 leaving, Gong Liangche's eyes flashed with confidence. He didn't lie. The ancient Gongliang family can be passed down from the Warring States period to the present day. It has gone through countless wars and disasters. As for the unique use of inner strength, he made reference to the life and death talismans in the martial arts novels he read when he was a child, and developed a special technique by himself. It is because of this that he was truly recognized as the next generation heir by the entire Gongliang family. Of course, no matter how strong the internal force is, it is only a single soldier's ability to fight, which will make many big men fearful and give in, but it is also impossible to step on everything in the world. Whoever is here, naturally has to follow the rules here. **** Chapter 22 Sakura Eri. Watching the backs of the 3 of Ishizaki slowly disappear here, Gong Liangche raised his voice, "Can't you come out? The students in Class C have already left." The reason why he still parked on the 3rd floor of the special teaching building was because he noticed that when he beat Ishizaki, there was another 5th person present. And hiding in the corner of the corridor, it is estimated that the whole process of violence will be witnessed. For this reason, Gong Liangche had the idea of solving the other party together at first, but then he reacted. This scene seems to have also appeared in the original plot. The secret observer who had been hiding beside him seemed to be a first-year student of Class D, and the next table to the right of him who had not spoken to him after 2 months of school, Eri Sakura. Of course, this is also the content of the original plot. If the butterfly effect occurs, isn't the hidden person Sakura? Gong Liangche felt the need to guard. Therefore, when explaining his inner strength, Gong Liangche deliberately lowered his voice and waited for the three of Ishizaki to leave before he opened his mouth to call. Having been here for 2 months, he has already seen the effect of the butterfly effect. If the hidden person is not Sakura, he has room to maneuver. At the corner of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the special teaching building, Sakura leaned his back against the wall with a pale face and tried to hold his breath, but to no avail. Sakura's whole body was in a trance, and his feet were so soft that he sat down directly, but he still barely supported the wall and maintained his standing. She really felt bad. Why did she just take a selfie at the special teaching building at the end of the month as usual, and she would encounter violence? She was attracted by the clamor of the students in Class C, so she hid and peeked, and found that the students in Class C were surrounded by her next table Gong Liangche. At first, she wanted to shout Gong Liang, run quickly, but the next second, Sakura was dumbfounded. That gentle and graceful-looking Gong Liang smashed his head directly on the wall? How painful is that? Even Sakura could see the scarlet blood on the face of the Class C student through his glasses. It's not that she hasn't seen boys fight. When she was in elementary school, she saw boys in her class pushing and shoving each other, and when she was in middle school, she saw boys pulling their arms and trying to wrestle. But those scenes from the past, compared with the violent scene in front of me now, are completely children playing at home. Sakura himself didn't know how his brain circuits worked. He held the digital camera in his hand, which was originally bought for the convenience of taking selfies. After she finished filming, she realized that her back was almost wet with cold sweat. What the hell was she doing? If she is caught secretly filming, will she also be beaten by Gong Liang's classmates? If her little head hits the wall, it will split, right? Thinking that he would be treated with violence, Sakura wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible, but because his head couldn't function properly, his feet seemed to be tightly bound, and he was weak and trembling slightly. Eventually unable to move. Until, I heard Gong Liangche's question, "Can't you come out?" Sakura seemed to be caught by some vicious gangster. Subconsciously stood upright, held his breath, raised his hands to cover his mouth and nose, to prevent himself from making any sound and breath. It was a pity that the digital camera, which she regarded as a treasure, fell to the ground with a muffled sound of dong. Seeing that his camera had fallen, Sakura didn't care whether it would be discovered or not, he just squatted down and picked up the camera with a yes sound. He hurriedly operated to check whether it was broken or not. And such a bold voice must not be concealed. Sakura didn't notice at all. Gong Liangche had come silently at the corner of the corridor, leaning against the wall, looking down at her condescendingly. If this girl looked up after checking the camera, she would definitely be scared out of her mind. Var? This scene is similar to the scene where evil ghosts haunt in some ghost stories. Thinking of such a bad taste in his heart, Gong Liangche didn't have a bad heart. He bent down slightly and held out his palm. "Sakura-san, get up first." Ah! Hearing the call in front of her, Sakura was sluggish, but she also reacted. She put her arms around the camera and sat directly on the ground. When she saw Gong Liangche's face, she was even more frightened. His feet slipped, and he moved back a little distance. Gong Liang, classmate." Gong Liangche shook his head hilariously. The dark special teaching building had no cameras, and it was a little sultry because there was no air conditioner and it was approaching summer, plus the beautiful girl who was desolate and said not to come. It looks like an unexplained crime scene, right? Gong Liangche stretched his hand forward again. "Sakura-san, I won't eat you again, let me pull you up first, then sit on the floor and be careful of catching a cold." While extending his hand, it also allowed Gong Liangche to better observe the devilish charm of the table next to him. Slightly rustic plain glasses and no makeup at all, but she couldn't hide her beautiful jade-like makeup. Her pink hair, which was originally beautiful, was simply bundled into 2 braids and scattered behind her head. Quietly drooping his eyes, his hunched back looks like he's curled up, but even with his hunchback curled up, it's still hard to restrain his exaggerated combat power that far exceeds the average of high school girls. To put it too far, Sakura's human capital, even Ichino's, who met by chance at the cafeteria today, is not Sakura's opponent, right? It's just Sakura's hunched back. If he keeps his head up and his chest upright, it is estimated that he can kill all the girls in high school. It's just that this girl didn't have the self-consciousness that she looked down on everyone, but was rather timid. Now that she saw Gong Liangche approaching, her tears almost came out. Seeing Sakura's frightened appearance, Gong Liangche was a little gloomy. He doesn't look like a bad person, does he? Since Sakura didn't appreciate it, he could only be a little tougher, and simply pulled up Sakura's hand and forcibly pulled Sakura off the floor. But, how should I put it, just pulling her up made Gong Liangche unable to look away. He originally thought he had the demeanor of an Oriental gentleman, but now Gong Liangche knew that he was wrong. It's because he hasn't seen real choppy waves. Being pulled up suddenly made Sakura more or less awake, but the first time he got up, he still hunched his back and looked away, daring not to look at Gong Liangche. Seeing that Sakura was as timid as a small hamster, Gong Liangche felt a sense of teasing in his heart, like an evil tabby cat. Sakura-san, look at the camera in your arms, you shouldn't be able to take pictures. Is it the picture of me fighting? Scare. She, Sakura Eri, now wants to cry. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Deterrence to Long Yuan. Hearing Gong Liangche's question, Sakura hurriedly hugged his camera and shook his head in denial. No. I didn't shoot anything. If Gong Liangche found out that she accidentally took pictures of Gong Liangche fighting, would she be treated violently? Thinking of this, Sakura panicked. Then, can you show it to me, and confirm it? Gong Liangche asked for it directly, mainly because the timid girl in front of him was too easy to see through. The panic on her face and the erratic eyes in her eyes were all signs of lying. In other words, Sakura's camera has already recorded his own criminal evidence. At the camera, but, inside, I Sakura mumbled for a long time, unable to give any reason for refusing, but still held the camera tightly. How could she hand over her selfie camera? There are many photos of her in it, and they are completely different from her current photos. This girl, who is timid and afraid of life, likes to express herself in front of the camera, but because she is shy and afraid of life, she can only enjoy herself after taking a selfie. But later, I got really bored with taking selfies, so I set up my own blog website on the internet, and put up some selfies. Shizuku. She looks like a little transparent in the class. In fact, when she was in middle school, she was chosen by a famous trend magazine because of the activity of Shizuku, and she was selected as the front page model of the magazine, and she took many beautiful photos. In order to avoid being known by the surrounding classmates, Sakura, who is afraid of life, will use rustic plain glasses and old-fashioned hairstyles to cover up his true colors. But now if Gong Liangche were to look inside the camera, take off his glasses and change his hairstyle, he would definitely be found out, right? To that end, Sakura resisted being shown his camera. Seeing that the girl was so nervous, Gong Liangche's mood like a tabby cat gradually dissipated. Forget it, don't look at it if you don't look at it. After all, the camera just fell, right? Maybe it's broken. Hey! Sakura realized this and started to check again, but no matter how many switches she pressed, or how many times she reinserted the card, or replugged the battery, she couldn't make the camera start up. It's a lie, well. Sakura almost burst into tears. After she entered school, she took out a new camera that she bought with a lot of points, and it was broken like this? With such undefended innocence, even if he saw Gong Liangche, who had a lot of love and affection, he couldn't help feeling pity, and inexplicably said, "It doesn't matter, right? The school does not allow students to bring personal electronic products to school. That is to say, this camera was purchased by Sakura-san after you entered school. There should still be a warranty card in it, and it must be within the maintenance period." Halfway through speaking, Gong Liangche stopped talking. He recalled that there was a very inconspicuous part in the original plot. That was the digital camera shop in the Kiyaki shopping center. The clerk seemed to know the true identity of Sakura. And conspiracy to do something wrong? By the way, maintenance. Maintenance. Sakura's expression changed from joy to sorrow at first, then as if thinking of something extremely disgusting. "If Sakura-san doesn't mind, let's fix the camera now, shall we?" Gong Liangche directly suggested. "After all, I also need to make sure that there is no evidence against me in this camera." Sakura was speechless. After thinking about it, she had no choice but to agree to Gong Liangche. First, she couldn't resist Gong Liangche at all, and second, maybe there was this boy in the same class to follow, so she could be safe. Somehow, the two walked out of the special teaching building together like this. Sakura had to go back to the dormitory to get the warranty card before heading to the shopping center, but he was a little silent on the way. Sakura followed Gong Liangche step by step without saying a word. Once Gong Liangche wanted to talk to her, she would be like a frightened bunny. She was slightly startled, and then she replied timidly. Gong Liangche couldn't help but sigh. There really are such timid girls in the world. The words were divided into two parts. When Gong Liangche took Sakura to the Kiyaki shopping center, the three students of Class C Ishizaki had already arrived at a KTV private room. Long Yuan was already sitting inside impatiently, with an unusually tall black man standing behind him. Judging from his height, he was probably in his early 2 meters. Seeing that the three subordinates finally came back, and one of them was seriously injured, Long Yuan immediately laughed happily. "Haha, it seems that this wise man from Class D is quite good at it. He can beat you Ishizaki like this. How about it? When I came all the way, they followed my instructions, avoiding the cameras arranged on the school street, and taking a special path." If Long Yuan wanted to frame Gong Liangche, he couldn't show his guilt on this point. He had made appropriate arrangements to observe the distribution of all the cameras in the school. After memorizing it, he also specially told Ishizaki and others to avoid it when they returned. All cameras. Otherwise, if Ishizaki Dottie and the others came out of the special teaching building unscathed, and were photographed unscathed by surveillance cameras, then it would be very difficult to stand up if they wanted to frame Gong Liangche. Unexpectedly, Ishizaki's injuries were quite serious, so whether he was photographed or not, he seemed to be able to report Gong Liangche directly. "Dragon, Long Yuan." As soon as Ishizaki spoke, the wound on his face was open and painful. "No, help me. I don't want to die. Hey." Ryuan, who was still complacent at first, finally changed his face after hearing Ishizaki's urgent call for help. He got up and walked in front of Ishizaki very seriously, motioning him not to speak. Then he looked at the two people beside Ishizaki. "For you guys, don't skip any details." "Yes." The two attendants were very frightened. They told everything about the special teaching building, highlighting Gong Liangche's bizarre internal strength, and the sternness who dared to kill Long Yuan's tricks in advance. Hot. Hearing Long Yuan's raised eyebrows, "Interesting, this school is really getting more and more interesting, and there is still such a person who ignores the rules. However, do you think you can scare me like this? You even let someone tell me something to make me scared? This Gong Liangche is so naive and whimsical. I am the tyrant of King's Landing Class C, how can I be?" Ryuan was halfway through talking to himself, and Ishizaki screamed abruptly, clutching his neck in panic. As if there were thousands of bugs crawling inside, his face was scary blue and purple. Ishizaki seemed to be suffering from an unknown severe pain. He raised his hand weakly and stretched out to the direction of Long Yuan. The other hand covered his throat, and he couldn't say anything at all. That bruised and exaggerated face was really terrifying. In an instant, everyone in the private room was frightened. Even Long Yuan, who had been arrogant before, was no longer arrogant. Hurry up, let's take Ishizaki together and go to the infirmary to see first. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Long Yuan admits defeat and repairs. It is said that in order to ensure the health of students, major medical doctors recruited at high salaries have also used huge amounts of funds to set up various medical instruments and related facilities. I heard that in the infirmary of this high school, it is even possible to perform an operation like a cesarean section. As for why the high school has to do this, it can only be said that in the highly competitive, exciting and tense atmosphere of high education, high school students may not pay much attention to personal safety. In short, the level of the school's infirmary can be trusted, but even so, Ishizaki's medical judgment that there is no problem has completely blackened Ryuuin. The infirmary gave Dadi Ishizaki a comprehensive examination. After Ishizaki was sent to the infirmary by Long Yuan and others, the severe pain in his neck seemed to slowly subside, but no one knew when it would relapse. I could only ask the infirmary to do a careful examination, but the final result was that apart from facial trauma and a slight concussion, Ishizaki had no problems, and was said to be a student who was in good health. But Long Yuan and the rest of the students in Class C, including Ishizaki himself, are very clear that this is not the case at all. The most deadly internal diseases cannot be detected by the whole body examination here. At this moment, Gong Liangche's warning appeared in everyone's heart. The internal force technique he used, with the current medical methods on Sakurajima, could not find out the cause of death at all. In other words, after Ishizaki, it is likely to die. In order to avoid this being just some kind of one-time toxin or something, Long Yuan also dialed the school's contact information and spent 50,000 points to inquire about Gong Liangche's information. As mentioned above, personal points can buy everything in this school, even the personal information of some students. Of course, the price is different. The school does not have much information on Gong Liangche, only that the chairman of the board personally recruited international students from the East. After learning such a piece of information, Long Yuan's face became even more stinky, and the school didn't have much information on Gong Liangche? Or did the chairman personally recruit it? The layers of information are superimposed on each other, and it is increasingly clear that what Gong Liangche said before is true. Thinking of death, Ishizaki couldn't help being a little scared, and looked at Long Yuan quickly, his eyes full of pleading. Long Yuan, I don't want to die. That's right, Ishizaki can only beg at the moment, even if he used to be the boss of some gangster group, and he used to be the one who speaks the truth. But after entering this school, after encountering such a monster as Long Yuan, he can only express his surrender and surrender to the rule of this tyrant. The tyrant's usual behavior is not like a person who loves his subordinates, or else he would not have planned today's conspiracy. But in order to save his life, Ishizaki still had to face the fear and beg to Ryuuin. Long Yuan's face was extremely stinky, and he owed him millions of personal points to everyone around him. People didn't dare to take a breath, for fear of attracting the wrath of the tyrant. Very good, very good. Long Yuan finally laughed out loud and seemed to have made a decision. Ishizaki, come with me, let's ask the other guys in Class D what is Gong Liangche's dormitory number. If you want to unlock the inner force in your body, it seems that you have to come to the door and admit defeat. Ryuuin's decision made Ishizaki extremely tremble. That mighty tyrant has just given up? Just because of him? No matter how Ishizaki said it, he was very clear about the humiliation to Long Yuan. After all, people like them who fought were the most respectful, and admitting defeat would be the worst thing to do. Immediately, Ishizaki was a little flattered. Long Yuan, or I will go by myself. If you are together, it will affect you. Hey! Long Yuan had an inexplicable smile on his face. Ishizaki, are you questioning my decision? Ishizaki shook his head quickly, only to get Long Yuan's explanation. What's the panic? I lost this time, because my planning was not perfect, and I didn't consider that this Gong Liang Che is from that mysterious country in the east. But what does it matter? Give up this time, and next time, in the next 3 years, as long as I seize the opportunity, I will definitely make that guy pay a heavier price than you. The tyrant of Class C, like the most sinister viper, did not mind a single defeat, but planned to take advantage of the opportunity and wait for it. If the rest of the people were being targeted by such a poisonous snake, they would be terrified and fearful. They would be unprepared every day and would be under a lot of pressure. But Gong Liang Che, even if he knew about Long Yuan's stalking, would never take it to heart. The digital camera store in Kiyaki Shopping Center does not occupy a large area because the customers are only students and very few teachers. By convention, the place where repairs are received is usually in the innermost part of the store. Ah! Sakura suddenly stopped for some reason. It seemed that he was keenly aware of something unusually disgusting, and he showed a blatant disgust. Gong Liang Che stopped when he saw the little rabbit who had been following him all the time, and followed Sakura's side. There was a chubby middle-aged clerk there, who seemed to be staring at Sakura frantically. He was really frenzied. If I had to describe it, it was like some kind of mad believer who caused people trouble, right? Gong Liang classmate! Sakura exclaimed subconsciously. Because Gong Liang Che took the camera and warranty card from her without any greeting, Gong Liang Che didn't explain much. You stay here, just leave the rest to me. Hey! Sakura couldn't say why, but having Gong Liang Che to help her repair the camera was such a relief for her. It was as if the heavy stone that was pressing on his heart was lifted away by Gong Liang Che with one hand, and the whole person suddenly relaxed. Sakura relaxed for a moment. Her beautiful sapphire blue eyes couldn't help but lock towards Gong Liang Che's back in front of her, as if Gong Liang's classmate was not as bad as she had seen before. The reason for the fight seems to have been provoked by the bad students in Class C first. Gong Liang was just protecting himself, right? Sakura didn't know why he was defending Gong Liang Che in his heart. The middle-aged clerk saw that Gong Liang Che dared to snatch the camera from Sakura's arms. He seemed to have rubbed against Sakura's body during the snatch. His eyes were green, and he looked like an MMP. It's almost like watching a heresy, and it's almost going to be judged by fire. However, Gong Liang Che's extremely cold gaze quenched his intention to reprimand. Chapter 25 A phone call makes you disappear. The middle-aged clerk didn't know what was going on, why he was frightened by an ordinary student, but still stuck his neck. Are you going to repair the camera? Show me quickly. He is not blind, he can see clearly. This is the camera that Sakura held in his arms before. There must be a lot of photos about Sakura. Since it is to be repaired, it is inevitable that he can look at the photos in Sakura. So the clerk was very excited at this moment. Even Gong Liang Che couldn't accept such an ugly gesture. When the clerk was about to touch Sakura's camera, Gong Liang Che pulled his hand back and avoided the clerk. The clerk reached out and was stunned. What are you doing? Don't you want to repair the camera? Let me have a look. How can I help you repair it? No need. Gong Liang Che refused outright, holding the camera in one hand and taking out the student terminal mobile phone assigned by the school in the other hand, and dialed a contact person who noted Chairman Sakayanagi. Beep. Hello, Mr. Gong Liang, why did you suddenly call at this time? Soon, a generous and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was easy to give people a good impression. Gong Liang Che didn't hide the slightest thing either. It's just a quick cut for such trivial matters. I'm in the digital camera shop in the Beech Tree Shopping Center, and now the clerk in front of me is plotting against a girl in my class. I suggest that the chairman, if he can, check the clerk's recent online tour records and online messages, and check the emails sent from the school by the way. I unilaterally predict that it has a criminal motive and will be implemented soon. There was no hesitation on the other end of the phone. It seemed that it was related to an adult's work position. It was really just a trivial matter. Understood, I will send someone to inquire right away. Please don't worry Gong Liang-kun. This sentence is very elegant. It doesn't say what to do after the specific results of the inquiry, but directly reassures Gong Liang-che, then what Chairman Sakayanagi will do is self-evident. I'm sorry, Chairman. Gong Liang-che simply thanked him and decided to hang up. In the final analysis, the personnel arrangement at the Beech Tree Shopping Center is not something that students can intervene at this stage. After Gong Liang-che has enough personal points, it may be arranged, but not now. So in desperation, I could only contact Chairman Sakayanagi. After all, before coming to this school, Chairman Sakayanagi had passed his anger with him in advance. If there is anything unexpected, you can contact him, and he will solve it as quickly as possible. Of course, Chairman Sakayanagi also reached some small agreements with Gong Liang-che in advance. He can help Gong Liang-che in some small matters, but this is only limited to some unexpected events in the school. Don't forget, he came here to defeat the Gao Yuchen Academy and complete the game. At a high enough level, he and the Chairman Sakayanagi are enemies. All that Chairman Sakayanagi can do is to provide relatively fair rules and regulations of the school, and let Gong Liang-che take control of the school, instead of completely letting go. If Chairman Sakayanagi ignores some minor accidents, there will be suspicions of recruiting outsiders, so the old Gong Liang family knows that Sakurajima will not feel well. So at a relatively low level, Chairman Sakayanagi can help Gong Liang-che with some small things. A few more explanations. It is the confrontation between the big men at the top. In fact, it has nothing to do with Chairman Sakayanagi. Who would not be happy to sell the favor of the heir of the Gong Liang family? Chairman Sakayanagi is not stupid. An Amir clerk actually wanted to attack a highly bred female student with a wicked plan. This was naturally an accident, and it should be dealt with by the chairman of the board. Although this is only Gong Liang-che's unilateral decision, Chairman Sakayanagi has basically believed in Gong Liang-che. After all, he is the next heir to the Gong Liang family. In terms of eyesight, Chairman Sakayanagi believes that there will be no mistakes. They wanted to end the call, but Chairman Sakayanagi didn't think about letting Gong Liang-che go like this. By the way, Gong Liang-kun, it's been 2 months since I entered school, how is it? What do you think about this high-level education academy? After all, this school was built by Sakurajima and Chairman Sakayanagi, and Chairman Sakayanagi put a lot of effort into this academy. That's why I asked such a question. I want to know what kind of experience it is for the successors of the Gong Liang family to be highly nurtured. Well, hearing such a question, Gong Liang-che turned his head to look at Sakura, whose mouth was in an O shape with a surprised face, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on his face. It's not bad. Really? That's good, and I hope Gong Liang-kun can live happily in the next time. The chairman also politely left a wish, and then waited for Gong Liang-che to hang up. Gong Liang-che didn't care about such small details. He took back his phone after hanging up, and took Sakura's little hand and led her out. Wait for a day, come back here tomorrow. It is estimated that the clerk there will be forcibly fired. It is more appropriate to repair the camera from time to time. Hey! Sakura's little head couldn't accept such a drastic change at all. How could such a good classmate be able to dismiss an adult with just one phone call? Is this really something that classmates can do? April Fool's Day? Or is there a hallucination in front of you? Sakura's little head was foggy, and he couldn't figure out how things were going. The middle-aged clerk was also rudely dissatisfied. What a joke. Kid. Do you want to intimidate an adult by making a random phone call? Do you think this kind of little trick will be useful? Also, Shizuku. You know me, right? Why are you turning a blind eye? You're hiding it from this kid, right? You can't let this kid know your real identity, right? Shizuku. You really only want me to know you. Ah. Don't go. Seeing that Sakura was about to be taken out of the store by Gong Liangche's hand, the clerk finally couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted loudly to keep him, and even chased him out. Hearing the name Shizuku, Sakura's body shuddered, his hands and feet were stiff, and he couldn't walk for a moment. Does this clerk really know her secret? When she entered school in early April and came to buy a camera after getting 100,000 points from the school, she was discovered by the other party. No wonder, since April, there has been a fanatical fan who has been posting all kinds of unsightly messages on his main blog. Sure enough, it was him. Seeing that the clerk was about to pounce, Gong Liangche had no intention of being polite at all. He stopped, turned around, raised his feet, and the dragon raised his head. The movements were smooth and smooth. The left foot turned the body around the center of the circle, the waist exerted force, and the toe of the right foot directly kicked the clerk's chin, kicked it straight up, and hit the ceiling with a boom before sinking. The advantage of rising and kicking like this is that it won't hit other electronic products. After all, the store is too small and the movement is a little louder. Maybe the store will ask him to compensate. Chairman Sakayanagi will not help 100% in this regard. Student Gong Liang. Sakura was completely frightened. He didn't expect that Gong Liangche would be so decisive. Let's go, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Gong Liangche didn't even look at the clerk again, and pulled Sakura out of the store, ready to return to the dormitory. On the other hand, Sakura realized it later, walking on the street with people coming and going, only to realize that his little hand was still being held by Gong Liang. Gong Liang classmate, hand. Well, I know. Gong Liangche didn't want to be a gentleman, he didn't let go of his hand, and while experiencing the soft and boneless palm, he said, I'm just afraid that you will run away. After all, I'm very curious about that clerk. Why call you Shizuku? *. Chapter 26 All the Reasons for the Hamster Girl. P.S. The illustration is a photo of Sakura's internet celebrity. In Gong Liangche's dormitory, Sakura was obviously the first time to come to the boys' room. He was extraordinarily cautious. Ever since he entered the entrance, he had been blushing all the time, hunched over and lowered his head, not daring to look up at all. He was forcibly brought back to the dormitory by Gong Liangche because of his curiosity, and wanted to ask about Shizuku. In order to let Gong Liangche help keep it a secret, Sakura had no choice but to follow him and wanted to explain clearly in the dormitory. Black tea, coffee, or juice? Today was different. Gong Liangche didn't treat Kuruzawa on the first day of school. The vending machine downstairs had something to do with him, so he could ask Sakura with confidence. Here, I just need a glass of water. Sakura obviously couldn't let go of his hands and feet in this unfamiliar environment. He was very polite, and didn't dare to bother Gong Liangche to spend time brewing tea or coffee. But Gong Liangche is not the kind of obedient person. He took out a large bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator, poured 2 glasses, and put it on the coffee table, then let's juice it. Scientists have shown that after a girl is frightened, it is easier to feel at ease by adding some powdered sugar. All these things happened today, Sakura-san, you must be quite uneasy, right? It's better to drink some orange juice to soothe your spirits. Of course, Gong Liangche has no idea if there are any scientists studying this subject, the above is pure nonsense. But Sakura didn't know, and quickly took the cup with both hands. Thank you Gong Liang. Then, just like a little hamster, he moved the cup to the corner of his mouth and sipped it little by little. It was indescribably cute. Moving. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. Sakura exhaled a small breath of sweet orange juice, as if his body and mind were really relieved, and he was not as depressed as before. "Now, can we talk about it?" Gongliang Che was very interested and asked with the camera in his hand. Although he knew Sakura's secret from the original plot in advance, he still felt that it would be more emotional to listen to himself. Just like that day, he followed Kushida Kikyo to the grove outside the dormitory, and when he saw Kushida's violent and ferocious face, it would give him a very novel look. I don't know if it was Gongliang Che's encouraging and probing eyes, or the cup of sweet orange juice, or the protection of Gongliang Che in the camera shop today, which caused Sakura's mood disorder, a secret that should have been kept tightly. Finally blurted out. I actually want to communicate with people." The voice of these words was very small, almost inaudible. If it wasn't for Gongliang Che's practice of ancient martial arts, he might not have heard it clearly, right? Gongliang Che didn't show any doubts about this, and didn't ask the timid girl to repeat it out loud again, but looked at her calmly and encouraged her to continue. Seeing Gongliang Che's gentle encouragement, Sakura seemed to have more strength in his heart, and his voice became somewhat louder. I actually don't know what's going on. I seem to be special and afraid of life. Since I was a child, it seemed that it was just because. As he spoke, Sakura's little face became even more rosy, and after muttering for a while, he finally said, "It's because of the advanced development. It's very easy to attract attention. From time to time, people around you will stare at it. It's very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Maybe this is the case. I have become afraid of getting along with people, even more afraid of looking at people, afraid of being in an environment with many people, thinking that I am the only one. But that's not enough, right? I'm alone every day. Good things and bad things are all in my heart, and I can't tell my parents about many things. Even if I am so afraid of life, I understand one thing, and that is after all, people can't live alone. Such a lonely world. Even if it is like this, I also want to communicate with people's hearts." Sakura tried her best to talk about the past in a messy way, which made it easy for people to understand the reason why she was afraid of being timid from the upper W who killed the whole school. This is obviously a virtue to be proud of, crushing countless same *X advantages, but it has brought her too many troubles since she was a child. So. Sakura saw that Gongliang Che didn't comment on anything, but just matched the rhythm of her speech and tapped her chin lightly from time to time, so she had the courage to continue the story. "So later, I posted a selfie on the internet. There are a lot of people commenting, and I am also below, replying to them, and unknowingly, I have become an internet idol, Shizuku. This is what you want to know, Gongliang." Gongliang Che felt a little embarrassed after listening to it, and went back to the source. "So, Sakura, you like taking pictures, is it an interest that you cultivated because no one communicates?" Sakura probably didn't expect that Gongliang Che would ask such a question. She was stunned for a while before slowly shaking her head. When she mentioned this topic, no matter how shy she was, she couldn't help but smile. "When I was a child, my mother gave me a camera. It's amazing, I was timid in front of people, but I was able to laugh very cheerfully when I was alone in front of the camera. Maybe it was because there were no other people around? I took this as an opportunity and I gradually fell in love with shooting." Gongliang Che is like a close friend at the moment, constantly encouraging Sakura to connect the topic. "Then put the photos you took on the blog. Do you feel happy when you communicate with unknown netizens?" It seemed that Gongliang Che's questions surprised Sakura one by one, and Sakura thought about it for a while before answering seriously. "At first, I was more happy, because I can communicate well with people like this. But gradually, it became a bit boring, as if people only care about the life of Shizuku, not my life. Many things will still be boring in their hearts, unable to describe. It's also because you look good when you smile, Sakura, right?" That's why people are attracted by your smile and can't find the sullenness behind you. Gong Liang Che, like a skilled sea king, spit out compliments without hesitation. Although I haven't seen your selfie, Sakura, nor your smile, but being selected by a magazine must have a unique charm. Unique charm or something. Gong Liang classmates, have won the award. Sakura lowered his head shyly when he heard this, and didn't dare to lift it up at all. Seeing this, Gong Liang Che skillfully raised the cup and motioned Sakura to touch it. Sakura-san can smile more in the future. If you want to communicate with others, you can come to me at any time. Sakura reluctantly raised his glass with mixed feelings and clinks with Gong Liang Che. Is it really okay? If this is the case, will it be too much trouble for Gong Liang? For Gong Liang Che, who already knew her true identity, if she could sit and chat so peacefully in the future, as long as Sakura thought about it, she couldn't help feeling excited. This timid girl, at the moment when two glasses of orange juice collided lightly and made a clear and crisp sound, got something in her heart. She was able to summon the courage to tell Gong Liang all the things she had kept in her heart for so many years. Is so good. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The contract Long Yuan was forced to sign. After that, Gong Liang Che and Sakura chatted a lot thanks to Gong Liang Che's eloquence and knowledge. The topic would not be boring or awkward. In such a friendly atmosphere, Sakura let down his guard step by step and enjoyed the chat with Gong Liang Che. When Gong Liang Che finished pouring out the big bottle of orange juice and was about to open another bottle, Sakura reacted shyly. I said goodbye quickly because it was late. Before they knew it, the two of them had been staying until late at night. After school, they were walking around and sitting and chatting, and neither of them had dinner. Taking this, Gong Liang Che simply invited Sakura to eat together, which was another novel experience for Sakura, who had always eaten alone. After enjoying dinner in the cafeteria and sending Sakura back to the dormitory, Gong Liang Che returned to the door of his dormitory, but the two people standing outside the door were clearly Long Yuan and Ishizaki, which made him a little embarrassed. He had expected that Ryuan would bring Ishizaki to the door tonight and ask him to remove the hands and feet on Ishizaki's body, but he was addicted to Sakura before and forgot about this. It seems that Ryuan and the others waited for a long time. A while. But the initiative was on his side. Gong Liang Che smiled casually. Without saying hello, he opened the door and invited the two of them to enter. Ishizaki wanted to say something, but was stopped by Long Yuan. Long Yuan followed Gong Liang Che's footsteps with an interesting face and entered the living room one after the other. Tea, coffee, juice, water. When facing the boys, Gong Liang Che was more direct. Without any other polite words, he directly reported 4 choices. He came from a big family, and some of his attention has been almost engraved in his bones. Long Yuan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He didn't seem to have thought that he could still be entertained like this. 2 glasses of water will do. Seeing the two of them make such a relaxed statement, Ishizaki on one side was sweating on his forehead. Only by being here can you feel how powerful and unbearable the aura of the two of them is. Long Yuan's request saved the time of brewing. Gong Liang Che brought 2 glasses of water over and put them on the coffee table at random. He didn't need to explain too much when chatting with smart people. What? I just hope that you, Long Yuan, will sign a contract with me. I can make you unconditionally cooperate with my actions once. Long Yuan also seemed to acquiesce that he was here to be ripped off this time. He didn't say anything in the scene, and he didn't talk nonsense about humanism or you're not afraid of dying. Instead, it was like a tyrant who cared about his own interests. Gong Liang Che, don't you think this request is more than asking for personal points? Unconditionally cooperate with you once? This is an attempt to let me be suppressed by you for the next 3 years? And what class competition will I encounter in the future? Maybe this contract will allow you to bring D class to defeat my C class. Gong Liang Che's side is asking for prices all over the sky, and Long Yuan's side is also sitting on the ground to bargain. saying that the price is too high and must be suppressed. Most importantly, no one has any doubts about whether the contract will be executed smoothly and fairly. Long Yuan realized early on the importance of personal points in this school. He asked the school a lot of questions from the very beginning, and with the intentional help of the class leader of Class C, he learned a lot of secret information. Take the contract, for example. If the student is willing to spend a certain amount of points and ask the school to act as the middle person, then both parties who sign the contract must implement it and cannot violate the contract, otherwise the school will enforce it. Or the school will punish the defaulter and hand over the punishment proceeds to the other party of the contract. Gong Liangche learned such a rule from the school from the original plot. Since Gong Liangche expected that Long Yuan would obediently come to the door and be ripped off, he had already thought of a perfect method of persuasion. It's actually very simple to solve the problem you are worried about, as long as the contract has more restrictions on me. For example, I can take the initiative to write on the contract that the contract is only valid until the end of this summer vacation. Also, with this contract, once there is an omen that the class points of Class D will exceed the class points of Class C, Ryuan has the right not to fulfill the contract. In this way, the price is moderate, right? Long Yuan's dark eyes immediately gleamed, and he seemed to find Gong Liangche's proposal very funny. Hey, Gong Liang, can you guess it? The school will arrange some very special competitions this summer. Your contract is only limited to the end of the summer vacation. Are you planning to use it here? You can't let the points of Class D exceed that of Class C. The limit is so large that it makes me think it's feasible, so you trick me into signing it. Although I can't see where you can make a profit, there is no doubt that you can make a profit, so I don't sign it. Long Yuan seems to be planning to fight all the time, carefully planning the overall situation, and refusing to let himself miss any opportunity. Gong Liangche was very busy. Before, he wasn't sure to coax Long Yuan to sign a contract, but now the situation is different, and he pointed at Ishizaki leisurely. Long Yuan, can you bargain now? Ryuan's face darkened, and Ishizaki hurriedly lowered his head. He knew that his boss, Ryuan, would be so passive because of him. If it wasn't to save him, why would Long Yuan take the initiative to come to Gong Liangche's door? Bring it out. Long Yuan is also a straightforward person, and he does things very neatly. After being reminded by Gong Liangche about Ishizaki, he no longer thinks about the mess of bargaining. Since you said so, the contract documents must have been long ago. Are you ready? Gong Liangche kept an elegant but gentle smile on his face. He made an appointment with Long Yuan during his lunch break today, went to the special teaching building after school, and then played with Sakura until now. Contract or something, he really hadn't prepared in advance. Long Yuan is not a stupid person either, his temples could not help jumping. He drank all the water that Gong Liangche had brought up in one breath, and then stood up with his hands in his pockets. Hurry up, while there are still people in the school. Office. Gong Liangche knew what Long Yuan meant and didn't say much. He went out again, rushed to the administrative building, and signed this contract with Long Yuan. Afterwards, the three big men were walking in the dark, preparing to return to the first-year dormitory building, but Gong Liangche kept his hand on Ishizaki's neck. When I took it out, Ishizaki's neck was even thicker for a whole circle, and then it quickly disappeared and returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, Ryuan frowned extremely sullenly. You guy, you are really scary enough. If Gong Liangche, who has such a means, wants to do something, can the students of this school disobey him? As long as he thinks of this, even Long Yuan, who calls himself a tyrant, can't help but feel a little bad. Don't say that. Gong Liangche may be in a good mood, or he may be trying to deceive Long Yuan, and said a little information that is not true or false. To do this kind of thing, it is also a lot of energy. At most I can do it. Cast it once or twice, no more. Had. Long Yuan sneered back. Whether this one or two restrictions are true or not, both of them are well aware and tacit. Only Ishizaki, as if reborn, touched his neck with a smirk on his face, feeling that he finally survived. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Horikita School. Before returning to the first-year dormitory, Long Yuan didn't know what to do with Ishizaki, and the trio parted ways. Since the goal has been achieved this time, Gong Liangche doesn't care what else Long Yuan wants to do. It's just that when walking towards the dormitory building, Gong Liangche, who has a keen hearing, noticed an unusual movement in the alley at the edge of the building. You must know that the cameras all over the school are only arranged on the main street, and in the front and back of the dormitory building. That is to say, the alley next to it is an absolute camera blind spot. Usually students go there specifically, it's not the hot-blooded appointment of the boys, it's only possible to be a teenage couple, right? Out of curiosity, Gong Liangche changed direction, quietly groped to the corner of the building, and clearly saw a man and a woman fighting in the alley. It's not the kind of fight you understand, but a very serious fight. Both sides seem to have practiced karate and are fighting each other with various karate skills. From the bows and long braids that passed by, Gong Liangche recognized the girl among them, the table to the left, the cold flower of Takabayashi Horikita Suzuan. As for the boy on the other side, he actually looks a bit similar to Horikita, which makes people doubt the blood relationship between the two. Soon, Horikita was defeated, and he was directly restrained by his wrists and forcibly stopped the offensive. The boy's expression was indifferent, far colder than Horikita's current expression. Suzuan, you really haven't grown at all. Brother. At this moment, Horikita was far less arrogant than before, and his tone was full of grievance and sadness. Horikita School? Gong Liangche recognized the boy from Suzuan, Horikita's name for him. Horikita Suzuan's biological brother, Horikita Gakuin, is currently the leader of Class A of the 3rd grade, and is currently the president of the highly educated student council. The admiration of the graders. He looks very serious in dress, his school uniform is orderly and neatly dressed, he wears a pair of square glasses, he has short standard black hair, and he has no human features. When the school started, there was a new recruiting speech held by the club and the student union in the gymnasium, but Gong Liangche didn't go there at that time, so he didn't recognize Horikita School at a glance. Seeing the current scene, Gong Liangche felt funny, and stood out with his right arm propped on the corner of the wall. Yo, the student council president beat his sister, it feels like a good scene. Gong Liang. Ringtone was a little confused, as if she didn't think of why the next table in the same class would appear in such a remote place at such a quiet time in the middle of the night. Similar to Suzuan's reaction, Horikita Shui saw Gong Liangche's first moment, let go of the wrist restraining Suzuan's movements, and looked at Gong Liangche squarely. Horikita Gaku has one ability that he is proud of, and that is his intuition that can be called a plug-in. To give an example, for example, in a competition, even if you are weaker than your opponent, you can rely on your intuition to predict the position of your opponent's shot, so that you can advance and retreat in a moderate manner to attack and defend, and the weak will defeat the strong. Or in this school. When conducting various special competitions, relying on intuition can often solve many misconduct against him. To be more detailed, it is the daily lottery, or the purchase of drinks, the Horikita Academy will win the prize, or the purchase of another bottle of drinks. But now Horikita Gaku's intuition is telling him that this junior boy who suddenly appeared in front of him is extremely terrifying. There is no chance of winning. This was the first time since Horikita Gaku was born 18 years ago that he felt such pressure from a junior. He raised his hand, bent his index finger, and held up his glasses with the second knuckle. Hello, I'm Horikita, if I remember correctly, you should be Gong Liangche from Class D, right? Since you are the chairman of the board of directors, I have focused on your personal file in the student union before. Not bad. Gong Liangche admitted frankly that he was also curious about Horikita, the best student council president of all time. It can be said that the other party is a real genius, not like Gong Liangche, who has the education of an ancient family, nor is he experienced the cruel indoctrination in the White Room like Ling Xiaolu, but he really relies on his own ability to step up from the bottom step by step. Excellent existence. Behind Horikita's square glasses, his brown eyes flashed with inexplicable brilliance. Student Gong Liang, if possible, would you consider joining the student council? If it is this special recruit, maybe it is really possible, will Nagamo. What? Before Gong Liangche, who received the invitation, could speak, Ling Yian shouted out in surprise. She couldn't believe that the elder brother she had been chasing would actually recognize the next table in front of her, and personally and actively invite him to join the student council. This is the recognition from Horikita school that she has been longing for but not getting. This is also the key for Horikita Suzun to come to this school. It is to gain the approval of her elder brother Horikita Gakuin, so she is very dissatisfied with her being assigned to Class D, and she is so persistent in being promoted to Class A. Everything is for the recognition of Horikita Gakuin. But she worked so hard, she could only get Horikita's indifferent face. Gong Liangche, who was next to her, didn't do anything, and was directly invited by Horikita to join the club? She can't accept this. Oh! Gong Liangche never thought that Horikita would be so direct. After all, he didn't fully understand the plot of the original novel, and it was unclear for the time being that Horikita had an extraordinary intuitive ability. I just feel that this student council president is really good at seeing people. As for whether to join or not, Gong Liangche really needs to consider, the student union of this school has great power, and can even change the school rules, or change the examination and other situations. It will definitely help in defeating this school, but if you join now, it seems that it will become a tool of Horikita Gakuin and will have to deal with some of Horikita Gakuin's enemies. Perhaps seeing Gong Liangche's thinking, Horikita expressed his understanding. Also, such an abrupt invitation is too rude. If possible, please think carefully before contacting me. After speaking, Horikita took out a pen and paper from his coat pocket, wrote down the contact information, and handed it to Gong Liangche. Before he left politely, but only, the whole process did not look at Horikita Suzun. Well, what an interesting person. Gong Liangche held the contact information of Horikita school, and felt more and more that this school was irresistible. After sighing with emotion, Gong Liangche turned to Horikita Suzun with a smile, and raised the small note in his hand. 10,000 points, do you want it? Ling Yian suddenly burst into anger. Would his brother recognize such a foolish guy? She absolutely couldn't accept it. What, are you kidding me? That was given to you by my brother, and you are selling it to me for 10,000 yuan now. Don't forget it. The business was not done. Gong Liangche didn't say anything, and planned to return to the dormitory. There were too many things in the day, and he wanted to rest a little. Wait, wait. Horikita Suzun looked extremely humiliated. After seeing Gong Liangche about to leave this alley, she bit her lip and gave the points fiercely. 10,000 points, deal. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Increased Class Points, Summer Vacation News. June 1st, a new month, is a wonderful day for Class D students. Early in the morning, Class D students have gathered in the classroom, singing and dancing. Haha, I didn't sleep on purpose this morning, and I received the points issued by the school. Although it is only 18,700 points, it is much better than the 0 points in May. Yes, yes, when Chibashira-sensei comes, ask her about the changes in the class points. Since new personal points have been recorded in the new month, the students are in high spirits, and they are chatting about topics. There are even students who can't wait and are ready to form groups to consume after school. God knows what kind of ascetic life they lived in May when it was 0. Mr. Gong Liang, good morning. Sakura greeted Gong Liangche in a low voice when he saw Gong Liangche coming in from the back door. Gong Liangche Sunshine responded, good morning. Although Sakura was still afraid of life, he dared to communicate with people, which should be regarded as a good progress. Sakura also laughed a little happily. He just looked down at the table and chatted with Gongliang-che, but he didn't say a word. Chibashira had already entered the classroom, so Sakura didn't dare to say anything, and shrank again. Seeing Chibashira, some students in Class D couldn't help but get excited. "Teacher, did we perform well last month and the class points increased to 187? As I said before, the monthly personal points are the class points multiplied by 100. Today, everyone has 18,000 credits, which means that the points of Class D have now risen from 0 to 187. Hat. Chibashira still had a cold expression on his face, and occasionally sneered like this. Of course, given Chibashira's extremely dignified appearance and the curves that are unique to adults, everyone in Class D can accept the strange attitude of this class leader. Performed well? Barely. The school has stipulated that if no one drops out of the school for the first midterm exam, each class can get 100 class points as compensation. This time you all passed by luck. If you can take the midterm exam and the final exam, you won't have this kind of treatment again. After Chibashira's remarks, he poured cold water on the students. That is to say, if Gongliang-che didn't give a speech after the midterm exam, and if they didn't crowdfund and leave Sudo, they wouldn't even be able to get the 100 class. Can't get points? There is even more dissatisfaction among students who insist on class promotion like Horikita Suzuan, that is to say, each class has 100 points? So the gap between us and the three classes above has not shortened at all. Even if Class A has 1,040 points, the individual points obtained are more than the 100,000 individual points in April. For Horikita Suzuan, who is determined to be promoted to Class A, the current AD gap is 1,040 to 187, which is close to 1,000 points difference, which makes people feel a serious sense of powerlessness. This analysis has cooled many students' interest, and they all began to think. Compared with the scattered sand before, the current Class D at least has the cohesion of the class to prompt them to think about the competition in the class. Seeing such an uncomfortable atmosphere, Hirata, the bad guy in the class, couldn't help raising his hand to ask questions, wanting to change the atmosphere. But Chibashira-sensei, do you have another 87 points? Hearing this question, the students also turned their attention. Sure enough, they were more concerned about their own interests than the number of points in Class A this month. Chibashira didn't hide it, because of Sudo. Sudo is valued by the coaches of the basketball club. He was selected as an official player of the school team in the first year, and added 100 class points to the class. There should have been a total of 200 points, but because some of your students deserted in class last month, 13 points were deducted, resulting in only 187 points left. This is also Sudo's specialty. According to the rules on Sakurahima's side, the general selection team members are second-year students, and first-year students can only do chores and do not participate in the competition. First-year students are selected as positive candidates, representing absolute strength. As a result, the school hereby rewards 100 class points, which is understandable. Hearing this inside story, the rest of the students first looked back at Sudo with admiration, and someone gave him a thumbs up, causing Sudo to scratch his head shyly, passing Sudo, and the classmates looked at him again. Gongliang-che. It can be said that these 200 class points are all related to Gongliang-che. If Gongliang-che did not propose the senior exam papers, there is a high probability that some of them would fall behind and drop out of school because of failing the midterm exam. If it wasn't for Gongliang-che's suggestion, they wouldn't have left Sudo, and it would be harder to get class points, which means that without Gongliang-che, they might still have 0 points this month. Thinking of this, the students of Class D felt a little tingling in their scalps and respected Gongliang-che more and more. Okay. Chibashira clapped his hands and pulled back the eyes of all the students. The top priority is to study hard and make sure that no one is left behind in the final exam. After all, this time, the school has invested a lot of money to book a luxury cruise ship for you to go to the South Daxia Sea for your summer vacation. Such a hot news immediately excited the students of Class D. Words such as luxury cruise ships and sea vacations all stimulated their nerves. After so many years, most of the students have not had the experience of taking luxury cruise ships. Knowing that the school has such an arrangement for the summer vacation, how can I not be excited? So, let's go to class now. Chabashara patted the blackboard again. If you fail the final exam, you will be expelled from school, let alone luxury cruise ships. Yes. The students of Class D answered enthusiastically. Each of them turned into 3 good students, devoted themselves to the class, and the dull morning passed like this. During the lunch break, Class D students hadn't left yet, and members of the other class came over. Student Gong Liang, you are really amazing. It was Hobamaya Chinos from Class B. The girl's tall and straight figure, her calm expression, her straightforward personality and her warm smile made many boys in Class D exclaim. Such a handsome, yes, a handsome girl, will naturally attract the attention of boys. That guy Gong Liang, does he actually know such a cute foreign girl? Damn it! Isn't that fellow Peach Blossom too prosperous? I also want the girls from the outside class to come and find me during their lunch break. Unlike the boys who were howling and howling, some of Kuruzawa's best friends, like guard knights, walked around Gong Liang Che and alerted Ichinos. Ichinos' bright smile was not affected by this. Everyone, don't be vigilant. I didn't want to come here to do something bad, just because Gong Liang seems to have beaten Ryuyuan, so I wanted to ask about the details. Ichinos took the vigilance of several of Kuruzawa's best friends as the ordinary vigilance of D-class students and foreign class students, and did not think about robbing men at all. The rest of the students were confused and looked at each other. Long Yuan? Who is it? Only Horikita Suzine turned her head and stared at Gong Liang Che. You competed with the leader of Class C, Ryuuan? Still won? How is it? How is his overall ability? Gong Liang Che couldn't accept Horikita's question, and waved his hand at will. If you win, you will win, but with Ryuuan's ability, you can't play against him now. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Strength is Supreme. The campus will not lack youth stories. Horikita Suzine's face became even colder after hearing Gong Liang Che's comment. She really didn't understand, why was Gong Liang Che able to make such a judgment? Even though she has never seen all of her abilities, she asserts that she is no match for that tyrant Long Yuan. If Gong Liang Che was not recognized by Horikita Gakuin last night, Horikita Suzune might have slapped the table and quarreled with Gong Liang Che. Gong Liang Che was at ease, not caring about Horikita Suzune's mood, but began to think about Ryuuan's intention to spread the news like this. Last night, Ryuuan came to the door to admit defeat and signed an unequal contract. The news has already reached Class B at noon today, and even Ichinos can come to ask him. What does Ryuuan want to do in less than a day? Gong Liang Che didn't think that Class C, who fell into the violent rule of Long Yuan, would be so easily obtained by the rest of the class. In this way, there is only one possibility, that is, Long Yuan did not issue a ban, but let the members of Class C spread the incident at will. What is the picture? Isn't this a blow to Long Yuan's prestige? If you insist on saying what Long Yuan has achieved, it should be to let the existence of Gong Liang Che completely intervene in everyone's vision, and let all capable students start to guard against him, right? After judging Ryuuan's thoughts, Gong Liang Che responded to Ichinos, yeah, that's about it, but it's not appropriate to tell Ichinos-kun about the specific details. Ichinos understood very well, it doesn't matter, it is enough for us to confirm that this matter is not a rumor. As expected, there is no problem with my judgment, Gong Liang-san is indeed more eye-catching than Ryuuan-san. When Ichinos had lunch with Gong Liang Che before, she had said that she thought Dragon Garden was extremely dangerous, but that Gong Liang Che was even more powerful than Dragon Garden. Even though he is in someone else's class, but he can say such a statement so straightforwardly. Should he be worthy of being Ichinos? Gong Liang Che was overwhelmed by the girl's calm aura. Is it just to confirm the authenticity? If I knew it earlier, I lied and deceived Ichinos-kun. That's a bit wicked. Ichinos responded playfully, and the pink gold gradient show played the dance room to make a suggestion. Since Gong Liang feels that it's a disadvantage, why don't I treat you to lunch? Okay. It was really fragrant that other people treated guests or something. Gong Liang Che agreed without hesitation, and made several Kuruzawa's girlfriends in the vicinity look like a great enemy. All of them looked terrified. The enemy is too strong. They can't stand it. After Gong Liang Che and Ichinos left, they all gathered around Kuruzawa. Each one said a sentence, making Kuruzawa dizzy. Unable to help, the girl put her hands together. Stop, stop. Everyone, what do you think? Say what? The best friends were Yujing first, and then Maya Sato, who was closest to him, took the lead in proposing. May, I think Gong Liang-kun seems to prefer white shirts. Look at Ichinos in Class B, he always wears white shirts inside. In addition to the free white shirts, there are also several other shirts in different colors. For example, Kuruzawa wears a pure blue shirt that he bought later. Kuruzawa has a big head. These girlfriends don't know Gong Liang Che at all. Does he care about the color of his shirt? Gong Liang Che is the one who lifted her shirt without changing his face. However, Kuruzawa looked in the direction of the back door of the classroom. Gong Liang Che and Ichinos' backs had disappeared. A thought suddenly flashed through her subconscious. Why don't you try the white shirt again tomorrow? On the way to the cafeteria, Ichinos seemed to pay more attention to the eyes of the girls such as Sato Maya, and looked at Gong Liang Che with some hindsight. Gong Liang must be very popular with girls, right? More or less. Gong Liang Che still has this self-knowledge, handsome in appearance and rich in knowledge. When he was a child, many older sisters used lollipops to try to trick him into kissing him for the first time. After growing up, many dignitaries brought their daughters to the house to visit Gong Liang's house, saying that they were in touch with each other. Who didn't know that their purpose was to marry? As usual, Ichinos, who was gorgeous and straightforward like a sundae, was a little strange at this moment. After listening to Gong Liang Che's response, 2 crimson flowers appeared on her cheeks for some unknown reason. It's like a naive girl who doesn't know how to be a good girl when facing the opposite S**X in a girly manga? Well, then, Gong Liang, you must also have experience in how to deal with confession, right? Gong Liang Che was speechless. Confession? From childhood to adulthood, there are too many girls in the family who have ulterior motives to approach them, all pretending to be classical ladies or active and cheerful, but they have never taken the initiative to confess. Well, before the time traveled, I was fortunate enough to experience it twice in school. Just when Gong Liang Che remembered the memory of his previous life and was about to answer Ichinos, he suddenly remembered the source of the question. Experience comes with experience. Who is going to confess to you? Is it Ichinos? Yeah. Ichinos let out a cute low cry like a fox whose tail was stepped on, and quickly blushed and waved his hands. This, no, that. This handsome and straightforward leader of Class B looks very gentle and reliable, and her calm and radiant attitude can even convince Gong Liang Che, but she unexpectedly seems to be very unfamiliar with the topic of love. Gong Liang Che was surprised. Really, quite the contrast. Gong Liang Che sighed in his heart. Don't be nervous, Ichinos originally wanted to ask something, right? Could you tell me something? Ichinos blinked a few times before spit out a mouthful of pandan, with her left and right index fingers intertwined. Well, I want to ask Gong Liang if there is any way to refuse the confession without hurting him. People. That's impossible, right? Gong Liang Che was really shocked. Does the leader of Class B have to be so pure? It's usually only those who make up their minds who confess, right? If the confession is rejected, and the determination is frustrated, it must be a big blow. How can it not be sad? But this is also normal. It is not surprising that a beautiful girl like Ichino's, with a pleasant personality and excellent appearance, will be confessed. Even in such an exciting, strength-oriented academy, I am afraid there will be no shortage of stories about adolescent men and women, right? However, Gong Liang Che suddenly remembered something. There seems to be an inconspicuous little clip in the original plot. It seems that a girl from Class B likes Ichino's and is about to confess to Ichino's, shouldn't it be? Ugh! Ichino's heard Gong Liang Che's explanation and let out a small headache and groaning for some reason. In a flash, the two had already arrived at the cafeteria. Ichino's thought of some inexplicable solution, and gently stretched out his hand and tugged at Gong Liang Che's left sleeve, with a very gentle tone. Then, after school this afternoon, is Gong Liang free? I have one. I hope Gong Liang can help. Pretend to be your boyfriend to refuse someone who confesses. Gong Liang Che didn't hesitate to think, why did he like to use this trick like Kuruzawa? He directly said what Ichino's was thinking. P.S. There are 2 more chapters later today, maybe one at 12 o'clock and one at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow, Xiaoju's brother gets married. I have to go and help, but I have to insist on 5 shifts a day, so I have to look for it during the day tomorrow. The opportunity to code 3 chapters, please rest assured, Xiaoju will not delay, *. Chapter 31, A Nice Day. Ichino's smile was almost rigidly fixed on her face. This. I've been seen through, Gong Liang-san, that's what I think. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble to Gong Liang. Afterwards, I will take the initiative to explain to the people around me that I have broken up and that Gong Liang dumped me, so there will be no problem. Ichino's speech is very characteristic of Sakurajima. After all, on Sakurajima's side, there are many unwritten rules for adolescent men and women. One of them is that the 2 parties in a relationship, whoever dumps the other, will take the initiative. If it is said to the outside world that Gong Liang Che dumped Ichino's, then it is Ichino's who will be embarrassed, and it does not have much influence on Gong Liang Che. If it is said that Ichino's dumped Gong Liang Che, then Gong Liang Che may be embarrassed. Because of this, Ichino's explained so in advance to prevent Gong Liang Che from thinking too much. Gong Liang Che couldn't help but raised his hand and pressed his eyebrows. What kind of brain circuit could this nose come up with to come up with such a method? Why is this method? Fake contacts. It is easy for Gong Liang Che to think of Megami Kuruzawa, but because of him, Megami Kuruzawa has not embarked on a parasite-like path, but has launched a new life vigorously, trying to create a good atmosphere in the class. Influence. But why do these girls like this trick so much? Gong Liang Che generally doesn't want to agree to this kind of fake relationship. Although it is very possible to make a fake relationship and enjoy beautiful people, there are too many restrictions on fake relationships. If he really wants it, why should he use this method? Ichino's looked particularly ignorant. I researched online. I already have a boyfriend, which is the most difficult reason to hurt the confessor among all the rejection words. Do you need to check it online? Gong Liang Che was refreshed by Ichino's again and again. Shouldn't you be familiar with this kind of thing, Ichino's? How is that possible? Ichino's face immediately blushed, and even her ears and neck were covered with seductive akane. I have never been confessed to. Gong Liang Che's eyes widened, and he glanced at Ichino's. This beautiful face, this invincible figure, this lovable personality, this handsome behavior, and the excellent quality that is trustworthy, have never been confessed by anyone? Gong Liang Che came to the conclusion that the elementary school is too young to say, but what is certain is that in the middle of the country where Ichino's is located, all the boys there should be blind monks. But it can also explain why Ichino's can be pure like this. What? Confession. Wow, so bold, in front of so many people. But this guy is handsome, but he's not romantic enough. How can he choose the cafeteria as the place to confess such a thing? Could it be that this girl likes to eat? That's why boys choose the cafeteria to confess? My girlfriend loves to eat, and she often takes me to the cafeteria for dates. Go away and charge now, and then talk and stuff your face into the dinner plate. Just when Gong Liangche was surprised and Ichinos was shy, the surrounding students fell into ecstasy instead. They didn't gather around, but they all sat around watching the play with the same eyes. After all, Ichinos was too embarrassed just now and shouted out loudly, "I've never been confessed." Combined with that flushed face and the scene of men and women confronting each other, it's really easy to give people a feeling that Gong Liangche confessed to Ichinos in public. Illusion. Hearing the whispers around, Gong Liangche woke up, and so did Ichinos. He bowed his head in shame and turned into a sakura, and even steam was coming out of his head. Seeing Gong Liangche having a headache and causing such a big turmoil, I can't blame Ichinos, but it's probably not realistic to continue enjoying lunch in peace. Gong Liangche had no choice but to hold Ichinos' little hand and hurriedly ran out of the center of the storm. Ichinos was currently in a state of no masters, so Gong Liangche was left holding hands. The two ran out of the cafeteria. Since each other's physical abilities were not bad, they were not out of breath, but it only made Ichinos' little face even more pinkish. "Sorry Gong Liang, I seem to give it to you." Trouble. At this moment, Ichinos lost her previous embarrassment, and apologized to Gong Liangche very frankly, thinking that she had just broken up Gong Liangche's lunch by shouting out loud. What else can Gong Liangche say here? I can only sigh helplessly. Forget it, I still have some ingredients in my dormitory, so I can barely make up a lunch. If you can't go to the cafeteria, Ichinos, why don't you drop by for a meal? Putting aside the incident of this fake relationship, Gong Liangche still has a good impression of Ichinos for such a straightforward and sunny person, and treating her to a meal is completely out of the question. Is it really okay? Ichinos also subconsciously raised her hand and touched her stomach. She was also a little hungry, but she was worried about disturbing Gong Liangche. Come on. Gong Liangche made a tough decision and didn't give Ichinos a chance to refute. The two of them didn't let go of the hand they held together, so they directly pulled Ichinos towards the dormitory building. Wait. Ichinos then noticed the hands of the two of them. Her complexion was still hot. She struggled slightly. She wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to say it. This Gong Liang classmate is so tough, and his hands are warm. No. What is she thinking? When Ichinos was brainstorming, he was pulled into Gong Liangche's dormitory unknowingly. After she came in, Gong Liangche didn't care about her anymore. She took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and started cooking on her own, leaving Ichinos to do whatever she wanted. Ichinos placed her shoes at the mysterious gate with a bit of restraint, and sat down uneasy. After a while, she looked at Gong Liangche's dormitory. Ordinary and clean, Ichinos was surprised. She originally thought that boys' rooms would be messy, and Gong Liang-san would still cook. Gong Liangche moved quickly. A simple fried egg and shredded green pepper and pork would take care of the lunch. The lunch break was limited, so he couldn't do any particularly time-consuming dishes to entertain Ichinos. However, because Gong Liangche's craftsmanship is indeed superb, Ichinos has repeatedly commented that it is delicious. By the way, also at the dinner table, Gong Liangche officially rejected the fake dating plan, which was a troublesome plan, and very seriously persuaded Ichinos. It should take a lot of courage to confess this matter, right? Almost at the cost of not being able to speak properly in the future, I also want to convey my feelings. But even so, it's still hard to open your mouth. When you want to confess, a simple "I like you" pops out of your throat. I think that's what confession is all about. Should you respond? If the situation of creating fake contacts is vague, and when the other party expires, when you understand this aspect in the future, you will only make yourself regret it. Gong Liang-che said this from the bottom of his heart. After all, thanks to Ichinos, he also reminded himself of the 2 campus romances before crossing the road. Even if he lived again, he would never forget the uneasy feeling when he confessed at that time. Although, everything in this life it's different, and so is he. But I still hope that some of his old memories can help Ichinos. As she said, Ichinos had no experience of being confessed at all, so she was extremely confused. However, even if the angel was confused, there was a bright light in his heart to guide him forward. Ichinos lowered his head in embarrassment, but after a few seconds he immediately raised his head to look at Gong Liang-che. This time, her face was full of lightness, and there seemed to be an inch of light flickering in the depths of her eyes. I was wrong, I didn't understand Chihiro's mood, and I just wanted to maintain friendship and not hurt anything. This is wrong. It's really difficult to fall in love or something, but I will try my best to maintain this friendship. Thank you Gong Liang-kun. If it wasn't for you, I might never understand this truth in my life. Gong Liang-che hilariously ignored the girl's name Chihiro in Ichinos' mouth, and pointed to the coffee table that was used as a dining table. If you want to thank you, please help wash the dishes. Hey Ichinos enthusiastically agreed, and took the initiative to clean up the tableware and chopsticks. Looking at the busy back of the wash basin and the delicate curve, Gong Liang-che showed a gentle smile from the bottom of his heart. Occasionally there are such small days. Not bad. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Do you still count what you said before? After the lunch break, it was the afternoon study time that started again. Since they learned about the luxury cruise vacation in the summer vacation, the students were very serious, and they listened to lectures in get out of class to consolidate, for fear of failing the final exam and missing such a vacation. In the afternoon break, Horikita Suzune was still pestering Gong Liang-che, asking him to talk about the confrontation with Ryuuin, while Gong Liang-che was idle and boring and teasing Horikita. Talking about the lies that he and Ryuuin won the rock-paper-scissors competition, Horikita was fascinated at first, but finally realized that it was a child's play lie, and he wanted to fight with Gong Liang-che in anger. But Gong Liang-che ran away after making fun, leaving Horikita with no way out. Soon after school, Gong Liang-che went to the supermarket to replenish the ingredients, so that there would be no shortage of stocks. It's just a rare thing that after checking out at the supermarket, coincidentally met Kushida, the little angel of Class D. How should I put it? It may be a little inappropriate to call Kushida a little angel now. Compared to Kushida, Ichinos from Class B is obviously more suitable for this title. Moreover, Gong Liang-che didn't think it was a coincidence. During the afternoon class break, while he was teasing Horikita, he noticed that Kushida's eyes were always on him and Horikita. Kushida, what's the matter? Carrying a bag of ingredients, Gong Liang-che did not pretend to be invisible, but instead wanted to take the initiative to talk and greeted Kushida. Kushida seemed to have waited for a long time, and immediately put on the sweetest smile. I just happened to pass by the supermarket and saw Mr. Gong Liang, and wanted to go back to the dormitory with Mr. Gong Liang. Don't you mind Gong Liang-kun? Gong Liang-che looked at it for a while, hoping to see something. After Kushida was exposed to his true twisted and dark heart, he rarely communicated with him. I suddenly followed him today and said that we would go back to the dormitory together. It always made Gong Liang-che feel that something was wrong. But from Kushida's expression, he didn't see any hidden maliciousness. After deciding that there were no traps, he nodded and agreed, just right, it's boring to walk back alone. It would be better to have someone to accompany you. Kushida is indeed an actress who perfectly conceals her inner heart. Hearing Gong Liang-che's agreement, she smiled, holding her school bag in one hand and pressing the pleated skirt, while the other hand slightly tucked her hair behind her ear. That's great, let's go then. When the two walked to the dormitory building, they were very attentive. On the surface, they were smiling, but in fact they kept a certain distance from the people around them and talked about secrets that could not be known. Gong Liang-kun, I saw you and Horikita-kun today, you had a good time chatting sure enough, Gongliang-kun prefers girls like Horikita-kun than me. The temptation without a doubt, Gongliang-che didn't want to make it so complicated. Wrong, she is not as old as you, so if I insist on choosing from the two of you, I like you more. Gongliang-che has such an unruly temperament, and the response he gave immediately made Kushida, who was full of doubts, dumbfounded. God is pitiful. Kushida had already thought about it, and tried to test whether Gongliang-che had already stood on the side of Horikita, but now Gongliang-che said that she was older and would not stand on the side of Horikita. Oh Kushida, there are a lot of small question marks on my mind right now. It didn't take long for Gongliang-che to bring Kushida back to the dormitory. He entered the entrance and asked, "Would you like black tea or coffee, water, or juice?" When Kushida said the juice and Gongliang-che went to prepare, he realized one thing: recently, have girls brought girls to his dormitory too often. Putting the ingredients and serving the juice, Gongliang-che sat down cross-legged comfortably and relaxedly. Any other questions? If it's just about Horikita, Kushida, have you already asked? Kushida's complexion began to become complicated, and there was still a little bit of sweetness from before, and the violent and twisted color began to appear inside the beautiful eyes. It seems that this visit was also a big challenge for Kushida. Not only did he show his true colors, but he also took several deep breaths before staring at Gongliang-che uncertainly. Gongliang-che, do you still count what you said before? Gongliang-che instantly remembered that when he was in the woods, he casually said to Kushida, "If there is any more dark pressure in your heart that needs to be relieved and released, you can find him." Gongliang-che couldn't help being a little surprised. "So, Kushida, is this a door-to-door delivery asterisk?" "Darling, it was really unexpected, cough, it must be, it is still counted." Kushida's face began to darken. He walked around the coffee table and walked towards Gongliang-che, pacing slowly, as if cursing the world. These guys, others have more points than her for a long time? What ugly jealousy! Others bought a good-looking private clothes, but it's the last one so far. It's sold out. It's such a big publicity, what a disgusting vanity. And you guys, do you think about those things all day? No matter what you mention, don't forget about girls. Today Chibashira just finished talking about the summer cruise schedule, and a boy came over to ask me when it's time. What swimsuit do you wear in summer vacation? It's none of his business what I wear for summer vacation. Kushida's tone became more and more bleak, and her expression became more violent, as if a long-squeezed volcano was about to erupt with endless resentment, which was enough to terrify all friends who were familiar with her. Immediately afterwards, Kushida grabbed Gongliang-che's wrist, like a replica of the previous Grove incident, and made Gongliang-che press his handprint. "As I said before, it will help me decompress, right? Since the agreement has been made, let me do it well. I really can't stand the cries and complaints of this bunch of rubbish. Jealousy, vanity, envy, x ruffians, you have to talk to me about everything that goes wrong, don't you worry? Annoying. Who wants to listen to this?" Gongliang-che was speechless. Seeing such a violent Kushida, it is hard to imagine how many ugly things she has seen and heard this month. As a trash can, how many times has she listened to the crying and complaining of those so-called friends? But any normal person can't stand it, right? She can still show such a bright and sweet smile. I have to say, Kushida is really talented. Thinking so in my heart. Gongliang-che's kung fu has already begun to develop. After all, he is descended from an ancient family, and he likes to read books in the family library since he was a child. Although it has become popular to use tablets and mobile phones to read books in this era, many precious ancient books can only be mastered by reading physical books. The ferocious, violent, and other negative emotions on Kishishin's face gradually dissipated, and the sweetness returned further, but somehow, she finally asked the same question again, "Mr. Gongliang, Between Horikita and me, you will always choose me, right? If I want that guy Horikita to drop out, you won't stop me, will you? Gong Liang Che didn't answer directly, but responded with a smirk, it's not urgent, but why are you distracted at this time to think about the rest? Don't take my work seriously. After decompressing, Kushida returned to his dormitory. Gong Liang Che also scanned the documents at random, and went to Kiyaki Shopping Center in advance to make layout arrangements. This summer vacation, he has to make big moves. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Summer Vacation starts, cruise ships confront each other. The sun is slowly falling in early August, and the magnificent blue sea is like an upside-down blue sky. On a huge white cruise ship, it was full of first-year students enrolled in this year's High Education Academy. This was the long-awaited special trip for the 2-week luxury cruise at sea. At the beginning of July, with the help of the study club organized by popular classmates such as Hirata and Kushida, even a poor student like Syuta barely managed to pass the final exam without any risk. Failed to drop out event. As a result, the 4 classes of the first grade spent about half a month's vacation in the school without anyone dropping out. Buy items leisurely at the end of July, such as swimwear, swimming caps, goggles, etc. Gather early at 5 o'clock in the morning in early August, after breakfast, take the school bus to Dongjae Bay and board this luxury cruise ship. Officially bound for the endless blue sea. The place where the most students gather is undoubtedly the deck of the cruise ship. As the best place to watch the sea view, the students of Class D have already made a fuss, either taking photos in groups or discussing with each other. Gong Liang Che also leaned on the fence and looked into the distance, with his arms on the fence, looking at the seascape in the distance, enjoying the peace that surged in his heart at this moment. But he was soon invited by Sato Maya, Gong Liang-kun, come and take a picture together. Near the other fence not far away, Kuruzawa stood with a cloudy look on his face, surrounded by 2 good friends, Shino Haragao. You and Panasonic Chiaki are encouraging something. Okay, Gong Liang Che took advantage of the situation and walked over. It is rare to have the opportunity to experience such a youthful thing, so you have to enjoy it. Approaching the Kuruzawa small group, Gong Liang Che didn't feel unfamiliar. After this semester, he basically got on well with the girls in the Kuruzawa small group, everyone seems to be very happy. The most lively Sato responded, of course I'm happy, we can travel on such a luxurious cruise ship for 2 weeks. It's a whole 2 weeks. I checked the information, and everyone estimates that this set will cost millions yen. The school is so generous. Satsuki Shinohara is also carefully calculating with his fingers, yes, it's a veritable luxury cruise ship, high-end spa, various restaurants, top-floor opera house, even a cinema and KTV, and regardless of catering or entertainment facilities, the school is all-inclusive and free to use, which is heaven for us. Kuruzawa has the aura of some leaders, I said, don't be so happy in advance. Gong Liang-kun told me before that this summer vacation is not easy, there will be special competition arranged by the school. Oops. Panasonic Chiaki pressed close to Kuruzawa, May, even if this is the case, before starting the competition, you still need to relax. Come on, Lord Gong Liang, take a photo with Hui. It's not like everyone should be together. Before Kuruzawa could finish speaking, he was abandoned by Matsushita and Shinohara, and was pushed to Gong Liang Che's side with a coy face. Seeing the girl who was embarrassed and forcibly not lowering her head, Gong Liang Che couldn't help but feel a little touched, as if ripples arose in the lake in his heart, and subconsciously. He put his hand on Kuruzawa's shoulder and hugged him. Kuruzawa felt that Gong Liang Che's action was not resisting, nor did he accept it. His hands and feet were a little stiff, but when he smelled the smell of vanilla-scented laundry detergent on Gong Liang Che's school coat, he was relieved and half-reliant. Leaning on Gong Liang Che's shoulder. Sure enough, in the blue sky and the sea, the human heart is easily affected by various factors. Okay. Panasonic seemed to be a master at filming, and captured this very beautiful scene, which made Sato and Shinohara next to them applaud, and even Kuruzawa hurriedly asked Panasonic to send it to her. Of course, it wasn't just them, everyone in Class D was also having fun. Just as the group was bustling with excitement, someone from the outside class came over. Immediately aroused the vigilance of everyone in Class D, Suda took the lead to intercept. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Tisk. The person who was stopped by Suda was a big bald head with an unexpectedly burly physique. The big bald head didn't speak, and a sharp-mouthed valet behind him smacked his tongue first. "You're in the way, you know? Class D's flawed product. What did you say?" Suda immediately clenched his fists, angered in his heart, and being scolded as a defective product in person, his violent temper couldn't help but stimulate. Two of Suda's friends next to him, Ike and Yamauchi, were thinking of admonishing one or two not to do it, but they found that Suda didn't come forward to fight directly. "If it weren't for the school rules, I would definitely want you to look good." It seems that after the last incident, even a violent person like Suda realized that he could not cause trouble to the class and restrained himself. This is also a good growth. Instead, the follower put on a proud face. "What? The defective products of Class D are really not good. We are from Class A, do you know how big the gap is between us?" At this time, the students of Class D nearby all looked over, and many of them were going to come together. The members of Class D, who have the cohesion of the class now, are not indifferent to letting the other members of the foreign class come to pick things up. "Enough, Yahiko!" The big bald head scolded a follower named Yahiko, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Katsuragi from Class A, and I have no ill intentions. I just want to come and see Gong Liang." "Are you looking for Gong Liang?" Suda respected the classmate who helped him the most, but he didn't say anything nasty. He mumbled and let go. In Suda's mind, the bald outside class came to look for Gong Liang Che, maybe to discuss something. He didn't want to cause trouble directly. Gong Liang Che also paid attention to this side, and when he saw the bald head approaching, he immediately told Kuruzawa and others, and went up to meet him. "Leader of Class A, Katsuragi." Katsuragi really doesn't know how to grow. He is taller than the standard Gong Liang Che of 1.85 meters. He is burly and powerful, with a big bald head. The face is very hard, right? Ji Cheng didn't know the evaluation Gong Liang Che gave him, but he stretched out his hand solemnly. "It's me. I heard that you defeated Long Yuan earlier in the grade, and out of curiosity, I thought of coming to see you this time." "Really?" Gong Liang Che shook hands with Katsuragi indifferently, and after withdrawing it, he asked casually. "You are the only one? Where's Sakayanagi? I heard that that person is the most feared existence in Class A." Katsuragi seems to be a really serious person. Even if Gong Liang Che was so easily understood as a provocative statement, he did not anger him. "Sakayanagi-san is a little regretful and missed this summer trip due to physical reasons." Ha ha ha. From far to near, there was a burst of insolent laughter, and on the vast deck, Long Yuan from Class C came over with two attendants. One is a black man who is taller than Katsuragi and has more proficiency in martial arts. I heard that an international student named Albert, whose physical strength is rated as A and by the school, can only understand Sakurajima and can barely attend school. Learn. Another Long Yuan attendant was Ishizaki, who was almost killed by Gong Liang Che. Ishizaki was a little scared when he saw Gong Liang Che, so he quietly bowed his head to Gong Liang Che while everyone around him was not paying attention. Ryuuan, who was at the forefront, seemed to be able to show a unique arrogance at any time, and approached Katsuragi and Gong Liang Che directly. "If Sakayanagi is not here, this time is summer vacation, so much less fun. Only Katsuragi, the Class A that you lead, cannot make me and Gong Liang happy at all." Asterisk. Chapter 34, The Four Classes Confrontation. Ryuuan suddenly joined the conversation, and stated directly that if Sakayanagi was not there, Katsuragi would not be able to please him during the summer vacation this time. This made Yahiko of Class A, who had been shrinking behind Katsuragi and seemed to be trying to falsify tigers, was slightly dissatisfied. He wanted to stand up and say something, but was stopped by Katsuragi. "Oh? How can you see it?" Looking at the class points, Class A now has 1040 points, and Class D has only 187 points so far, which is a huge gap of nearly 1000 points. I don't think Class D has any hope of victory, and Class C also has nearly 500 points. The gap is impossible to lose. Ha! Long Yuan seemed to sneer at Katsuragi's theory of class points. In this school, strength is paramount. With such a small amount of class points in the early stage, what role can he play in the competition? He was about to explain this to satirize Katsuragi, but was interrupted halfway. "Ah, it's very lively with everyone gathered here, can we let our B class also participate? Otherwise, it always feels like our B class has been abandoned by the other three classes." In the other direction, Ichinos, also followed by a boy with short purple hair, joined the conversation. Ryuuin didn't care about the addition of the two at all, Ichinos, and Kanzaki Ryaji. Interesting. Kanzaki Ryaji, the deputy squad leader among the cadres of Class B's own class, assists Ichinos' existence. His academic ability is the best in Class B, and he often forms a group with Ichinos. It's really interesting. It seems that all the famous people in each class are here. Ichinos also smiled, looking around, and seemed to be happy that the four classes were able to talk together like this. She is such a gentle and lovely little angel character. However, what she said was really good. Now that Sakayanagi of Class A is absent, Katsuragi is a veritable leader of Class A. And Ichinos, the class leader who was loved by all the students in Class B and was elected by the public. The tyrant Long Yuan, who ruled Class C with absolute violence, and Gong Liangche, who has seen through the school's hidden rules, is mysterious and unpredictable. The representatives of the four parties circled around, and the members of their respective classes followed behind, and there was a faint trend of gathering the entire first-year students. They had a natural conversation in the innermost part, but the four students in the outer classes looked at each other and did not dare to speak loudly. Even the previous activities of playing happily and taking pictures in groups stopped, and they all turned their attention to the representatives of the fourth class, always feeling as if something big was about to happen. Hey, what's the situation? The leaders of our four classes in this grade gathered together, what is this going to do? I don't know, it may be declaring war, or it may be to win over allies and suppress competitors. It looks very powerful, and it gives people a sense of sight of the Warring States era when the princes are fighting. The ancient princes who were in control of a party probably had such an atmosphere when they met, right? Hey? What's the mess? What do you mean by gathering here? Do you want to fight a skirt? The last violent words made the surrounding students naturally stay away from Syudu, leaving Syudu confused. The representatives of Class 4, who were discussed intensively by everyone, were talking about the school's arrangements for this summer vacation. It seems to be because of the strongest affinity. After Ichinos appeared, he directly took control of the conversation initiative. Everyone knows it, right? The arrangement that the school sent us this summer vacation. Ryuuin couldn't get used to the way Ichinos took the initiative to talk. The instructions issued by the school, let us spend a week in the B&B on the uninhabited island, and then return to the cruise ship and travel around the sea for the second time. Week. Ichinos, you want to say that on this uninhabited island, there will be competition that will make the class points of the four classes change dramatically? That guy Gong Liangche has already raised this point in the midterm exam. Already? Take the information from that time, let's talk about it now. Are you planning to declare war with our Class C this time? Ryuuin's aggressive tone angered Kanzaki next to Ichinos. Ryuuin, pay attention to what you say. How could that be? Ichino stopped Kanzaki first, then turned around and continued to explain, I just think that it is still unknown how the school will arrange it. If it is possible, on the premise of not affecting the competition, our 4 classes can work together a little bit. Go through a difficult time or something. Katsuragi put his arms around his arms, and his voice was dull. It's not advisable, Ichinos, your idea is too naive. Since it's a competition for the 4th class prepared by the school, there is no room for cooperation. Gongliang Che smiled knowingly. The very serious leader of Class A, he came up to deny Ichinos' proposal, which was very inconsistent with his previous performance. It seemed that he had an inside story. Is there cooperation? In order to hide this, he deliberately refuted Ichinos. What about you? Gongliang. Long Yuan also turned to Gongliang Che at this time, as if intending to attract Gongliang Che's attention. Don't you agree with this cooperation proposal? Gongliang Che returned to his senses and did not continue to think about Katsuragi's question, nor did he answer Long Yuan's question. On the contrary, it was the unrelated long sports jacket that he pulled on his body. After the cruise, he changed his school uniform to a sports jacket, Uninhabited Island B&B. This school will really be kind enough to let us compete leisurely while staying in a homestay? Maybe this special competition doesn't have homestays at all, but it has something to do with survival on uninhabited islands in the wild. Students who have no experience of camping in the wild may be very uncomfortable in this test, right? Gongliang Che seemed to carelessly, revealing this secret that has not been discovered yet. The rest of the leaders only thought that there was some kind of arrangement by the school on the uninhabited island, but they were not sure that it was survival in the wild. Hearing Gongliang Che's words, the other 3 leaders all changed color. Long Yuan said with a low face, have you seen through it to such an extent? Katsuragi's expression was also extremely solemn. It seems, Gongliang classmate, Class D with your presence really cannot be underestimated. Only Ichinos wanted to eliminate such a dull atmosphere, haha, don't say that. Anyway, Gongliang-kun also told us this. We can go back and prepare, and search for some information related to wild survival on the internet. Unfortunately, the school did not give time. Please pay attention to students, please pay attention to students, there are important announcements and important announcements. All students, please gather on the deck immediately, we are now approaching the uninhabited island, the destination of this trip, repeat. The stereo on the cruise ship was playing school announcements everywhere, and every student felt a shock in their pockets. The school uniform pockets and mobile phones using personal points also received the school announcement text messages. Uninhabited island. Many students looked up and looked into the distance. Indeed, they could vaguely see a shadow in the distance. It was so conspicuous on the boundless Wangyang. It was indeed a lonely island, just like this located in the middle of the ocean. Like an ocean pearl. At this point, the leisurely conversation environment no longer existed, and Katsuragi immediately took out a notebook and pen from his jacket pocket, and left with Yahiko. Long Yuan also left with 2 attendants, preparing to seize the best fence observation point and take a good look at this uninhabited island. Ichinos sent a friendly invitation, Gongliang-kun, do you want to go see this island together? Asterisk. Chapter 35 Uninhabited Island Special Exam. In the face of Ichinos' invitation, Gongliang Che didn't even think about rejecting it. He and Class B picked a fence and observed the uninhabited island that was getting closer and closer. The school seems to have deliberately made arrangements. The luxury cruise ship did not directly dock, but drove around the island in a very interesting way, and then slowly approached the island's beach and docked. After that, there will be the class exit of the 4 classes. All the students will return to the assigned temporary cabin dormitory as soon as possible, put on a long-sleeved sports jacket, and 2 sets of clothes. Other than that, no personal items may be brought in an orderly manner. Disembark. This requirement is extremely strange. Without a mobile phone, even a vacation would not be enjoyable at all. Students protested one after another, but all of them were ineffective. The class guides of the 4 classes will also do a simple inspection to prevent students from taking their personal belongings off the ship, but the school may have some humanity. For example, gadgets such as girls' hair bands and hair ropes, they didn't care too much and were simply let go. Soon, with the exception of Sakayanagi from Class A who was absent from the 4 classes in the first grade, a total of 159 people gathered on the beach and divided into 4 square formations, waiting for the school's arrangement. In addition to the 4 serious-looking class guides, there were also some school staff, holding various equipment, and began to set up tents in the woodland at the end of the beach, and erected various equipment such as wireless transceivers. At this time, the class leader of Class A, Mashima, a middle-aged teacher with a square face, held a loudspeaker and announced this trip to the uninhabited island of the first grade. Everyone, the first special exam of this year is now starting. What? Exam? Didn't you mean a 7-day trip to a homestay? Class D students immediately exploded. They didn't think that they had to take an exam when they were originally excited to enjoy the vacation. This is a completely different reality from the 2-week luxury vacation at sea they imagined, so they can't help but have the illusion that heaven and hell are instantly overturned. Only the small group on the Kuruzawa side, as well as some individuals such as Horikita and Ayanakaji who disembarked at the end, did not seem so surprised, as if they had expected it. There were also some students in Class C panicked, but the students in Class A and B seemed to have learned the information long ago. Mashima didn't care about the swaying of some students around him. The exam officially starts at 10 a.m. on August 1st, and will end at 12 o'clock noon on August 7th. During this week, you need to survive in the wild on this uninhabited island as a class. Sure enough, Ryuuan heard the news they wanted, and turned to look at Gongliang Che from Class D, Katsuragi from Class A, and Achinos from Class B, all the same. But some students don't think so. What, are you kidding? Survive in the wild for 7 days? We are just students, how can we do that kind of thing? Teacher, is this really not a joke? This will kill people, right? After all, why do we have to conduct such an exam? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Silence. Chibashira saw that many students in Class D began to protest, and suppressed it with a cold face. If you don't understand the meaning, it means that your perspective is not broad enough. There is no shortage of big companies with such team building in the world. Now you are just students. What qualifications do you have to deny the team building practices of these large multinational companies? If you leave the school and enter the society in the future, you can become the president of such a large multinational company, and if you deny this special exam, the school will accept your suggestion. So now, just listen and listen. Perhaps it was Chibashira's cold face, or Chibashira's reprimand, which made the students of Class D temporarily calm down and couldn't say anything. Mashima's explanation continued. We will prepare 300 special test points for each class for this special test. Everyone in the class has the right to use this batch of special points for shopping, such as drinking water, ingredients, and even barbecue grills, jet skis, etc., all can be purchased. The specific items that can be purchased are counted in the guidebook. Each class has a copy that can be acquired. However, if you lose it and make up for it, you will need to spend 10 special test points. In addition, after this special exam, the remaining special exam points for each class will be converted into class points 1-to-1. Immediately, all the students raised their heads in unison. 300 points? In other words, if you forcibly endure for a week without spending any point, after the exam is over, the class points can be directly increased by 300? Will everyone in each class gain an additional 30,000 personal points next month? Finally, all the students realized what a special exam is. There is no doubt that this so-called special exam is a battlefield that can overturn the ranking of the upper and lower classes of ABCD. Chebashira had already prepared and threw a thick manual with at least 100 pages to Gongliang Che. Mashima followed the script, ignoring the student's gradually excited psychology, and still strictly doing his own thing. In addition, the school will also provide basic materials for each class. 2 tents, 2 flashlights, a box of moisture-proof matches and a simple toilet, as well as a toothbrush and towel per person. In addition, for special consideration, there are no restrictions on sunscreen and girls' physiological products. You can ask the class guide. Any application can be obtained. There are no more materials besides that. You need to think about the rest by yourself and use special points to buy them in combination with the actual situation. Additionally, supplement the rules of this special examination. 1. This uninhabited island is densely populated with many strongholds. Each stronghold has a machine set up by the school. The leader of each class can occupy it. The time limit is 8 hours. After 8 hours, it can be reoccupied. Get 1 special point. It should be noted that only a leader elected by the class can carry and use a fingerprint-authenticated keycard. The keycard will indicate the leader's name, which cannot be impersonated, and the leader cannot be changed without valid reasons. The other thing is, if you occupy the rest of the class by mistake, 50 points will be deducted from the special exam, and when the exam ends at noon on August 7th, there will be a session to guess the leader of the class. Once you guess the leader of a certain class, the guesser will get 50 special points and the guest side will deduct 50 special points and lose all occupied points. If you guess wrong, the wrong guess will lose 50 points. In this way, students who want to occupy more bases will be afraid, right? Once it is arbitrarily occupied, it is easy to be found as the only leader, resulting in huge losses. 2. To protect the environment, once the school finds any behavior that pollutes the uninhabited island environment, 20 special points will be deducted. 3. Those who withdraw from the special test and return to the cruise ship due to physical discomfort will be deducted 30 special points from the class that the student belongs to, because in the class A I took, the student Sakayanagi Arisa was unwell and absent from the test. Use 270 points for the special test. 4th, once it is found that violence, plundering, and destruction of equipment are committed against other classes, the class to which the student belongs will immediately lose the qualification for the examination, and all personal points of the person involved will be confiscated. This is the end of the rules. Now each class is free to discuss and elect leaders, and receive basic materials, special exams, and the official start. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Contradictions, Kuruzawa's Dominance. After listening to Mashima's explanation of the rules, the students of Class D gathered around Chazuo as if they were going to a market. It is said that it is a high-tech product purchased by the school. It can monitor students' body temperature, blood oxygen content and other data in real time. It has a real-time positioning function. Once the school's monitoring finds that the student's body is in a dangerous situation, it will force the student to receive treatment and withdraw from the exam. 30 points from the class will also be deducted. Dangerous situation? Chebashira's unpleasant remarks made it easy to think that he was hurt all over his body. It made several students panic. Wait, Teacher Chebashira, this uninhabited island will not have tigers, black bears, or poisonous snakes, right? If you are attacked by these beasts, the bracelet will not be able to ensure safety, right? Hey! Chebashira rubbed her temples with a headache. She didn't really want to answer this kind of question, but when the student asked, she had to answer. The school is there to cultivate excellent social talents for Sakurajima, not an organization that cultivates killer warriors. Can you understand this? Hey! The student who asked the question was confused, and Chebashira explained it again, saying that this was a special exam arranged by the school. It had been cleaned up in advance, and there were no poisonous snakes and beasts, so the student resigned in embarrassment. When everyone arranged the order to distribute the bracelets, Chibashira was not idle, answering the questions of every Class D student. For example, I used to go out camping with my family, and there were relatively abundant pools, so I asked very practical questions. Mr. Chibashira, what are the specifications of the 2 tents the school has given each class? Chibashira answered fluently, as if he had memorized it by heart long ago. The school is allotted a windproof tent for 8 people. The tent weighs 15 kilograms, so please be careful when handling it. Also, the school will not provide any assistance for damage or loss of basic materials. When you need to repair or buy a new tent, you need to pay for it yourself. Chi murmured that if it was not enough for everyone to use, he retired, and another girl was busy asking the most concerned question, "Teacher, what kind of simple toilet do we use?" "No, it's like this." Chibashira is very skilled. It can be said that the skill makes people feel distressed. He took out a hard-shell cardboard box from under the table where the bracelets were distributed, and wrapped a layer of special plastic similar to a garbage bag. This it is an absorbent bag made of special material, which will not leak water and smell, and can be regarded as the best toilet material in the wild. However, like the basic materials, there is only one. Please be careful when using it. If it is damaged, you will have to spend points to buy it separately. However, the school will provide unlimited supply of such special absorbent bags for environmental protection. Also, considering the privacy issue, the school will provide an additional simple curtain, so there is no need to worry about whether it will be seen when the hand is released. The boys glanced at it and felt that it was nothing, but when the girls saw this simple cardboard box-like thing, their hearts immediately went crazy. It really makes them completely unacceptable physically and mentally with this thing. As long as they think about it, the simple toilet that I don't know how many people have used, and they use it again, and it is still a cardboard box, they feel strongly resisted physically and mentally. What? This is the toilet? Just kidding. Only this? Absolutely not. Seeing the girl's excitement in the skirt, Chibashira sighed with a headache. Don't tell me, this is the school's regulations. If you really can't accept it, you can buy a luxury flush toilet according to the manual, and you can get 20 points. When the boys heard the huge cost, they instantly became excited. Chi, who had asked about the tent earlier, protested first. "Hey? What's wrong? My family and I used to camp in the wild before. Why can't you accept it now? If you want to buy a toilet, you need 20 points. If you convert it, it's 2,000 points per person." Shinohara from Kuruzawa's small group counterattacked, not to be outdone. "This is the only one that must be bought. I don't want so many people to take turns using a cardboard box." Some girls began to agree with Shinohara, and some boys stood by Ike. For Class D, which was extremely lacking in points, the boys still hoped to endure and get some extra money. Fortunately, because of the previous Suda dropout incident, Class D, which was much more cohesive than before, did not quarrel directly, and was still in the category of heated discussions. Kuruzawa glanced left and right, looked at the emotional girlfriend, and then looked at the boys opposite, and immediately came out more and more, and slapped the simple table in front of Chibashira. And 3 shots in a row. 3 huge roars, covering up all the arguments, made many students in Class D look towards Kuruzawa. Kuruzawa shrank his right hand behind him with red eyes, and let go of the pain in his palm. "What's the noise? It's a special exam now, look around. The students from the 3 ABC classes have already left to find a base. How far behind are we procrastinating like this?" Thanks to his relationship with Gongliang Che, Kuruzawa's current class status is very high, and his words have a good guiding effect, suppressing temporary internal conflicts. Everyone in Class D looked around, and sure enough, at the junction of the beach and the small island woodland, only their D class was left, and the other 3 classes seemed to have entered the forest, which made many boys anxious. Even Horikita rubbed his arms, planning to do something. Don't think that Horikita is strange enough today. The cold girl who wanted to be promoted most in the past faced this special exam that could shorten the gap between the classes, but today is uncharacteristically and didn't say a word. Seeing that he had successfully attracted attention, Kuruzawa immediately told his plan, so, if our class is not to fall behind in the special exam, we must have a leader who can lead all the staff. I recommend Mr. Gongliang and Mr. Gongliang to do the job. Everyone can understand it, right? Whether it's Mr. Gongliang's warning at the beginning of the school year, or the school rules he learned during the midterm exam, it's enough to show that Mr. Gongliang's mind is extraordinary. Kuruzawa's remarks were instantly echoed by his girlfriends, who said that if it was Mr. Gongliang, there would be no problem. The second is Hirata. As a good member of the class, he also thinks that Gongliang Che can lead everyone through the difficulties, and even took the initiative to walk up to Gongliang Che, bowing and asking Gongliang Che to agree to take over the burden. Then, Sudu, who was helped in the dropout incident, also raised his hand in favor of Gongliang Che as the leader. Finally, Kushida, who doesn't know what this double-faced baby thinks, also agrees with Gongliang Che. In this way, it is equivalent to the entire D class, acquiesced to the leadership of Gongliang Che. Gongliang Che closed the school shopping guide in his hand, and glanced at Kuruzawa inadvertently. Kuruzawa returned with a rather handsome smile. That sly and smiling demeanor is probably telling Gongliang Che her merits. She has established her class status for so long, and finally played a role at such a critical moment, and successfully made Class D collectively identify with Gongliang Che in a crisis situation. Class Leader. This is the task that Gongliang Che gave her, and let Kuruzawa wait for the opportunity to build momentum for him, so that he can control Class D. Gongliang Che took the initiative to walk to Chibashira, and after talking for a while, he already asked for a metal magnetic card from Chibashira. In front of all the students of Class D, he handed it over to Kuruzawa. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Valley Lake Camp. Hey! Kuruzawa was a little stunned, looking at the keycard with his name written in his hand, and was slightly confused. Let me take charge of this, is there really no problem? Mr. Gongliang, this keycard should be very important, right? You can earn 1 point for every 8 hours of occupying a stronghold. My athletic ability is not very strong, so I may not be able to find so many strongholds. Kuruzawa is very self-aware. Before this thing, Mashima of Class A also said that fingerprint authentication can only be used, which means that only one leader of each class can use this keycard to occupy the stronghold. If it was given to her, she felt that it was a bit of a waste. Gongliang Che approached Kuruzawa indifferently and whispered a word, which made Kuruzawa roll his eyes, so it turned out to be the case. After that, Gongliang Che started to organize everyone in Class D. In short, the boys should simply allocate their manpower to carry the tents, and the girls should not be idle. If they are physically fit, they can carry basic materials such as toothbrushes. I saw a good stronghold before, let's go there first. At the moment, some students were curious, has Gongliang already found a stronghold? Gongliang Che waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, yes, the school deliberately let the cruise ship go around the island before, didn't they just let us look at the terrain to find a stronghold? It seems like, so, Gongliang already noticed it at that time? It's amazing. Hearing Gongliang Che's confident words, the D-class students also came to the spirit, carried basic materials one after another, and followed Gongliang Che behind. The mountains and forests on the uninhabited island are particularly difficult to move. The thick soil, 1 foot deep and 1 shallow foot, various wood shutter branches blocking the road, and the hot and humid tropical rainforest climate, all made the students in Class D cry out. Can you still hold on? Sakura. Gongliang Che was no longer leading the way at this time, but handed over the matter to the good and bad guy Hirata, who told him where to walk in advance. Shout out to him. As for Gongliang Che himself, he came to the second half of the team and began to support Sakura Eri, a girl with poor physical strength. I'm really sorry for causing such a big trouble for Gongliang-kun, but I can still act. Sakura breathed out these words, and under the plain glasses, there was a look of guilt and apology. Gongliang-che couldn't say anything. Looking at Sakura's heavy body, his physical strength was understandable. After all, if anyone added 2 huge burdens, their athletic ability would be greatly reduced, right? Really? Kuruzawa also fell in the second half of the team, and some who couldn't bear to see it came over and lifted Sakura's other arm. Kuruzawa-san. For a hamster-like timid girl like Sakura, Kuruzawa's strong hot girl appearance is probably the existence she is least good at dealing with. If you insist on describing it, this scene is a bit like a little hamster hitting a leopard, and the leopard surrounded the little hamster, making him shiver. And recalling the scene when Kuruzawa recommended Gongliang-che as the class leader and Gongliang-che handed the important keycard to Kuruzawa, Sakura felt a burst of soreness in his heart. Now, even the only existence who can communicate with her, and maybe achieve spiritual communication, has to be deprived of her? Just call me Hwei. With a tone of goodwill, Sakura raised his head in shock and met Kuruzawa's blue-like eyes. You don't have to be like this, aren't you all in the same class? As for Gongliang-kun, just go ahead and lead the way. If you don't walk at the front, everyone in the class will be a little embarrassed. Sakura-san will leave it to me to help. Gongliang-che looked at Kuruzawa amusingly, as if he wanted to see through her intentions, as if he couldn't bear the eager gaze, and lovely clouds could not help but appear on Kuruzawa's playful cheeks. Okay, don't look anymore, come forward. Kuruzawa couldn't say anything at all. Should she say on the spot the reason she didn't want to see Gongliang-che supporting Sakura and the two of them so close together? Come out? That can't be done at all. So I could only push Gongliang-che and let him lead the way. Seeing this, Gongliang-che also put down his doubts. Sakura, it's time to make more friends. Hwei, they are very reliable. This may be an opportunity for this hamster girl to open her heart and meet more friends. After finishing speaking, Gongliang-che went all the way to lead the direction of the whole class. When passing by Sato Shinohara Matsushita and his group, I wondered if it was an illusion, as if I heard what these girls were saying, the calmness of the palace. As for Sakura, the silence, the endless silence, is not because the atmosphere is bad, but because both of them are in a state of daze. Kuruzawa supported Sakura with one hand, and tightly covered his smooth and hot face with the other hand, and the storm kept stirring in his heart. That Gongliang-kun, who called her name directly. Call her Hwei? Sakura's side also looked sad. Have Gongliang-kun and Kuruzawa-san have developed such a relationship? If it wasn't for lovers, childhood sweethearts, or siblings, the opposite S*X on Sakurajima wouldn't call him by his first name. It's almost there, everyone hold on for a while. Gongliang-che pushed aside a branch blocking the road, and saw the road ahead that was clearly carved out by hand. It was obviously a small reminder from the school, indicating that there was a stronghold ahead. The people in Class D who followed behind also discovered this, and they all put their last effort in, and no one left behind and followed. Soon, everyone in Class D walked through the forest and came to a small canyon. It was more like an inverted U valley. There was a rather large lake in the valley. Under the sunlight, the sparkling waves were truly magical. It's amazing, Gongliang can actually find such an ideal base. Survival in the wild, the importance of water is self-evident. If Class D can occupy this place, there is no need to worry about the water source for the next 7 days. Many students were excited to talk to each other. Chi even saw a small machine by the lake, and immediately waved back excitedly, Kuruzawa-kun. Here, this is the base where you can use the key card. Right? Hurry up, you can earn some points. Cough cough. Ling Xiaolu, who was following Chi, pressed Kai's shoulder. Chi, the identity of the leader needs to be kept secret. There are dense forests outside the valley. Maybe there will be students from other classes hiding inside to spy on information. Chi seemed to realize his mistake, and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hands, signaling that he would not leak the secret. Gong Liangche, who had been watching from the side, glanced at Ayanakaji. It was interesting that this student from the White Room had always maintained a low-key and evasive policy of action, and tried to cover up his existence no matter what happened in the class. But now it reminds Chi. Ready to take this special exam? Gong Liangche recalled it carefully. It seems that in his memory, it was Class D's class guide Chibashira who threatened Ayanakaji and asked Ayanakaji to help Class D, right? Could it be that Chibashira has already threatened Ayanakaji? Asterisk. Chapter 38 Gong Liangche's God Operation. Kai's shouts also made many students focus on Kuruzawa. Kuruzawa was indifferent, but he first helped Sakura to the shade on the edge of the valley, and then came over with the key card, ready to occupy the stronghold. It seems that after the two have supported each other for a while, they have roughly become friends. Gong Liangche nodded with satisfaction, then opened the shopping guide and prepared to buy the next class survival supplies. Such a move naturally attracted the attention of many classmates. Class D is extremely lacking in points. Probably everyone is thinking about saving points, right? If it wasn't for the fact that girls couldn't accept simple toilets, they probably wouldn't want to buy any luxury flushing toilets. In the first month, they experienced a deposit of 100,000 points, and then to experience the current life of only 10,000 points in a month, it is really unsustainable. Gong Liangche also noticed the gazes around him. Okay, I understand your thoughts, but it is impossible to save all 300 points. Don't look at the abundant water in the lake here, but the water in the wild, do you really dare to drink it directly? At most, it can be used directly for washing. If you drink it, you still need to buy something like an open fire pot from the school and cook it before you can drink it. There are a lot of other things. For example, the school issued a tent that is only enough for 16 people to rest. It is clear that they want us to buy extra. In this special exam, there is no class that can leave 300 points in full. If you want to be frugal too much, it will easily lead to physical problems and be forced to withdraw from the exam and deduct 30 points. This is what the school has assigned to our 4 classes. The first trap. After a reasonable explanation, everyone in Class D looked at each other and agreed with Gong Liangche's point of view. Indeed, it is impossible to save 300 points. After all, in terms of drinking water, no one dares to say that the water in this lake is definitely safe to drink. If there are any parasites or the like, if you drink it badly, you will be forced to drop out of the exam alone, and you will be deducted 30 points. So, Gong Liangche picked up the shopping brochure and stated directly, I want to buy all necessary supplies, please don't have any doubts, the first is drinking water, and the second is toilet. Hearing Gong Liangche's statement, the girls collectively had their eyes full of radiance and autumn waves, wishing to electrocute Gong Liangche directly with the discharge of their eyes. There were also people on the boy side who raised their hands and seemed to be questioning. But Gong Liangche didn't give him a chance at all. Okay, don't question it, what is there to ask? A class of 40 people, only one toilet, if they use it in turn, wake up every morning and line up to use it before going to sleep at night. Can you hold back? It doesn't involve any talk of taking care of girls, but a very practical theory. When I think of the next 7 days, every time I wake up in the morning, I will have to wait in line for dozens of minutes before I can release the water. Or every night before going to sleep, you still need to wait in line to fall asleep, and immediately make all the boys who have opinions mute, and no longer dare to question anything. They all understood one thing, that is, they can't step on the school's trap. It was only now that they realized that there was only one toilet in the materials distributed by the school to the class of 40 people, so they could see the insidiousness of the school. This is not to encourage them to endure hard to save points, it is clearly to dig a hole and prepare to bury them. Seeing that no one had any more opinions, Gong Liang Che continued to declare the purchased items. As for the rest, buy 3 more tents. Although the lake is said to release heat at night due to the specific heat capacity of the water, the temperature will rise, but it can only maintain 2 tents. It was still very cold at night. However, the school is very considerate. It allows girls to apply for physiological supplies without restrictions. We can apply for a large number of them. We can use this thing to spread in the tent. You don't have to lie directly on the hard ground, lest you wake up the next day with a sore back. Hey! With Gong Liang Che's miraculous operation, everyone's scalp in Lay's Class D felt numb. What kind of towel were they using as a cushion? Many boys even have a little deer in their hearts. Some are looking around, some are scratching their faces with their fingers, and they are embarrassed. They have lived for more than 10 years in their lives and have never touched that thing. Something that Gong Liang Che had never touched before, but now Gong Liang Che made them lie directly on this. It's a little too exciting for them. Gong Liang Che looked at these boys like he was mentally handicapped. You blushed like a bubble teapot? No military training? Haven't you put this stuff in your shoes before? Afterwards, Gong Liang Che reacted, the middle school students on Sakurajima seem to have never had military training. After Gong Liang Che understood this, he didn't intend to enlighten him. Anyway, he would either lie on the ground and wake up with sore bones the next day, or choose sanitary products as a cushion. A normal person knows how to choose. Okay. Let's talk about food. I've seen the lake. There are a lot of fish. Students who can barbecue in the wild can fish and grill. I saw on the cruise ship that there are several orchards on the island, which should be artificially planted by the school. Non-toxic fruit. At that time, we will assign personnel to pick them back, and we should be able to spend these 7 days. In addition, I will buy some tools such as scissors, knives, and small drills, and cut branches for fishing and skewering fish or making cups and bowls. These are all indispensable, and I don't need to spend money to buy them from the school. Anyway, it only takes 7 days. Simple is simple, and practical is enough. As for the curtains provided by the simple toilet, when you buy the gadgets, let's use them to build 2 simple shower rooms. Everyone in Class D was impressed by Gong Liang Che. They made all the arrangements in such a short period of time, and they were all in good order without any confusion. They were much better than them. After that, Gong Liang Che began to issue orders. First let everyone rest and recover their strength, and then he went to the beach to find Chazuo and explained what Class D needed to buy. He called to Hirata again, and asked Hirata to divide the boys into 3 groups according to the orientation in his memory, go to find the orchard for picking work, explore the way by the way, and get familiar with the surrounding terrain. The girls stayed to make tents or help pick herbs around. Kuruzawa took over this task. She did not forget that Gong Liang Che's attainments in traditional Hyuxia medicine have no doubts about it. Gong Liang Che took the lead in returning to the beach. He was walking alone in this mountain forest. It was very easy. He easily returned to the starting point and found Cha Pagoda. He spent a total of 105 points to purchase the above-mentioned new materials. Chibashira used a notebook to help place the orders so that the school staff can transport it. P.S. The school can locate and transport according to each student's wristband, while inadvertently asked, Gong Liang, this exam, you can be sure to take the first place. Well. Gong Liang Che deliberately got close to Chazu, his eyes fixed on Chazu's expression, intending to test it out. If you get too close, you can even smell a cold fragrance, just like the stubborn and unyielding cold plum blossoming in winter. Don't you have confidence in me? Teacher Chibashira? That's why I entrusted Ayanokaji to be the test taker for this exam. Insurance. Chazu's complexion changed drastically. Is the student in front of him too evil to see people? Asterisk. Chapter 39 Star Palace Chiat, may the quantity be large, right? Chibashira can't be surprised. Ayanokaji can be said to be the real ghost card in Class D she is in charge of. No one knows about Ayakaji's ability to exist. It can be said that it is the best secret weapon of Class D. But now, in less than 2 hours after landing on the uninhabited island, he has already been fully seen by the student in front of him. Before landing on the uninhabited island, Chibashira did find Ayanokaji ahead of time, and threatened to help D class pass the special exam or drop out of school, and threatened Ayanokaji to take action on this uninhabited island. Shasha couldn't help swallowing, as if trying to suppress the panic in his heart, and leaned back to open a little distance. All these subconscious actions showed that this cold teacher had already had a crush on this student. A trace, fear. Is Xiao Sae going to be bullied by the students? Suddenly, a third party intervened in the teacher-student conversation. The visitor is a female teacher who is as tall as Chibashira, with shoulder-length chestnut-colored wavy hair. Unlike Chibashira's strict sports jacket, she wears a pink short-sleeved wide-neck top, which can see the charming collarbone and beautiful appearance. Jade neck. Wearing a short canvas skirt and high-heeled lace-up sandals, she looks youthful and beautiful, not like a mature adult. But the capital, which is comparable to Chibashira, speaks of her maturity from the side. But she is obviously an adult, but her tone is similar to that of an adolescent female student. In other words, this woman seems to like to pretend to be tender. The Palace of the Stars? Don't call me that. Chibashira coldly denied such a cute name as Xiao Sae, and then asked his purpose, "What are you doing here? Is this Hoshinomiya Chiat?" Gongliang Che is also silently looking at the female teacher, Hoshinomiya Chiat, the class instructor of Class B in the first year, and the teacher who leads the Ichinos class. Judging from what Gongliang Che knows about the original plot, it seems to be a rather unremarkable teacher. Don't be so ruthless, Xiao Sae. Hoshinomiya didn't have the slightest sense of shame in pretending to be young in front of the students. He was serious and cute, and greeted Gongliang Che with a sweet and greasy voice, "This classmate. I'm Hoshinomiya, the class guide of Class B, and your class director is a close friend who can call each other a little Sae and little Jirhui. Chibashira instantly denied, "I don't remember being so close to you." There seemed to be a little bit of disgust, and he deliberately moved his footsteps to distance himself from the Palace of Stars. Immediately, Xing's Higong put on a crying appearance, "You are so ruthless, Xiao Sae." Then he put on a beautiful smile and turned to Gongliang Che like a Sichuan opera. "You are that Gongliang Che, right? Ichinos in our class often mentions you, you know Ichinos, right? She is the monitor of our class, a very cute girl with a pretty good figure." At this moment, even Gongliang Che took a step back and wanted to keep a little distance. The teacher of the Star Palace, just now, gave him the illusion that the old man was urging him to marry and help him find a blind date. Enough. Chibashira couldn't bear the nonsense of this colleague, so he took a pile of documents and knocked on the colleague's forehead. Xing's Higong hugged his head in pain, and some pitifully sold him miserably, "It hurts very much, Xiao Sae, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Shasha faced with a cold face, completely refraining from pretending to be miserable, "I'll report to the school that you are interfering with my class's special exam for no reason." "Why is that?" Hoshinomiya mumbled pitifully first, before changing to a teasing expression, "However, if it's Gongliang, maybe you can commit this crime, Xiao Sae." The following is a crime, here refers to the process of the D class of the lower class, counterattack the upper class, compete for enough class points, and ascend to the A class, right? Chibashira didn't know if he had been frightened by Gongliang Che before, or if he had sufficient psychological precautions against Xing's Higong early. He scolded coldly without changing his face, "What nonsense? I lost this meaningless idea a long time ago." Xing's Higong circled the Chazu twice with great interest. He didn't say anything, and left without saying anything, but he didn't forget to wave to Gongliang Che before, "Don't forget Gongliang when you are free." Come see me in Achinos. That's right. Gong Liang Che has only endless complaints in his heart, mainly because of what Hoshinomiya Jirhui said before he left, giving people a kind of divorced couple, what the wife said to her husband, "Don't forget to come and see me and my daughter when you have time." Both visual sense. He didn't get any answer from Gong Liang Che, and Xing's Higong didn't have any unpleasantness. He hummed some kind of brisk ditty all the way back to the office of Class B, as if waiting for the students of Class B to come and shop. It was just intentional or unintentional, with his back to Chazu and Gong Liang Che to organize the information, after confirming that this angle would not be seen. The Star Palace still has a cute face, but his voice is extraordinarily cold. "Oh, Xiao Sae, if you still want to climb up, I will kick you down again without mercy." Okay, the boring person is gone, let's get down to business. Chibashira was not affected by the Star Palace, and confirmed to Gong Liang Che that there were no supplies to buy, and by the way asked Gong Liang Che how confident he was that he won the first place in the exam. Gong Liang Che didn't answer directly, but gave an answer with ulterior motives. Who knows? It depends on the other three classes, whether it is interesting or not. Although Xia didn't understand what Gong Liang Che meant, he heard strong confidence, so he didn't ask any more questions, and signaled Gong Liang Che to let go and do it. She would support him. Gong Liang Che wasn't surprised either. This class instructor, more than anyone in Class D, has a stronger desire for promotion. By the way, Teacher Chibashira, there is one more thing that you need to pass here. Let's talk. I will try my best to help you with things that can be accommodated. After Chazuo confirmed that Gong Liang Che was very confident, his expression became much brighter. With a cold face, he is willing to help Gong Liang Che as much as possible. When Gong Liang Che heard it, "Is there such a good thing?" Then the lion said, "On behalf of all the girls in Class D, I want to apply for 30 boxes of physiological supplies from the school, and send them to our base in Class D together with the rest of the ordered items. Anyway, I said before that unlimited supply. There should be no problem, right? I didn't ask." Hey! When Chibashira heard this request, he felt that it was very normal, and the school would definitely allow it, but after listening to the second half, he opened his mouth in shock. 30 box. Are you sure it's not 30 packs? It's 30 boxes. Chibashira felt a little confused after getting Gong Liang Che's affirmative nod. No? What do you want so much for? No wonder Chibashira was surprised. What is the concept of 30 boxes? There are 24 packs in a box, and each pack contains a dozen or so pieces. Although there is an unlimited supply, this is only the beginning of the month. It is impossible for girls in one class to come to relatives at this time, right? Saying about 3 boxes and 4 boxes, Chibashira can understand. Why do you need 30 boxes at a time? Who can stand this? Gong Liang Che was too lazy to explain. It was enough to explain it to the students in Class D, and it was too troublesome to repeat it to Chibashira. Simply Gong Liang Che raised his hands. I don't know, maybe they are big? You know this kind of thing yourself, don't you? Don't ask me a boy. Chibashira's face couldn't stop twitching. This F***ck is not just a big problem? Really want 30 boxes, I'm afraid this is going to cause a lot of bleeding, right? Asterisk. Chapter 40, Talking and Making Yourself Red? After Gong Liang Che bought supplies from Chazu, he returned to the lake camp where Class D was located. The tent was already set up, and a dozen boys had followed Hirata out to explore the road and pick fruits. The girl group headed by Kuruzawa also disappeared, apparently to help Gong Liang Che collect medicine. The rest of the boys and girls were all around the lake. On the one hand, they admired the nature, and on the other hand, they wanted to see if they could catch a fish or two. This may be a camp specially arranged by the school. There are so many fish in the lake that it does not conform to the normal ecological food chain at all. Perhaps it is the reason why the school will manually throw fish before each test. In the shadow of the tent, Sakura was alone sitting there. His big eyes under his flat glasses kept staring in the direction of the mountains. When he saw Gong Liangche's figure, his face was clearly filled with joy. Gong Liangche also wondered why Sakura sat here by himself. Sakura, Kuruzawa didn't let you go pick herbs together. Gong Liangche thinks it shouldn't be. Kuruzawa should not be the kind of person who excludes her. After all, she has the experience of being bullied and bullied. Knowing the feeling of despair, Kuruzawa will not do anything to her. Such a thing is. Sakura shook his head quickly, as if afraid that Gong Liangche would misunderstand Kuruzawa. No, classmate Hui, she sees that I don't like staying in crowded places, I am very uncomfortable in crowded places, so she has an invitation to let me go out with me. But I think, staying on this side of the camp and waiting for Gong Liangkun to come back, may be better. Ah. No. Sakura said, his face flushed, his forehead was almost smoking and he quickly waved his hands to deny his preface, because, the reason why no one is willing to talk to me, I just wanted to wait for Gong Liangkun. So, this, not. Seeing that Sakura remembered that he was about to cry, Gong Liangche didn't dare to make fun of him. He said that he didn't make fun of him from the beginning. Is this hamster girl too nervous? How can anyone talk about it and almost make themselves red? Gong Liangche pressed his palms down and used this psychological movement to subconsciously signal Sakura to relax. It's okay, I also want to talk to Sakura. I came to live in the wild on an uninhabited island, and I am very worried about whether you can adapt to it, Sakura. Worry about me. But Gong Liangche's psychological gestures were useless, but made the burning cloud marks on Sakura's pretty face even more serious. Looking at the appearance, it was really worrying if the capillaries inside the cheeks were broken. I will definitely try my best to adapt. I won't trouble Gong Liangkun. Gong Liangche swallowed subconsciously, and this reaction made him suddenly have the idea of eating a hamster. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Gong Liangche hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed. Don't ask why he was cross-legged, if you don't mind, sit down and chat with me. I have to wait for the school to deliver the supplies before it is convenient to arrange the next stage. If you don't mind Sakura during this time, I can teach you how to use the gadgets that will arrive in a while to make some simple tableware. The hamster sat down timidly and chatted with Gong Liangche for a long time before she calmed down, and was no longer so excited that she almost fainted. After the school supplies were delivered, Gong Liangche greeted the students who stayed at the camp. Just get busy. Afternoon, Hirata took off the long-sleeved sports jacket, wrapped it in the jacket, and returned with a large pile of fruit, saying that they had found 3 artificial orchards, all of which were fresh fruit, which can satisfy one's stomach, and don't worry about getting bored. Kuruzawa's side is also the same, no matter whether there are or not. All the things that look like Huxia herbal medicines are picked back, and by the way, they have brought a lot of mushrooms of different colors, wanting to let Gong Liangche check if they are poisonous. Gong Liangche first asked Hirata to distribute the fruit, and then picked out the herbs that could be used, indicating that Kuruzawa and the others could pick this kind of herbs in the future. Kuruzawa was also a little curious. She didn't question Gong Liangche's level of Huxia medicine, but was simply curious about what these herbs could make. Gong Liangche leisurely picked out a few herbs and lined them up. Nyo, boil them together like this, and then pour them on the hygiene products issued by the school to disperse mosquitoes. Are you uncomfortable? Kuruzawa nodded again and again. She was very annoying about mosquitoes. In other words, no one said that they liked mosquitoes, especially when they were going to sleep at night. If the buzzing of mosquitoes continued to hear in their ears, it would be tantamount to mental torture. Also, Gong Liangche continued, if you combine it like this, you can get rid of heat and relieve heat, preventing you from heat stroke. If you change one medicine and another medicine, it can also cure colds and fever. It's amazing, isn't it? Gongliang-kun is really amazing. Kuruzawa cooperated extremely well and praised mercilessly, but Horikita Suzine, who had been staying away from the skirt, rubbed her arms and gave Gongliang-che a deep look. These herbs, can a cold be cured? Afterwards, Gongliang-che concluded a brief explanation, helped Kuruzawa pick out non-toxic edible wild mushrooms, and used the gaskin crucible he bought to cook a delicious mushroom soup for everyone in Class D. The mountain breeze blew slightly, bringing the slightest coolness, nibbling on fruits and drinking hot soup. Everyone in Class D suddenly forgot the existence of the special exam. Kuruzawa also paid attention to it, and pulled Sakura to eat together. It seemed that he planned to make Sakura have a good relationship with the girls in her small group. However, seeing Sakura's weak face, he wanted to open up his heart and surrender. Friends, there is a long way to go. After the first lunch, Gongliang-che gathered the boys and divided them into two groups. One group used the bot saws to chop down some logs and save some of them as firewood for the evening. The other part was handed over to some girls in the class, polished it with a knife or something, and then tied it with a thick rope to make a small simple bamboo raft, which is convenient for boys to go boating and fishing. After all, if you are at the lake all the time, it is difficult for men and women to step into the lake to catch fish with their bare hands. It is not that they cannot get into the water, but it is a living water source after all. If you step on it directly, you will probably be beaten by the whole class. For the small bamboo raft that came out, the students of Class D can really play on the lake. After all, the 7-day exam can't be tense all the time, and it is necessary to relax properly. The other group of boys was responsible for exploring the surrounding area to see if there were any strongholds and camps for other classes, which would be convenient for the class confrontation for the next 7 days. The remaining girls who have no arrangements will either polish cups and other things, or follow Kuruzawa to collect medicine. After making a rough arrangement, when Gongliang-che also wanted to go out to explore other class camps, Hirata leaned over and said, "Student Gongliang, I want to ask you for help with something. Koenji-san went out with me to look for the orchard before, but he hasn't returned until now. I'm very worried. Can you go out with me to find him? Could it be that I got lost in the forest? Is it Koenji?" Gongliang-che's eyes moved. If it is possible for ordinary students to get lost in the forest, the guy at Koenji would never get lost, especially on this small island full of artificial excavation marks. However, who made Hirata Yasuke a bad guy in the class? If anyone in the class is in trouble, even if he doesn't find him, he will lend a helping hand when he finds out. Gongliang-che signaled to Hirata not to worry. "I'll just go find him. Hirata, please lead everyone to cut wood. You must pay attention to safety in this regard, and don't get hurt." Hirata didn't refuse when he saw this. Although he was a bad guy, his observation and analysis skills were not bad. He clearly observed that whether Gongliang-che led everyone to the lake, returned to the beach and then returned to the camp, he did not stay behind. A drop of sweat, let alone a reaction like panting. This means that Gongliang-che's physical quality is definitely far superior to others, and he is extremely adaptable to the uninhabited island environment. Naturally, Hirata has nothing to worry about. Gongliang-che turned around and entered the jungle. Instead of walking on the uneven soil, he flew directly onto a tree, jumped and moved at a high speed on the tree, and moved forward at a high speed. Koenji, is it absolutely the only one who is free? If you're not obedient, you should be a little bit more obedient, right? Asterisk. Chapter 41 Koenji Lyasuke's Trump Card of Indulgence. Jumping between the mountains and forests, the more you go inside, the more emerald green the surrounding vegetation and trees appear. Presumably this tropical uninhabited island often faces the rainy season, right? Thinking of this, Gongliang-che felt that he should take some precautions against the rain. He had to stay here for 7 whole days, and he had to think about what to do when it rained. Gongliang-che, who was thinking while advancing, saw a large footprint in the dirt on the branch of a tree, and immediately followed the trend. Like him, Gong Liang Che can't think of anyone other than Cao Enji Temple of his own class who can leap up and down the trees recklessly. Not long after tracking, Gong Liang Che could hear a bright smile in front of him. Ah ha ha ha! This beautiful me! The me who is leisurely standing in the nature is so beautiful. Gong Liang Che only felt a crow flying over his head. Should it be called Cao Enji? The 6 assistants of Cao Enji, whose academic ability and physical ability were judged as A by the school, were only classified into D class simply because of that extreme self-centeredness. But he himself doesn't care about this. He is the only heir to the chaebol of Koenji in Sakurajima. He doesn't care about the school's evaluation of him at all. Before crossing the road, he was dubbed by many netizens as a beautiful brother, simply because the big brother kept the phrase "I am so beautiful" on his lips every day. Gong Liang Che was thinking about the information about Cao Enji, and he quickly caught up with Cao Enji's back. Koenji also noticed that someone was following, and turned his head curiously. Oh! So it's Gong Liang-kun. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought, and unlike the ordinary people around you, Gong Liang-kun, you are qualified to talk to me. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Come to my side after graduation and handle some of the business for me. Gong Liang Che's information is extremely secret, even the class director Chibashira doesn't know much. In the whole academy, only Chairman Sakayanagi knows the background. Cao Enji was only interested in Gong Liang Che's ability, so he thought that he was different from ordinary people, so he wanted to recruit, right? It's a pity. Gong Liang Che went up and down, and landed on the branch beside Cao Enji. I haven't thought about things after graduation, but now, Cao Enji, can I manage for the time being? Ha ha ha! As if hearing a big joke, Cao Enji thought that Gong Liang Che was just making fun of him and didn't take it to heart at all. There was a long smile for a while, and then he took on the shape of a bodybuilder, and he used one hand to lift his bangs back. Gong Liang-kun, your joke is really good, how is it? It's beautiful, isn't it? I am more energetic because of my laughter, and I have the beauty of a perfect body. Is this the most perfect masterpiece in the world? Is it really okay to be so free and loose? Gong Liang Che didn't pay much attention to the narcissistic rant, but instead pointed out the root cause of Cao Enji's arrogance. It seems that you don't care about special exams. But, Cao Enji, who is keen on beauty, do you think that it would be a very unbeautiful thing to be expelled by the school? Then you are still so casual in the special exam, it can only mean that you have a definite hole card? Even if you are in Class D forever, you can go straight to Class A in the end. When Cao Enji heard this, his smile gradually stopped, and he began to stare at Gong Liang Che seriously. It seems that I need to take back the forward. Gong Liang-kun is more than simple to talk to me. Ha, won the prize. Gong Liang Che continued to expose Cao Enji's trump card. The school said that everything can be bought with points in the school, of course, including things like direct promotion to Class A. The price is 20 million people points. Under normal circumstances, ordinary students are extremely difficult to make up, but you are the only one who is different. Cao Enji, as the heir to the Koenji chaebol, I heard that you are often invited to dinner by senior sisters in school. So under such conditions, it's easy to find out a special piece of information, right? Every year on the day of the third-year graduation in the school, the third-year graduates will accumulate some points that they can't spend. After leaving this school, personal points are meaningless, so the school will give special permission on that day, and graduates will make cash transactions at a 1-to-2 exchange rate, that is, 1 Sakurajima yen is exchanged for 2 personal points. At that time, for you who have some of the financial resources of the Koenji chaebol, it will be easy to be promoted alone, isn't it? Ha ha ha! Cao Enji directly applauded. If senior students see through my thoughts, it would be excusable, but under the premise that Gong Liang-kun is the same year as me, he still has to understand to such an extent that he can serve as my boss. Right arm. It seems that you don't understand human language. Gong Liangche sighed leisurely, and he said this, wouldn't he be willing to cooperate with him? The next moment, the toes stomped hard, like an arrow from the string, leaping to Cao Enji. Cao Enji's face was also straight, he turned his driver away, and opened his hand to intercept Gong Liangche's punch. Unfortunately, Cao Enji completely did not expect that Gong Liangche's punch contained a huge amount of power, and his jaw was almost cracked. Cao Enji immediately concluded that in terms of his always impressive physique, he was no match for the modest Gong Liangche. During the battle, there was almost no free time to think about how this exercise was done, so Cao Enji was forced to retreat and jump to a thicker branch behind him. Gong Liangche followed him like a shadow, completely giving Cao Enji no room to slow down and think, and the next punch came one after the other, and the blowing wind rustled the leaves around him. Cao Enji had an idea, knowing that he could not fight recklessly, he simply leaned back and fell off the branch. During the process of falling, he suddenly stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the branch, exerting force on his waist, leaning on his palm as the center of the circle, avoiding Gong Liang while attacking from the top of Che, spin around the branch out of thin air and kick Gong Liangche from below. It was no surprise that Gong Liangche missed the shot. Before Cao Enji's kick approached, he took advantage of the situation and broke the branch. Let Cao Enji lose his support at once, and he fell down after missing the kick. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Gong Liangche took advantage of the break of the broken branch to use his force, and slammed down to pursue him. When Cao Enji had nowhere to take advantage, he punched him in the stomach again. Cao Enji was helpless and could only try his best to cross the branch that he was holding tightly in his hand to block the punch, but Gong Liangche spit out his fist and ripped apart the branch, hitting Cao Enji's belly heavily. He slammed it into the forest below, and fell to the point where Jeyuan Temple felt dizzy and dizzy. At the same time, the internal organs were almost displaced, and there was an unknown internal energy that was wreaking havoc in it. It made Cao Enji's face turn pale, unbearable. Oriental Ancient Martial Arts. Cao Enji covered his abdomen in embarrassment, his blonde hair was stained with a lot of soil, and at this moment he had a little enlightenment. Who are you? A member of the big family over there. Asterisk. Chapter 42. I just want to watch the sunset with you. Looks like Cao Enji-kun, you understand my words a little bit. Gong Liangche didn't add any more attacks after seeing this. Every time he made a move before, he had considered the severity, just enough to make Cao Enji suffer without triggering the school to issue an alert to the students' health bracelets. Of course, it is difficult for ordinary people to grasp this degree, but Gong Liangche has been instructed by many grandfathers sweeping the floor in his own house, and he quite understands the specific implementation steps of point to point. Really, it's a mistake. Cao Enji did not show anger at Gong Liangche, but it was extremely rare, with a look of I made a mistake, I couldn't find out the true background of Gong Liang-kun, such a slow-witted me, it's not beautiful at all. Oh, by the way, sorry, Gong Liang-kun, can you help me with the mirror? Cao Enji was only serious for 3 seconds. After getting up from the ground, he took out a small mirror for girls' makeup from the pocket of his sports jacket. And a comb. At this moment, Gong Liangche even had a little self-doubt. Did he strike lightly? Didn't hurt this Cao Enji? Or is it too hard to hit someone with cerebral palsy? Is it worthy of being a beautiful brother? With this portable equipment, how many boys are worth learning? Not to mention whether it is for yourself, if you have a girlfriend, and she wants to touch up her makeup when they are out on a date, how good is it for you to take out a small mirror at this time? Thinking about whether there is something or not, Gong Liangche took the mirror subconsciously, and Cao Enji breathed a sigh of relief, thank you. Then, looking at the mirror, he took a picture of all the dirt on his clothes and hair. Just took a comb and started to comb through the blonde hair. I'm so sorry, I can't accept the unbeautiful me, so I need to delay your time, Gong Liang-kun. Fortunately, Cao Enji explained while combing his hair, otherwise Gong Liang Che would like a mirror to smash this guy's big face. However, Gong Liang Che was aware of it at this time. Cao Enji's attitude and tone had changed. Before, Cao Enji only regarded Gong Liang Che as a genius with great potential. Now, Cao Enji regards him as a potential genius. Equality talk, and even overshadowed its own existence. After waiting for Cao Enji to do a brief combing, he took back the mirror and comb, and said straight to the point, "So, Gong Liang Kun is looking for me this time, and is it that you want me to temporarily submit to your management, Gong Liang Kun, in the next exam?" Gong Liang Che did not deny that this was the most fundamental reason why he was looking for Cao Enji. Controlling Class D was the premise of defeating the high cultivation, so he had to directly press down any unstable factor in Class D. Perhaps finding the answer in Gong Liang Che's eyes, Cao Enji patted the back of his head with one hand. "Oh, then I can promise Gong Liang Kun. After all, it is a very beautiful thing to be able to work with the heirs of the ancient world. Maybe among all the heirs of the wealthy chaebols of Sakurajima in the future, only I can have this unique experience. Ah, among all the heirs of the Sakurajima chaebol, I am indeed the most beautiful existence. Ha ha ha. You're talking about F***ck. Rarely, Gong Liang Che replied in Hyuxia, but Cao Enji didn't understand. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Gong Liang Che did not intend to stop here, and returned to the camp with Cao Enji. When Hirata saw Gong Liang Che brought Cao Enji back safely, he also came up and bowed, saying something troublesome for Gong Liang's classmates and so on. Cao Enji didn't care about Hirata. Instead, he took a saw from the pile of tools. It didn't take much time to saw off a tree, which made many boys in D class convinced of Cao Enji. The task that Gong Liang Che ordered was the most difficult to saw wood. The boys took a lot of effort to get a few logs, and Cao Enji came over and scratched and pulled it for 10 minutes, which made them feel a little ashamed. I don't know if it was because the girls in the class were watching and didn't want Cao Enji to be in front of the beauty. The boys in Class D, led by Sudu, also began to burst into enthusiasm, and their work efficiency doubled in an instant. Time passed slowly like this. As dusk approached, Gong Liang Che got up and greeted all members of Class D. "Do you want to watch the sunset? The other side of this lake and valley is very close to the edge of an uninhabited island. It doesn't take long woolen cloth." Upon hearing Gong Liang Che's proposal, the students of Class D who had been busy all day raised their hands in response, even though the school's special exam was about uninhabited island wilderness survival. But first, Gong Liang Che's leadership made them very reassured, and then they found out that the school had planted an orchard in advance, which made the students feel that it was more like wild camping in harsh conditions than wild survival. Since it's camping, of course, you can't just endure hardship and not enjoy it, so you all want to watch the sunset, but Horikita, uncharacteristically, said that it's fine to guard the camp, so as not to miss anything. Gong Liang Che didn't say anything either. The school had already stipulated that the rest of the classes would be dropped from the exam if they destroyed other class items. Horikita should have known that too, but this cold girl probably doesn't want to move, right? Gong Liang Che didn't say anything else, and led the group along another road to the edge of the uninhabited island. There was no beach here, just a cliff. The waves were constantly beating and splashing countless water. The setting sun is also gradually falling, and gradually merges with the whole piece of Wangyang, reflecting the whole sea with orange light, which is extremely beautiful and spectacular. I have to say that such a magnificent scene can easily make people feel relaxed, just want to let go of everything and appreciate the ultimate beauty of this nature. The sun does not have the majesty of the daytime, so it is impossible to look directly at it. The sunset at this moment is so gentle, and the afterglow caresses the blue waves of the sunset, so that people can watch it at will. The students of Class D were all reunited in groups, admiring the sunset. No one spoke for a while, but the quiet and speechless environment made the cohesion of the people in Class D once again improved. At this time, Kuruzawa somehow touched Gong Liang Che's side and lowered his voice. "Ah, why did you suddenly call on everyone to watch the sunset? To improve class cohesion is Gong Liang-kun's real purpose, right? It is very clear that Gong Liang Che's action policy is to control Kuruzawa of Class D, and it is very damaging to describe Gong Liang Che's conspiracy. After all, teaming up the whole class to watch the sunset by the sea not only improves cohesion, but also makes all the students respect Gong Liang Che more subconsciously. What do you say?" Gong Liang Che also suppressed his voice and used a unique way to restore the beautiful atmosphere that was destroyed. "I just want to watch the sunset with you." Kuruzawa immediately became embarrassed when he heard the words, and he was no longer as savvy as before. If Gong Liang Che looked away at this moment, he would find that the girl who always obeyed his orders, the Fiyun on her face, was even more than that sunset. To be gorgeous. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The Unwilling Horikita Who Drinks Herbal Tea. When the sun gradually disappeared below the sea level, the D class returned to the camp under the leadership of Gong Liang Che. After experiencing such an enjoyment, Class D seems to be even more loving. Class D used a small raft to catch fish on the lake before the pool. They have already started to light the firewood and prepare to grill the fish. After dinner, everyone happily lined up for a shower. A simple shower room surrounded by a few curtains, plus the outdoor shower water bladder purchased from the school, can be simply rinsed, but Gong Liang Che kindly reminded the class members that since there is only cool lake water, even in summer be careful not to catch a cold. It even forced every class member to ask him to get a hyuxia medicine when he came to the shower, so as not to be forced to drop out of the exam. So Gong Liang Che kept cooking hyuxia herbs after dinner. He just poured the boiled herbs into a simple wooden bowl, and Horikita came over and sat down. Seeing that the slightly dry hair was no longer as black and elegant as when the classroom first met, Gong Liang Che teased, "Why, come to drink medicine without taking a shower? After all, this is an uninhabited island. There is no electricity. Girls after showering will never dry their hair like this." Horikita glanced displeasedly. "With your eyesight, can't you see my cold? Forget it, after all, I didn't manage my body well. I will learn from this, and there will never be another time. This cold girl who got off the luxury cruise ship has been silent all day today, quietly hiding behind the crowd and rubbing her arms for herself. This is not because her arms are dirty, but because she feels cold and needs to be rubbed to heat up. To put it bluntly, this cold beauty just has a cold, so she will be dull and taciturn all day, otherwise she will have some sense of existence, right? Not to mention that when watching the sunset, I will not silently decide to stay at home." Here, Gong Liang Che saw that Horikita didn't give him a chance to tease, so he didn't continue, and simply handed over a bowl of hyuxia medicine. Horikita took it with some doubts, but no doubt, this stuff doesn't taste good. I heard that the efficacy of traditional hyuxia medicine is relatively slow. Do you have to drink it for a few days? When asked, Horikita's always cold eyes were full of hope. You can't take cold water when you have a cold, otherwise it may aggravate the condition. If she needs to drink for a few days, it doesn't mean that she has a few days. Can't flush? That would be a disaster for any girl. Ha, don't worry. After drinking this, have a good night's sleep, and you will be fine when you wake up tomorrow morning. Gong Liang Che explained one more thing in order to reassure Horikita. There are many kinds of hyuxia medicine, some are slow and some are fast. Like what you're drinking now. It's said to be hyuxia herbal medicine. In fact, in my hometown, there is a nice nickname of Cantonese-style herbal tea. In eastern Guangdong, people who have a cold do not take medicine, they just drink a cup of herbal tea and recover. Horikita looked down at the black potion in surprise. Is this thing as magical as Gong Liang Che said? In that country across the sea, all colds are treated with tea? Forget it, instead of worrying about whether it will work or not, it is better to try it first. In the current situation, Curing the cold without delaying the class is the top priority. Holding up the bowl, Horikita held his breath while holding his neck, wanting to take a dry mouth. Hey! It's so hot! Horikita hissed and took the wooden bowl away, freeing up a small hand to fan himself, as if he was burned. Gongliang Che looked a little embarrassed. He had only heard that the IQ of a girl in love would automatically drop, and he had never heard that a girl who was sick would have a drop in IQ, but now it seems that the two should belong to the same category. You said that this person is holding the bowl with both hands, and he can feel the heat, so how dare he pour it straight down? Although this thing is called herbal tea, it does not mean that it is not hot when it is first boiled. Horikita also seemed to be aware of his own faults, and ducked his head a little, as if he didn't want to be seen in his awkward state at the moment. Tomorrow, if I recover, I'll go out with you to explore other class camps. Under the dreary atmosphere, Horikita wanted to break the embarrassment and took the initiative to change the subject. It is suggested that if the cold is cured tomorrow, I plan to go out with Gongliang Che to explore other classes. After all, this exam is not only about survival in the wild on an uninhabited island, but also a competition between 4 classes. Gongliang Che looked at Horikita playfully, admiring the crow-colored hair that almost blended into the night. What? Can't wait to show some value. For you who want to be promoted to Class A, this uninhabited island exam makes you very embarrassed, right? Horikita gritted his teeth unwillingly, his eyes narrowed a little under his slightly morbid brows, as if he was going to refute something, but he couldn't say anything. Just because Gongliang Che's words were too correct, even Horikita didn't know how to refute it. That's right, Horikita has a strong desire to be promoted. She always believed that, with her superb academic ability and good physical fitness, she should not be assigned to Class D by the school, but should be classified as the most outstanding Class A. But in fact, she was merciless and gave her a slap directly. On this uninhabited island, her role can be said to be minimized. In the past, the proud academic ability was useless, and the knowledge recorded in the textbook was not helpful for survival in the wild. The physical qualities that should have been exerted during classwork were also of no help because of the cold, and the most serious thing was that even if there was no cold, Horikita could actually play a limited role. Even if she has practiced karate and aikido for a few years, the physical endurance of a girl is not as good as that of a boy. It really doesn't matter to her. As for the rest of the processing tableware, picking herbs, it doesn't matter if your physical ability is high or not, basically a high school student can do it. Even the poor student Yudu, whom she has always looked down on, can help everyone very well, and the poor student Pond, because of her rich camping experience, has brought great help to Class D. Not to mention comparing with someone like Gongliang Che. When Horikita saw Gongliang Che giving orders to cook Hyuxia medicine, Chibashira's evaluation of her often flashed in his mind. Horikita, this is the end for you. Compared with this genius, you are much worse. All of this made this self-improving girl full of unwillingness, eager to do something, to prove something. But in fact, deep in his heart, Horikita already vaguely understood why he was assigned to Class D. But even so, Horikita did not intend to admit defeat, but planned to do what she could, such as spying on other class information. If academic strength and physical strength are of no use, only her wisdom can be brought into play, so Horikita will make this suggestion. She wants to go to another class camp to see, if she can find the leader of another class, then 50 points can be added to Class D. With this feeling in mind, Horikita drank the potion in one breath and spit bitterly before facing Gongliang Che resolutely. That's it, do you want to go see it together tomorrow? Okay. Gongliang Che agreed. Horikita's stubbornness was a bit touching. Gongliang Che couldn't help grabbing a handful of lavender. These dried ones have a good soothing effect. Take them and take a good night's sleep. Horikita thought about it for a while, but still learned the lesson of the cold, took the lavender, and decided to give the body a good rest now to recover. Asterisk. Chapter 44 2 million, I'll let Class A go. In the calm mountain forest, a few birds passed by from time to time. It seemed that the early birds were looking for insects to eat, while Gong Liangche and Horikita were at the camp and sighed that the thing was comfortable to sleep on the mat. Prepare to go out and spy on the class. But this is purely Horikita's idea. For Gong Liangche, who knew a certain degree of the original plot in advance, other class leaders can directly target without spying on anything. This trip out, it is more appropriate to say that it is not so much to spy on intelligence, but to rake. Horikita took a note very seriously. It was the pen and paper that Gong Liangche took away when he was buying supplies from Chibashira yesterday, so that Hirata and other boys who were exploring the orchard could draw a simple map around the camp. In addition to the places where Hirata and others have passed by, there should be camps for the rest of the classes. It may be because of heaven's favor, or because of good luck. After walking for half an hour, the two accidentally found an artificial curtain on a cliff. Obviously, the cave behind the curtain is the camp of a certain class. Outside the cave, 2 flushing toilets were also built. Wait. Don't you want to observe it first? Horikita was originally huddled in the forest, and wanted to observe the situation first, but saw Gong Liangche walk out directly, as if he was about to visit the door. Hey! Gong Liangche was stopped, and he put his hand on Horikita's forehead in confusion. This forehead was quite slippery. It's not hot, you should have recovered from the cold. How can you ask such a question? You! Horikita took 2 steps back in dissatisfaction, avoiding Gong Liangche's palm. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to spy on information? Gong Liangche turned around and waved his hand and continued to walk towards the cave. Forget it, after they hang up the curtain, let you look there all day, and you won't see anything. Horikita was a little confused, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the truth, and then embarrassed and unwilling to keep up with Gong Liangche. The location of the cave is very low, which saves feet. Gong Liangche directly opened the 2 curtains as if he was his own home, and walked into the cave. Horikita stretched out his hand and wanted to say something. Went in. The interior was not as dark as imagined, with 4 portable lamps lit to illuminate the view. Who is it? Someone at the outermost immediately reacted and stopped in front of Gong Liangche. The bright and clean head was faintly reflecting the light. This was an incomparably obvious feature, but the big bald Katsuragi of Class A was the only one. Hearing Katsuragi's movement, the rest of Class A members also quickly surrounded them, and the darkness was overwhelming. Like a torrent, it kept pushing forward, as if trying to expel Gong Liangche directly from this secret camp. Katsuragi took the lead, using his burly body to intercept Gong Liangche and Horikita from looking around. Please go out immediately and trespass into the camp of the class. I'm worried that your Class D will be forcibly withdrawn from the exam. The burly body and the large group of people behind him did not bring any pressure to Gong Liangche at all. Katsuragi, don't make a joke. The school only said that there should be no violent injury, and that the camp and supplies of the other class should not be destroyed. But there is no rule that prohibits access to the camps of other classes. Not to be outdone, Horikita seemed to really intend to prove some of his own worth, and took over Gong Liangche's words. Also, the school also intends to let us guess the leader of each other. Since there is such an arrangement, we will never be restricted from visiting other classes. Otherwise, how can we obtain information and guess the leader? Katsuragi took a deep breath and forced a step forward. Can you please leave here? Although the school encourages each other to investigate each other, our Class A does not welcome you now. Please go out. If not, I still have the strength to bring you up, so it doesn't count as violence against students in other classes. Horikita's face turned cold. Why is this Class A so leaky? Knowing that the school encourages competition, still play such a tortoise-shell tactics. If you find a cave, you will be in it for 7 days. Who can find the leader of Class A? Gong Liangche didn't take it seriously. It doesn't matter, I came here this time, not to investigate the leader of Class A. I already knew that person. I came here this time, just to make a deal with you, Katsuragi. Class A collectively paid me 2 million points. I'll let Class A go for this special exam, how about that? Gong Liangche's words shocked the audience. Even Horikita, her companion, looked at Gong Liangche in disbelief. Is she really that much worse than this young man? When she was still struggling with Katsuragi's tortoise shell, Gong Liangche had already found the leader of Class A and ripped it off. Horikita was so amazed, let alone Katsuragi and other Class A students, all of them looked in disbelief, thinking that Gong Liangche was definitely bluffing. Even Katsuragi didn't think Gong Liangche had discovered the leader. Student Gong Liang, this kind of trick doesn't make any sense, please go out. Had. Gong Liangche smiled at Katsuragi, who couldn't see the situation clearly. There was no surprise, the Class A led by Katsuragi this time was probably going to make a big head start. Are you trying to reject this deal? Of course. Katsuragi, like on the cruise ship, was extremely serious and serious. Student Gong Liang, your rhetoric really doesn't make me believe. I think it is a very correct decision to refuse the transaction. Oh. Gong Liangche wasn't annoyed. Anyway, when he was taking the exam on the uninhabited island, he couldn't knock on the rake of Class A, and he could continue to knock on the second round of the special exam on the luxury cruise ship. At that time, I am afraid that Katsuragi will be able to give in. After all, the current Katsuragi must not cry without the coffin. Gong Liangche didn't stay any longer. If you don't hand over 2 million points this special exam, Class A unfortunately can only be ranked at the bottom of Class 4 with 0 points. Looking forward to the look on Katsuragi's face when the exam ends on August 7th, after all, you have to pay for the fiasco of Class A this time, don't you? With such extremely arrogant words, Gong Liangche turned and left. Although Horikita was stunned, she didn't know whether Gong Liangche was bluffing or was sure, but at least she knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. Because of Gong Liangche's wild remarks, Class A's side exploded with rage. And Horikita felt a little stressed if they stayed any longer. Horikita could only chase Gong Liangche away, and when he was far away from the camp of Class A, Horikita asked, "What the hell are you thinking? If you really see through the leaders of Class A, just go straight away. Why do you want to make a deal with them? If you don't see through, this method won't be able to deceive any secrets, right?" Gong Liangche doesn't mind answering some small questions. Profits. Even if I guess the leader of Class A, it will only add 50 class points. I personally get 5,000 person points per month. It's been a semester, and there are only more than 2 years in the future. Even if it is calculated in 3 years, it is only 180,000 personal points. How can there be a direct gain of 2 million? But Horikita is completely puzzled by Gong Liangche's way of thinking, but the class points, the increase is the personal points of each of our Class D, each person is 5,000, and the total of the whole class in January is 200,000. Gong Liangche casually walked through the forest. Unfortunately, for now, I prefer personal points. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Your coconut is not authentic. Horikita gave up the discussion with Gong Liangche. She felt that she couldn't keep up with the teenager's brain circuit. How could personal points be more important than class points? She couldn't understand it at all. After all, the current Horikita Suzune is completely unclear about the fact that she only needs 20 million personal points to be promoted to Class A alone, let alone how exaggerated the role of personal points can be in the future. Gong Liangche didn't plan to tell Horikita these secrets directly. Since Horikita wants to be promoted so much, she still has to grow up. At present, she is more or less naive. After that, the luck for the two of them was not very good. After searching for a whole morning, they couldn't find another class. They had to return to the camp first, have a lunch, and talk to the rest of the class about the cave life of Class A small talk. In the afternoon, Horikita did not give up, and insisted on pulling Gongliang Che to continue the exploration. Gongliang Che had to keep up, and this time they found the camp of Class C. Compared with the fully enclosed turtle shell Class A, Class C is really too open. It is located at the junction of the beach and forest near the office of each class leader. It is completely unobstructed. Some people are driving the sea motorcycles with the waves, some are grilling ingredients on the barbecue, and even seeing someone take out a frozen coconut from the small refrigerator. It can be called a dreamy summer vacation. When Horikita saw this scene, her scalp felt numb. She also asked Gongliang Che yesterday to ask for the school's shopping guidebook. What are these people thinking? No exams? Yo, Gongliang. On a beach chair, Long Yuan was wearing only a pair of swimming trunks and black sunglasses, with his hands behind his head, as if he was enjoying the sun on the beach. Call. Gongliang Che walked over to Sun Hung, really didn't consider himself an outsider, and just lay down on the empty beach chair next to Long Yuan. Do you mind asking me for a coconut? Long Yuan was stagnant for about 2 seconds, completely unprepared for Gongliang Che's calmness. Wasn't this man surprised to see their Class C using the exam points so luxuriously? It took 2 seconds for Long Yuan to react. Of course there is no problem, Ishizaki. I saw Gongliang Che hiding from Ishizaki from a distance before, and immediately ran to the refrigerator, hugged 2 coconuts, and then ran back, very considerately gave Long Yuan and Gongliang Che 1 each, and also took the initiative to put a straw into it. Gongliang Che didn't ask any questions, and after tasting it, he smacked his tongue a little. This coconut is not authentic, you lost the purchase of Long Yuan. This is the truth. Long Yuan really didn't expect that Gongliang Che didn't play his cards according to common sense. In this regard, Long Yuan can only hide his embarrassment, cough, right? I think it tastes pretty good. Horikita can't stand it anymore. Is he here to spy on information or is he on vacation? Horikita reluctantly walked to the 2 of them. Are you Ryuan from Class C? With such a waste of precious test points, your Class C doesn't want to pass this test at all. Doubt, doubt, doubt. This is Horikita's current mood. When she was in the school cafeteria, she had heard Ichinos from Class B introduce that Ryuan from Class C was an extremely dangerous person. But no matter how she looked at it, she didn't feel that there was anything dangerous about this Ryuan garden, who enjoyed the holidays and ignored the special exams. He was completely a self-deprecating enemy, and even Horikita couldn't even raise hostility. Ryuan really wanted to thank Horikita now, and even had the urge to ask Ishizaki to go get a few more coconuts and give them to Horikita. This is how normal people should react when they see Class C. Long Yuan, who was questioned, was a little excited. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Exams? Wouldn't you be trying to survive on the island like savages in order to save points? Don't be stupid, the school specially prepared 300 test points. Isn't it just to make us spend the summer vacation happily? This is equivalent to free points. Naturally, how to use them happily is the capital we enjoy. Passing the exam or something. Don't worry about it, there will be no penalty after spending 300 points, understand? After spending? You have already spent 300 points. Horikita was a little confused. Although she quickly regained her composure, she still didn't understand Class C's brain-twitching behavior. In this way, Class C would not be the same as giving up directly. Did you take the initiative to bottom out? This made Horikita feel a sense of inadequacy and humiliation when she punched Cotton, and she was in vain for guarding Sakayanagi and Katsuragi from Class A, Ichinos from Class B, and Ryuan from Class C. But now this guy from Long Yuan is voluntarily giving up the exam? Immediately, Horikita felt a depressed mood. It's true, you shouldn't trust her judgment so easily. This is probably a reflection on yourself. Shouldn't you trust Ichinos? Horikita shook his head. stopped talking to Long Yuan, and turned to Gong Liangche, "Do you want to go back?" Gong Liangche was watching the play with the coconut in his arms. He was not in a hurry when urged by Horikita, and motioned for Horikita to give him some time before he turned to Long Yuan. "This morning, I found Katsuragi." After Gong Liangche finished talking about the morning threat and was rejected by Katsuragi, Long Yuan's expression became more and more inexplicable. "So, this time you came here, you also want to threaten me? Hand over your points to keep your safety." "Yes, that's the truth." Gong Liangche put the coconut on the beach at will, and put on Long Yuan's sunglasses. "Kei Cheng is weak, and can only knock 2 million at most. Long Yuan, I want 4 million, I'll let Class C and you pass this exam, how about it?" Long Yuan stared deeply at Gong Liangche, and from his serious eyes, he could not see any intention of joking, which made Long Yuan even more nervous, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his heart, and it was a little hard to breathe. "I talked to him. Like Katsuragi, I don't want to agree. If it's you, Gong Liang, you should know why I gave up the exam this time and took the initiative to spend all my points. I just don't want to take advantage of you." This is Long Yuan's trick, and it is also a lie intended to deceive Gong Liangche. The two had signed an unequal treaty earlier because of the Ishizaki Dadi affair. During this summer vacation, Long Yuan needed to lead Class C to cooperate with Gong Liangche unconditionally once. In order to avoid the test on the uninhabited island, Gong Liangche came to Class C to ask for too many materials or points for the special test, and Long Yuan would spend all the points. These are deliberately expressed by Long Yuan, trying to mislead Gong Liangche, trying to make Gong Liangche think in this direction. But Gong Liangche knew the plot ahead of time, so how could he be tricked? Long Yuan's plan is not so much an abandonment of the exam, but a Jedi counterattack. In the original plot, Long Yuan would let most of the members of Class C return to the cruise ship. In addition, 2 spies were sent to spy on the intelligence of Class B, Class D. Long Yuan then secretly stayed on the uninhabited island, waiting for the end of the exam, guessing the leaders of the 3 classes in one fell swoop, thereby looting the points of the 3 classes. Therefore, Gong Liangche, who had known this part for a long time, was not fooled at all, and he was not surprised to see Class C indulging in pleasures here. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Spy. In the face of Long Yuan's hypocritical explanation, Gong Liangche didn't take it to heart at all. "Don't get excited, Long Yuan, I'm not prepared to use the contract here." Long Yuan's heart was relieved for a while, and he felt that he was really a double eagle in the living. P.S. The 3 kingdoms are very popular in Sakurajima, not only the perfect solution to Gong Liangche's contract that extremely restricts him, but also let Gong Liangche not find himself. There's another purpose here, it's just perfect. If you don't want to hand over your points, then wait for the results of the exam. I'll leave first. After saying that, Gong Liangche took Horikita and prepared to leave. Horikita didn't understand how twisted the secret confrontation between Ryuyuan and Gong Liangche was in front of him. He just felt that it was a waste of time. Why did he go out to spy on information twice, and why did it become a rip-off? She was really puzzled. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Long Yuan lay down silently, enjoying the sunbathing again, while Ishizaki, who was beside him, secretly followed out nervously and stopped in front of Gong Liangche and Horikita. Horikita frowned, not understanding why this Ryuuan follower came here, while Gong Liangche asked Ishizaki to speak directly. Ishizaki didn't dare to hide it. "Yes, it is like this, Gong Liang-kun, Kaneda and Ibuki from our class, look. I can't stand Ryuuan's use of test points like this," and he was kicked out by Ryuuan. Now, I don't know where, if Gong Liang-kun or someone from Class D sees them, can you help me spread a word? Just say that they come back and kneel down with Long Yuan to admit their mistakes, and Long Yuan can let go of the past. It's an uninhabited island forest after all. If something goes wrong, it would be too bad. Gong Liangche wanted to laugh a little. Jin Tian and Ibuki were the spy that Ryuuan sent out to spy on other classes, trying to deceive other classes by driving them out, so that it would be easier for the spies to gain trust. After giving Ishizaki a positive answer, Gong Liangche took Horikita back to the camp. The girl was very depressed and unwilling along the way. Horikita didn't play a role before, but now he wants to use his brain power to speculate on the leadership of the rest of the class, but he finds that there is absolutely no room for action. Class A is the tortoise shell of the Iron King, and Class C is absurd to give up the exam. How can she judge this? Along the way, she asked several times whether Gong Liangche really knew that the leaders of Class A and Class C would propose a deal, but Gong Liangche smiled and didn't answer, which made Horikita hold his breath even more. Is it just a coincidence or premeditated? When Gong Liangche and Horikita successfully returned to the camp, they just saw what the Class D class was arguing about. Looking closely, it turned out that it was Ibuki who was kicked out of the Class C camp by Ryuuan, as Ishizaki said earlier. Was brought back to the D class camp by Kushida. Ibuki is quite slender, not the size of Sakura or Ichinos that crushes the entire academy. Her navy blue short ear-length hair makes her look quite neat. Both the hair and the sports jacket are stained with a lot of soil. It seems that this period of time on the uninhabited island is very difficult, but even so, the face still maintains a determined look. Just like the ancient gladiatorial arena. General fighter. Gong Liangche is not surprised. Why does a high school girl have such an expression? As far as he knows, this Ibuki seems to be the daughter of a samurai family, and it is estimated that she was carefully raised by her family since she was a child, right? And what everyone in Class D was arguing about was whether to take Ibuki or not. The classmates headed by Hirata and Kushida felt that Ibuki was too pitiful, and was kicked out of the class. It was too dangerous to be left alone in the jungle. I hoped that Ibuki could stay in the D class camp. On the other hand, some of the boys on Suda's side were full of vigilance, thinking that no matter how pitiful they were all members of the outside class, and they might do something that would endanger the interests of Class D. Ibuki just stood there so coldly, with a look of fortitude mixed with anguish. I didn't ask you to take it in. If you can, just provide me with some drinking water and food. I haven't eaten for more than a day. I'll leave after I finish eating, and I won't cause any trouble for your Class D. Why is this? Hirata, the good and bad guy, really couldn't bear it. Otherwise, Ibuki-san, you should stay, and the classmates should help each other. In the depths of Kushida's eyes, there was a trace of impatience, probably thinking if you want to leave, just leave and stop BBW. On the surface, he continued to play the role of an angel like a good person. Yes, Ibuki-san, you are stay. It's really too dangerous for a girl to persist for the remaining 5.5 days in such an uninhabited island forest. While persuading sweetly, Kushida put his hands into his pockets and clenched them into fists. If he hadn't gone out to pick herbs, he found Ibuki lying on the side of the road, just by his classmates. Ibuki brought it back. In a place where no one is around, Kushida cares about her life and death? Suda was a little unhappy when he heard the words of the two popular people in the class. He wanted to refute a few words, but happened to see Gong Liangche, and immediately seemed to have the backbone. Gong Liang. This way. You too. Say a few words. Let her stay. Gong Liangche came to look for the sound, and gave a direct answer. Since Long Yuan was so troublesome, he sent the spy to Class D, so he had to make use of it, otherwise, how could he get into Long Yuan? In order to avoid raising a free-spirited spy, Gong Liangche did not have the slightest sense that he had just gone to the C-class camp to rub a coconut. However, she has to help her with the work, picking fruit, herbs, or processing. She has to help. Ah! Suda was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Gong Liangche must be as vigilant as him, but Suda was still convinced of Gong Liangche. Well, that's okay, Gong Liang, you said so, there should be no problem. Ibuki secretly glanced at Gong Liang Che while no one around was paying attention. His eyes were deeply guarded. The leader of Class D, who made Ryuuin and Ishizaki a big loss, was so good at talking? Let her in without questioning? Could it be a scam? Ibuki's little spy, at this moment, his heart has begun to tremble. After all, in order to deceive Gong Liang Che, she practiced and recited many times before. Last night, she practiced in front of the mirror for 3 hours, just to develop a helpless and bitter expression, hoping not to be seen through. But what's the matter, now Gong Liang Che let her sneak into Class D without asking a question? FGA? This is not at all comfortable, is it? Therefore, Ibuki can only be on guard all the time, learning the operation of the girls in Class D, helping to process some tableware, and at the same time glancing vaguely, hoping to find out who will go to the edge of the lake and contact that stronghold during this time. Ah, it looks like this is Class D's camp. After Ibuki's matter was settled, Class D started to work together with laughter and laughter. It was quiet for about half an hour, and there were 2 more visitors from outside the forest. This lake. What caught the attention of everyone in Class D was Kanzaki Ryaji, who had a relationship on the cruise ship before, and the leader of Class B, Hobamiya Chinos. Presumably, Class B is also actively running to pass this exam. Asterisk. Chapter 47 What price do we have to pay? Seeing the visit of Ichinos and Kanzaki, Gong Liang Che did not act, but Horikita hurriedly greeted him. This morning and an afternoon of investigation, there is really nothing to gain from A and C. If you can get some information from Class B, you may be able to infer something. Horikita definitely has such an idea, and will take the initiative to come forward. Horikita, who directly greeted the duo of Class B, went straight to the point and said, "Ichino-san, are you here to investigate our intelligence? If possible, I hope that there can be some intelligence exchanges between the 2 classes, and some information from Class A and Class C can be shared." Ichinos was a little stunned, didn't expect Horikita to be so anxious, but she smiled and said, "No problem, to be honest, if Horikita-san wants to know, I can also tell you the information of Class B." Even if Ichinos' remarks were suspected of harming the interests of the class, Kanzaki, who was next to him, didn't say much, just like a counselor, standing quietly behind Ichinos. Horikita was also surprised, but did not expect this person to be so easy to talk. Really? That's the information of your class. Gong Liang Che also leaned over slowly at this moment. Don't be surprised, it has something to do with the current situation of Class B. It's quite uncomfortable to be sandwiched between AC. Horikita wasn't a fool either. He woke up at one point and understood everything after thinking about it. Among the 4 classes, if it was said that the most uncomfortable one would be Class B, Class A must be the most vigilant of this opponent and will do their best to suppress it. Class C will also target Class B to attack first. It can be said that Class B is inherently in a disadvantageous situation of 1v2. So now Ichinos is willing to tell the information of Class B in exchange for the favor of Class D, and there is an explanation. With more friends, more paths, more enemies, and more walls, Class B really does not want to fall into the scene of being attacked by 3 sides. As expected of Mr. Gong Liang. Ichinos scratched the back of his head honestly, and was a little embarrassed when he was told, "I really can't hide anything from you." Seeing Gong Liang Che coming over, Horikita thought for a while, but was still very unwilling, and tried to dominate the conversation. "So, Ichinos-san, can I unilaterally believe that you came here this time to form an alliance with Class D?" This is what Horikita thinks. Now that Class B is being suppressed and attacked by the other 2 classes, and they have come to Class D, there is no other reason other than finding a partner, right? Kanzaki first peeked at Gong Liang Che, and then looked at Horikita with a little doubt. Class D's conversation was leading, isn't Gong Liang Che in charge? Ichinos had a happy expression on his face, it would be great to form an alliance. If Class D wants to advance to the rank, it will inevitably face the suppression of Class C. We happen to have the same enemy. However, similar to Kanzaki, even though Ichinos was answering Horikita's question, he still looked at Gongliang-che. Anyone could understand one thing, an alliance, or something. Horikita said nothing. The real person in Class D must be Gongliang-che. Horikita was a little sullen and dissatisfied, but he understood this. So he looked at Gongliang-che and planned to let him decide. Gongliang-che was not in a hurry to come to a conclusion. He was thinking about whether it was worth it, so he invited Ichinos and Kanzaki to enter the camp and sat in the shadows to discuss together. At this time, Horikita was like a little secretary with a sign. He brought 4 glasses of water and sat next to Gongliang-che. He was very interested in this BD conversation. Such a detail makes Eri Sakura, who is in the most corner of the skirt, envious and sour, and the girlfriends on Kuruzawa's side even instigated it collectively, and asked Kuruzawa to sit there too. I can't let the little secretary Horikita steal you's head. Fortunately, Kuruzawa was very calm and was not incited by his girlfriends, so he chose to watch the development quietly. Class D is really amazing. It seems that he has completely adapted to life on an uninhabited island. Ichinos looked at the wooden cup first, then looked around, and couldn't help but sigh. Gongliang-che is also like a friend, chatting with each other without taking the initiative to mention the alliance. What about Class B? It's been a bad time. Hee. Ichinos said nothing about her class. It's a bit difficult. Our class camp is not like Gongliang-kun. There are lakes and large open spaces here, and we mainly live around a well. Because there are too many trees, we can only put down 2 tents at most, and other students need to rest on hammocks. Of course, we have also tested the well to ensure that there will be no accidents, so that we can use it as a source of drinking water with confidence. Ichinos explained the information of Class B very clearly, and inadvertently made people feel good about him. Maybe this is Ichinos' best ability. Just talking, Ichinos blushed a little and struggled for a while, before quietly reaching out and pointing at Gongliang-che's back. But, Gongliang-kun, aren't those behind you guys using physiological products for girls? Why, there are so many. Gongliang-che looked back and saw more than a dozen boxes behind them, all of which were unopened ant towels. This is used for bedding. The ground is too hard, and I sleep with a sore back, so it is much more comfortable to use this. Anyway, the school official's unlimited offer. Hey! Ichinos was really surprised, and didn't expect this move at all. Is this all right? At most, our class just uses the absorbent bags provided by the simple toilet to spread on the ground. Gongliang-che's face became a little weird. Sleeping on an absorbent bag? Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? That thing was originally used in the simple toilet to absorb water. It was more expensive than a garbage bag. Dirty, right? Ichinos was a little autistic, but Kanzaki dutifully provided assistance at this time to avoid Ichinos' embarrassment. Ahem, Ichinos, I will go to teacher Hoshinomiya later and apply for some. Ichinos first nodded crampedly, then shook her head again. No, let me go later, Kanzaki-san. It's not good to tell Hoshinomiya-sensei about this. After a brief exchange between the two, Ichinos turned to Gongliang-che again. Gongliang-kun, as for what you just said, what do you think about the alliance? What do you think? Gongliang-che lowered his voice so that only the 3 closest people could hear. White Wave Chihiro. Ichinos' face changed slightly, Kanzaki's hand trembled. And a little water spilled out. Horikita might be puzzled, but when he saw the reaction of Ichinos and Kanzaki, he was overjoyed. This was the leader of Class B who guessed right. Identity. Horikita is really going crazy, looking at Gongliang-che like a devil. This person has never been to Class B to investigate. How can he guess the identity of the leader of Class B? Ichinos quickly stabilized her emotions and returned to reality faster than Kanzaki and Horikita. Her smile was as gorgeous as before, just like the warm winter sun that taught people nostalgia. Hey! Mr. Gongliang, are you willing to form an alliance? Or, what price do we have to pay for Class B to keep you from answering the leader of Class B after the exam is over? Asterisk. Chapter 48 The Ingenious Misunderstanding. When Kanzaki and Horikita were in a state of surprise, Ichinos did not let the emotions run rampant, but quickly regained her composure and understood Gongliang Che's intentions. If Gongliang Che had the intention to guess the leader of Class B, there was absolutely no need to say it at this time, he would just guess at the end of the exam. Since Gongliang Che chose to say it directly at this time, either the two sides can reach an alliance, or Gongliang Che needs the cooperation of Class B to pay a certain price. Smart, Gongliang Che looked at Ichinos with admiration, this girl as pure as an angel, not only of good character. Hearing this, Kanzaki also put down the wooden cup and silently looked at Gongliang Che, waiting for him to speak. At the same time Kanzaki's heart was beating wildly. Gongliang Che is really a monster. Gongliang Che admired Ichinos' face openly for a while, and then raised the price, then form an alliance. This special exam, I don't guess the leader of Class B. On the contrary, I will also provide Ichinos with the leadership of Class A and Class C, so that your Class B can easily get 100 class points at the end of the exam. The three people around were directly shaken in their hearts, and they couldn't understand Gongliang Che's thoughts at all. This is no longer an alliance, right? Are you already giving benefits to Class B? Horikita was particularly puzzled. Wait, what benefits can we gain by doing this? Kanzaki wasn't happy either, but asked frankly, Gongliang treats us so favorably in Class B, is it because of the answer to Ichinos' confession in the school cafeteria? Hey! Horikita was stunned. Ichinos' cheeks were also reddened. No, it's not like Kanzaki-san, this matter. I didn't explain it all, it was a misunderstanding, I shouted randomly, and it has nothing to do with Gongliang-kun. Seeing Ichinos blushing like this, Horikita almost couldn't hold back the anger in her heart, and turned to Gongliang Che in anger. UBD, is it because of Ichinos that you are willing to give them 100 points to Class B? Gongliang Che used his eyes to defeat Horikita's question without fear. First of all, the leaders of Class A and Class C are all my own guesses. Whom I want to tell, I don't need your approval, right? Horikita. Then he turned to Ichinos and Kanzaki, although I don't know the gossip you heard from there, it is definitely impossible to give you 100 class points for free. I need you to sign a contract with me. With these 100 class points as a reward, before August 20th this year, your Class B needs to cooperate with me unconditionally to do one thing. Of course, it will not endanger anyone or class points in Class B, and it will be completely harmless to you. Only then did Ichinos and Kanzaki calm down, thinking about Gongliang Che's conditions, although they didn't understand what Gongliang Che needed the help of Class B. But at the end Ichinos gave a bold reply, no problem, if it really doesn't endanger the members of Class B and class points. Gongliang-kun, you help us like this, and our Class B will naturally repay Gongliang-kun. Then, Gongliang Che stretched out his hand with satisfaction. In this way, all the layouts have been completed. Happy Alliance! Happy Alliance! Ichinos returned with the same satisfied smile, holding Gongliang Che's palm, the handshake of the two. Symbolizing the uninhabited island, where the two BD classes join forces to fight against the enemy. However, Kanzaki's expression became more and more bizarre, staring at Gongliang Che and Ichinos' clasped hands. Since an alliance has been made, Gongliang, can you solve my doubts? Are you two? Are you in a relationship? Ichinos hurriedly withdrew her little hand and anxiously wanted to explain, but she was too shy and her forehead smoked when she mentioned this topic, and she really didn't know what to say. Kanzaki also reassured the leader of Class B in a particularly insightful manner, Ichinos, you don't have to worry about us. Although all classes in this school are fighting against competition, it does not prevent cross-class love. The two of you don't need to fall in love, and we all won't blame you for this at all, but will bless you, Ichino-san. In fact, when Gongliang-san confessed to you in the cafeteria that day, Shibata and I happened to be eating, and I saw it all. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Ichino's brain was about to shut down, and this leader who had shown courage and composure before was really cute in some aspects. Horikita also stared at Gong Liang-che more and more suspiciously, thinking that this man has been dazzled by beauty. Gong Liang-che reluctantly sighed, this is nothing, and the incident in the cafeteria still has its aftermath. I'm sorry, Kanzaki-san, right? Let's listen to the explanation. This is also a coincidence. I went to the cafeteria with Ichino's at the time. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I asked a little more, if I was having dinner with me, would Ichino's boyfriend misunderstand and so on. At that time, Ichino's said that I was thinking too much and she didn't have a boyfriend, so I was curious and asked if there is no boy to confess to her. She exclaimed, and this is how it happened. Even Kanzaki's deputy, Ichino's definitely doesn't want people to know that it was Chihiro Hakuba, a girl from Class B, who confessed to her, right? So Gong Liang-che cleverly told half a lie here to help Ichino's hide the truth. Ichino's glanced at Gong Liang-che gratefully, and then calmed down, no longer ashamed and nervous, just like what Gong Liang-kun said, it was all a misunderstanding, and Gong Liang-kun didn't confess to me. Kanzaki didn't move like a mountain, and he was not misled by the sophistry of the two at all. At least he had also worked with Ichino's for a semester. It was natural to see that Ichino's was now nervous and lying. However, Shibata and I both saw it at the time. Gong Liang took Ichino's hand, and the two ran out together. They didn't go back to the cafeteria during the lunch break. Ah, this is because the riot is too big, so I'll just take Ichino's and leave, so as not to make things worse. Gong Liang-che continued to explain in a leaky manner. It's just that Ichino's side is really difficult to cooperate, it's like this, and I even went to Gong Liang-kun's dormitory. After all, Gong Liang-kun's craftsmanship is really good. Kanzaki quickly extracted useful information. Ichino's followed Gong Liang-che back to the boys' dormitory. Gong Liang-che cooked for Ichino's. Ichino's was very satisfied, and I still can't forget it even now, which explains Ichino's looking forward to continuing to go to Gong Liang-che hostel. From this, it can be concluded that these two people should be in love across the class. Hey! Kanzaki sighed leisurely. It seems that he will have to say hello to the big guy in Class B in the future, and encourage Ichino's a lot. How can high school students fall in love so secretly? It was decided. At this moment Kanzaki Ryaji's eyes flashed with light, and the relationship between Gong Liang and Ichino's classmates will be guarded by all of them in Class B. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Late Night Theft. Because of Kanzaki's question, the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Ichino's obviously couldn't stay for a long time, so he left in a hurry. Of course, Gong Liang-che took the opportunity to inform the leaders of Class A and Class C, and also gave some small gifts. Afterwards, Horikita watched Gong Liang-che for a long time, and then went back to work a little unhappy, because Gong Liang-che didn't pay much attention to her after finishing it, and she couldn't stay any longer. She just waited to see, if Gong Liang-che didn't use Class B to do anything big before August 20th, she must warn this guy well, not to abandon the public for personal reasons, and not to harm D because Ichino's is good looking. Class interests. Seeing the people from Class B leave, everyone from Class D was not idle. Some continued to form groups to chat and work, and some came to ask Gong Liang-che what they were talking about. Gong Liang-che briefly explained the cooperation with Class B, and let them continue to work on their own affairs. On the second day of the uninhabited island special exam, the curtain came to an end slowly. In the middle of the night, strictly speaking, it is the third day of the exam. The health bracelet issued by the school also has the function of a watch. You can see the time. It is already 3 in the morning, which is when people sleep the deepest. At such times, deep sleepers are often not easily awakened, and are best suited to do some sneaky things. In the Class D camp, the spy of Class C, Ibuki, who was taken in, quietly opened his eyes. When she was in the camp today, she had carefully observed that there were 40 people in Class D, and only Kuruzawa Megami was the only girl who had been close to the lake stronghold and took out a magnetic card to make an occupation. From this, Ibuki can be sure that Kuruzawa Megami must be the leader arranged by Class D. To this end, Ibuki still spent a lot of hands and feet to get into a tent with Kuruzawa and other small groups. Although Ibuki was very puzzled, why the D class, which was united by Gongliang-che, was so unguarded, not only let her, an outsider from the class, walk and watch at will, but even when Kuruzawa went to occupy the stronghold, there was no one around to cover it. But no matter what, Ibuki is considered to have completed half of his espionage mission. Now he just needs to find an opportunity to steal the keycard of Kuruzawa's leader and take a picture in the field, even if he is done. Long Yuan had spent all the special test points before, not only buying recreational items such as motorcycles and small refrigerators, but also digital cameras. It was buried under a tree in the forest by Ibuki. Waking up in the early morning is also to try and test first, to figure out where Kuruzawa usually puts his keycard, and then he can do better. Ibuki gently moved out of the quilt. Due to the school's restrictions, the students had no quilt to cover at all, and could only make do with a sports jacket, so Ibuki moved out very easily. Stepping on the sanitary products that covered the ground, I came to Kuruzawa quietly and silently. I have to say that the sanitary products that Class D laid on the floor for the quality of sleep happened to be the guarantee of Ibuki's silent action. On top of Kuruzawa's head, there is a small backpack, which should contain 2 sets of clothes. But this is a personal item that the school allows students to bring on the uninhabited island. Ibuki opened the backpack without any effort. As soon as he opened it, he could feel a hard card. With the help of the weak light of the health bracelet, Ibuki was very surprised. This was indeed the leader's key card, and it also had Kuruzawa's name written on it. Under the card, Ibuki used the fluorescence of the health bracelet to find that Kuruzawa's clothes were still pressed under the leader's key card. Suddenly, she had a small plan to destroy the cohesion of Class D. Early in the morning, everyone in Class D woke up one after another, greeted each other, and washed briefly with lake water. Many girls complained that they couldn't take care of their skin, but they only complained a little, and soon began to prepare breakfast. Only Kuruzawa, who returned to the tent after washing her face, seemed to be burning her eyebrows and hurriedly found Gongliang-che. Gongliang-che was still in the tent, and the other boys went out to drain the water. He woke up earlier, he didn't need to wait in line, and he had nothing to do now, so he huddled in the tent and waited for Kuruzawa. He knew she would come. As soon as Kuruzawa came in, he saw that the other boys were not there, so he hurriedly sat opposite Gongliang-che with an angry look on his face. This side of the boys' tent, did anyone go out last night? I have something missing. Maybe some boy in our class stole it. You mean this? Gongliang-che wanted to laugh, opened his small backpack and took out a pure white. Kuruzawa was like being filled with a bottle of red wine, and a shy crimson quickly rose on his face. Why are you here? You, could it be? Did Gongliang-che steal it? Thinking of this possibility, Kuruzawa's heart seemed to be on fire, restless, and the previous appearance of asking for guilt had disappeared, and she shy. How can this man be like this? She stole it without saying a word. If he wanted it, she wouldn't refuse. But it has to be negotiated. How can you steal it directly on your own initiative? How embarrassing it is! What are you thinking? Gongliang-che angrily raised his other hand, which was not holding the clothes, and tapped Kuruzawa's head. There was a hint of surprise in my heart. This honey-colored hair is so smooth, remember that she didn't wash her hair 2 days ago? Is this natural hair? Being knocked by Gong Liang-che like this, Kuruzawa regained some sense of sanity, restrained his blushing cheeks that were too hot, and asked in an uncertain tone, "That's it, Ibuki?" Since it wasn't made by Gong Liang-che, and this thing was in Gong Liang-che's hands, if Kuruzawa insisted on suspecting it, he could only suspect the member of the foreign class who arrived yesterday. After all, Kuruzawa has a very high status in the class. Even a boy in Class D who is not very smart in adolescence can't steal her, right? Risk is too great. So what are the rest of the girls doing by stealing her clothes? Neuropathy? After thinking about it, only Ibuki was the most suspicious, not to mention Ibuki just happened to live in their tent. Not bad. Gong Liang-che answered this question sincerely. Last night, I also found out that she crept into my tent and stuffed your clothes into my backpack. Maybe on the one hand, you want to make a big noise when you wake up and destroy the current cohesion of Class D. On the other hand, you also hope to damage my image and make me no longer respected by the rest of the students in Class D. In order to cheat Long Yuan, I deliberately pretended to be asleep and didn't catch her on the spot. Why is this? Kuruzawa was very angry. How dare she attack you at night? Is a girl shameless? Gong Liang-che is really confused, isn't it? What Kuruzawa cares about is that Ibuki came to his tent last night, instead of caring about the pure white. How did the brain develop? Seemingly seeing Gong Liang-che's look at the ghost, Kuruzawa hurriedly turned his head away, not daring to look at each other. Actually, I'm actually mad at her for stealing from me to frame you. She actually indirectly became a prop for others to persecute Gong Liang-che? Thinking of this, Kuruzawa has no choice but to go out now and find Ibuki for a royal PK. It doesn't matter, everything is in the plan, just pretend that nothing happens. Gong Liang-che comforted Kuruzawa and handed it out. Take it back. Kuruzawa blinked his sapphire blue eyes, tangled and questioned, and wanted to reach out to take it, but he didn't know what to hesitate. You really want to give it back to me? Gong Liang-che's face couldn't stop twitching, and if he didn't return it to Kuruzawa, what did he want this thing for? To generate electricity? Suddenly, Kuruzawa took it and put it directly into his pocket, with a kind of shy and timid scarlet on his charming and pretty face. No, no. Sure enough, it's better to return it to me first, otherwise, I won't have to change it. If you really want this clothing, after the exam is over and back on the cruise, I can secretly get it for you. Gong Liang-che finally couldn't help raising his hand and knocked on Kuruzawa's forehead again. He really couldn't understand this person's strange brain circuit. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Why don't you keep a low profile? The theft was quietly concealed by Gong Liang-che and Kuruzawa, and everyone in Class D did not experience any commotion and continued the friendly atmosphere to start a new day. It's just rare, Ayanakaji, who has the least sense of presence in the class, suddenly found Gong Liang-che who was cooking Hyuxia medicine. He said before that he would send some small gifts to Ichinos, and Hyuxia medicine is part of it. Seeing Ayanakaji take the initiative to come over, Gong Liang-che's eyes narrowed slightly. If he insisted, this guy Ayanakaji is more troublesome than Kawenji's 6 assistants. Because of his own reasons, Kawenji has temporarily agreed to obey. After helping with sawing wood recently, he couldn't find anyone. He often jumped freely in the mountains and forests. I guess he was too bored to stand it. Recovering the scattered thoughts, Gong Liang-che looked at Ling Xiaolu curiously. What's wrong? Classmate Ling Xiaolu. Ling Xiaolu was expressionless, as if trying his best to disguise himself as an ordinary person, and took out a hand-drawn map from his pocket. That, Gong Liang. Didn't hear it a call on the boys to form a team to explore and pick fruits? I happened to be on the edge of a cliff. Accidentally discovered that there are actually multiple strongholds there. First of all, there is an iron ladder on the side of the cliff. You can climb it up. It should be fixed by the school. Stronghold. The other is near the cliff. There is a steep stone slope going down. There is also the same ladder. At the end of the stone slope, a small wooden house is built. There is also a stronghold in the wooden house. These, I tried my best to spend on the map. It may not be accurate, you will have a look. Gongliang Che turned off the fire first. Whether it was cooking soup or medicine, he used the school's gas cans, so he shouldn't be wasting it. Then he took the note in a funny way, and stared at Ling Xiaolu's almost emotionless eyes, so active and high profile, it doesn't match the previous you. Why, I was threatened by teacher Chibashira and had to help. Ah! Ling Xiaolu was naturally puzzled, with a confused expression, not knowing what Gongliang Che was saying, as if he had no idea what Gongliang Che was talking about. Teacher Chibashira? Threat? What do you mean? With this facial micro-expression management ability alone, Ayanokaji is far superior to other students in this academy. Gongliang Che didn't expect this guy to pretend like this. Do you still need to pretend to be so ordinary in front of me? Classmate Ayanokaji. Ling Xiaolu thought about it for a while, and finally gave up her plan to continue to act foolishly in front of Gongliang Che. For some reason, the unscrupulous class leader caught my weakness. Obviously I just want to live a normal high school life. Only years. Gongliang Che smiled knowingly and put Ayanokaji's hand-drawn map in his pocket. Weakness? White room. This time, even with Ayanokaji's ability to control micro-expressions, his pupils were not restrained. He was trying to hide this, so he didn't say anything, he only talked about his weaknesses, and he didn't say what exactly Chibashira was using to threaten him. But now Gongliang Che has directly revealed the existence of the White House. Ayanokaji subconsciously wanted to control the conversation. You really are not an ordinary person. With such an understanding of traditional Hyuxia medicine, extraordinary skills, and superb leadership skills, even Cao Enji's classmates seem to have changed. It is unbelievable that that loose and free person will actually move for the class. Gongliang Che, who the hell are you? It's more troublesome to explain. Gongliang Che decided to save some words, and was too lazy to compete with Ayan Okoro for the initiative, so he quickly stuck out his left hand, and tapped the second knuckle of his index finger and middle finger together, attacking the Adam's apple in front of Ayanokoro's throat. Ling Xiaolu took half a step back with her right foot, her knees were slightly bent, and she pressed her body to the right. Without delay, she avoided the blow with a distance of just a few millimeters. Then Gongliang Che changed his moves, flicking his fingers violently, and turned to attack the aorta on the side of Ayanokoro's throat. Ling Xiaolu hurriedly raised his hand to stop the attack, and his expression was clear. This ancient martial art was originally provided by you to Bai Wu, no wonder you know something about me. Gongliang Che also took advantage of the situation. The short-term offense and defense between the two was complicated, and it only took a second or two. The students in Class D definitely didn't notice what was going on here. Moved, don't get me wrong. It's just the person in charge on your side who bought it from my house at a high price. Saying this on the surface, Gongliang Che's name for Ling Xiaolu was a burst of complaints. After all, in the country where Gongliang Che lives, the term White House often refers to ancient latrines. Ayanokaji's argument suddenly lowers the B-frame of the White Room. Ayanokaji is not conscious of this aspect. Maybe a man's friendship depends on fists. After some practice, Ayanokaji also gave up his plan to explore Gongliang Che's true background. That's it. Anyway, that's probably what happened. Chibashira-sensei asked me to help, and I couldn't go against it, so I drew this map. If you occupy all the strongholds on this map until the end of the exam, you should be able to get more than 100 points of income, and it can also hinder the income of Class A. It should be considered very good, right? In this way, the unscrupulous class leader has nothing to say. Gongliang Che didn't pay much attention to this map. When it comes to hidden strongholds on uninhabited islands, he has already found many of them. Just occupying those strongholds has already cost him a lot of energy. Those who came down, I don't know how tired I am. However, he was still very curious about Ayanokaji's candid treatment, so, if there are any special exams in the future, you will also take action for Class D. Ling Xiaolu shook her head indifferently, with Gong Liang Yu around, it doesn't make any difference whether I can take action or not. I need to find a way to prevent Chibashira-sensei. After all, it's only been 3 years. It's like you have only 3 years left to live. Gong Liangche joked, but also aroused his curiosity, you can stay in the high cultivation for now, what about 3 years later? You have decided what to do. Ayanokaji hesitated, but in the face of Gong Liangche, who fully understood the existence of the White House, there was no point in hiding anything, right? Thinking of this, Ayanokaji said his plan after leaving the academy. If there is no accident, I should return to the White House and serve as an instructor. Gong Liangche focused his eyes with interest, staring at Ayanokaji's pupils. He clearly tried his best to escape from the White Room and entered Ayanokaji, who was seeking refuge in the highly educated academy, but he actually wanted to return to the White Room after graduation. Do you want to go back for revenge, or do you really want to go back and become an instructor in the White Room? In the face of the answer given by this talented person, if it is extended, it can't help but make people imagine. I really want to see what kind of interesting situation will happen when Ayanokaji returns to the White Room after graduation. Asterisk.